Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy.
Get down, Mr. President! No!
Hey guys, welcome back to the Anime Collector. No, that's not what I say. The OCA podcast. As you can see, the recent news has got me all upside down in the head. Joining me tonight is Random 11.
Hello.
And Greenline.
Hello, president unaccounted for, but
all right, no delay at all. Cool. And Reese 2753.
Sorry.
Possibly joining us will be maybe a footnote. Maybe we'll see. All right. Why is this screen sharing the wrong thing? Oh, good job, me. Stop screen share. Share screen. Window. The right thing. If you guys like to support us, there's this magical place called Patreon. It's basically like a free money factory for me if you put the money to it. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon, which progress is getting made. All right, just hear me out. All right, you can also support us via ocapodcast.com/support, where you can donate directly with PayPal. You can go through our affiliate links, and you can see how much money I'm wasting, or buy yourself a Tenka using our link found at ocapodcast.com/support. Whoa, let's get out of here before it gets too sexy. All right. Before we jump into the big news, the big, obvious, my ear is burning news, let's take a look at some follow-ups from the last couple podcasts. I have kind of a busy chunk of weeks coming up. So I think we may skip next week or have you guys do the show without me. Yeah, without further ado, let's just kind of knock this stuff out. So previously we talked about this guy running for Tokyo governor. And there was also the girl whose campaign speech included her stripping on NHK. So it says here that Tokyo's wacky candidates didn't affect the governor race. Airi Uchino, who used her allotted time slot to address the public by stripping and asking the audience to add her online, managed to beat Yusuke Kawai, this guy, who ran most of his campaign dressed as the Joker or the Mask. He ran on the platform of legalizing polygamy to address Japan's declining birth rate. It's the simplest way to do it, I think. Just allow the people who aren't getting laid to not get laid by more people, right? Legally. All right, so the final vote count is in for the Tokyo gubernatorial election, and the woman who tried stripping during her televised campaign speech received 0.0% of the votes, but did manage to beat the Joker/Mask guy and the conspiracy theorist who ran from jail. So you'll remember this, right? Well, guess what? It gets funnier, right? The news in Korea covered this speech, but they chose to blur it.
So now she's not kawaii, but she's sexy.
Even worse, right? Yeah, so this is what they did. I love how they've got the Korean sign language too. So here's her, right? this is how they did. And it doesn't help that her outfit was basically skin colored.
I thought underneath it was blue, like light blue. She's just like leaning down, like that's
it's on that.
Okay,
camera,
yeah, never
right,
mind.
Yeah. So if this had been the version that aired in Japan, she'd have fucking won. You know it. So a news report by South Korea's JTBC covered the story surrounding Uchino Airi's Tokyo election campaign speech and censored her body even though she was not nude. Kawai Yusuke, known as the Joker candidate, was another candidate who made headlines for partnering with an adult film actress and plastering sexy posters promoting the importance of freedom of expression. Sadly, he also lost. That's the guy who was trying to ban mosaic censorship in Japanese porn. in favor also of polygamy. Well, the people who won their elections had this to say: if Japanese men had their act together, Japanese women would reward them with babies. Right? It's that fucking simple. Get it together, dipshits. So he basically said, "Oh fuck it, we got too much time. We got too much time to get through this." All right. So also, just bringing you up to date on what's happening in the world, so I can get this shit off my my tab list, because I'm currently sitting at 650. A movement to abolish red and white teams at elementary school sports days is going on in Japan. No winners or losers, just cheering "Go, go!" for yourself. Yay!
Yeah.
Go, go, comrade. Am I wrong? Anyway, so Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper of this had to say, no, this isn't the U.S. This is happening here in Japan. A new policy called No Winners, No Losers is going to be implemented in elementary schools across the country that will abolish red and white teams, thereby removing competition in running races. Meanwhile, kindergartners in Gifu have been brought to mosques and are taught how to pray to Allah as part of the multicultural coexistence education. Interestingly, the Muslims are not brought to Shinto shrines and taught to pray there, right? That's interesting. Also, here's a Kurd dancing in Kawaguchi, Saitama Prefecture, though it looks a lot more like a violent threat than a dance. You guys know we've been talking about the Kurdish migrants.
Ooh, you might want to be careful there.
I don't know where the
Jesus.
Kurds are from. Right. So right-wing activist Shunsuke Yamashita has gone to the Consulate General of the Republic of Turkey in Nagoya to basically confront them over the crime and the shit that they're putting up with and everything. Meanwhile, this woman who is seemingly at most half Japanese says basically the video is about exposing multiculturalism, coexistence, and unfettered immigration, all that stuff. Honestly, just for time, I'm not going to cover it, but she basically nails the problem, right? Meanwhile, we also have right-wing commentator Takeda Tsuneyasu talking about how mass immigration is destroying Europe on Yomiuri TV. So he's explaining it, right? And all the other people on this thing are dumbfounded. Like, they don't know what to say. This is so unsettling to hear. And most Japanese people don't go out of their way to point out, shit like this happening. They just kind of like put your head down and get on with life kind of mentality. And most of their population doesn't create problems this significant, right? So it's not that big of a deal because they have such a homogenous way of life, right? So there's a lot going on. There's even more here. This is a much more official capacity, although I'm pretty sure that's Pony Canyon, right? Am I wrong? How mass immigration is destroying Europe is becoming a mainstream topic in Japan. And it's partially because they're leaving destroyed Europe and moving to Japan. That's what they're trying to do. Sorry, I feel like I just had an earthquake. That was really weird. Okay. Maybe it's just because I stopped talking, but as soon as I, got still, all of a sudden it sounded like there was a lot of shit happening outside. Like a helicopter and all that. Anyway, sorry about that. All right. So bottom line is this, what's up?
They're already onto us prematurely.
Yeah, well, see, here's the problem: is that when they deliver these pods, they put just a couple blocks of wood underneath. So at any minute, if there is an earthquake, I could have a violent getting thrown around and everything, collapsing onto me. As all of a sudden I go from level to tilted towards the opening of the pod, and all the shit comes sliding at me. So it is kind of a big deal. Anyway, all right, moving past this. All right, now here's the problem. Most young Japanese, also note they're women, don't understand the problem of becoming the minority in your own country they say, oh, I think it would be so fun to have more non-Japanese people here. I would love that. I would love to walk outside and see a bunch of foreigners, right? Not understanding the danger that they bring with it when it's the Kurds and the, Muslim countries and whatnot that don't honor Japan's way of life and all that sort of stuff. Imagine a million Johnny Somalis. Not so fun anymore, is it? Right? Anyway, that's the basic idea there. Also, just what's going on politically around the world. The U.S. House of Representatives passed a bill to automatically register men aged 18 to 26 for selective service. So basically, it's already been a thing where it's mandated that you sign up for selective service. Now it's happening automatically, except foreigners will be excluded from this obligation. Weird. Foreigners.
Come here, get all the benefits without any of the...
Surely you mean illegal immigrants, right? Like, because they're not citizens anyway, right? Weird phrasing, right? I don't know. Anyway, moving on from here, just to make up for all the time. Ontario KFC goes halal, bans pork to ensure, quote, diverse and inclusive menu, nationwide rollout to come. To which Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper had this to say: how are you being diverse and inclusive if you are removing options? This reminds me of when Pokemon removed skirts under diversity and inclusion. If you wanted to actually be inclusive, you'd have both options. Meanwhile, Canadian school cancels event with ISIS survivor Nadia Murad because her harrowing description of torture and rape, quote, would be offensive to Muslims and foster Islamophobia. You have that. Iranian man who raped his lodger in London, quote, can't be deported in case he is persecuted in his homeland for being a convicted rapist. We just can't have that. No. Consequences for thine actions? No. Danish 17-year-old who used pepper spray to fight off a rapist near the migrant asylum center is told she will be persecuted for carrying the weapon. Is it any wonder that we're in? Holy fuck. I just caught a glimpse of the tits on the sidebar. Whoops. Let's get that baby on screen. Is it any wonder that the world is shifting politically the direction it is when the people who are actually the citizens are punished for protecting themselves and their way of life in honor of the people who are not, the people who come over here and have all of their, wants and needs paid for by the taxes of the people who are being, stuck in the shitter over it, right? This is the same thing that they were arguing in Japan over the fact that, people don't understand what it means to have these migrants enter the nation over there, that they will be given access to everything that you have to work for free, and you will be footing the bill, literally draining the system even faster, destroying the country that you're trying to save by bringing people in to solve the population crisis, except for the fact that all the problems that are causing the population crisis, such as the weak yen, will only get worse in the solution you're proposing. Continuing. Oh, what's this? In Sweden, a bus driver was seriously stabbed by an Afghan immigrant after refusing to buy a ticket. These people are not compatible with our civilization, says Klaus Arminius, who is pan-European, whatever the fuck that means. Also, baby's on screen. Great. Baby's also in the photo. Double safe. I'm sure it's a coincidence that this ad in Germany saying, quote, future or climate killer has no diversity and features a white mother with two young white children, symbolizing climate killers. I wonder how long until we Japanese are called climate killers for reproducing. French far-right candidate faces prosecution for election campaign poster demanding, quote, future for white children after horrified mayor lodges complaint with authorities. Yeah, remember it's okay to be white? Yes. there needs to be a future for white children. No, can't have that. Can't have white children have a future. White children are the literal devil. Anyway, just continuing this as we walk into the thing. Now, recently in France, Marine Le Pen was told that you must wear the veil to speak with the Islamists in the community. So she said, yeah, fuck that. I don't need to speak with you then, and walked away. Based. All right. Also, Mexico elects the first female president following deadliest election campaign in country's modern history. Here's what to know. Claudia Sheinbaum, interesting, doesn't sound Mexican, sounds Jewish, but whatever, was elected the country's first female president after a bloody election campaign that saw 37 candidates assassinated. 37. Now, it's not just the presidential race there. It was just across the board. But fucking come on. Speaking of political assassination, let's talk about the one in our own backyard. How about it? All right, here we go. So I'm sure you guys have seen this by now.
I really see something this bad. Take a look at what happened.
I guess the baby's going to save us from acts of political violence on stream too.
Yes. Go baby. That baby works too.
I just want to share this whole thing. Like, look at how long it took. I want you to listen really carefully, too.
Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the class. Let me get my shoes. Watch out.
Whoa, why is it muted? Oh, yeah, they cut the mic. He's yelling, fight, 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 with his fist in the air. It's really hard to see on this video. Oh, that's weird.
Wow.
I gotta update the one. It's really hard to see on this video. But I'm sure you've seen the blood on his face and whatnot. Nobody is surprised. This isn't news to anybody. Certainly, everybody knew that this occurred, right? How do we know that they are actually white, child, from one person of color parent? What do you mean?
The future for white children. How do we know if it's a white child from how do we know that it's not actually a white child from a person of color parent?
I mean, I guess we don't know that. Other than the fact that the skin is pretty fucking white.
The poster. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's referring to the future climate killers one. Either way. Mainstream media acted like there was nothing to see here. Fuck yes.
We're gonna get to that.
Yeah, we have a whole bunch. Trump escorted away. Yeah, we'll come to that in a second. So bizarre, everyone that keeps saying it's staged. What's even more bizarre is all the celebs and leftist TikTokers having literal meltdowns over the fact he didn't die. Thank you for sharing that.
We'll also cover that.
Yeah, we'll cover a bunch of these stuff. All right, we're going to jump right into it. I just want to get into this quick. Here we go. We'll go back to... we'll go back here. All right, let's start here. I opened them up. What's this? What was the left's immediate response to that video? Trump's campaign team. Let's shoot you. Yes, I actually think this is what happened, right? Like, people actually believe that Trump faked this, right? And so I told him, if you really want to win this election, learn how to bump and blade. What does bump and blade mean? Oh, they're talking about this. Trump, after he got on the ground. Oh, don't do that to me. Stabbing himself with a razor. Stab yourself with a razor? Oh, we're in a wrestling match. Oh, just so it looks more authentic. How can anybody watch this trash? Anyway, right? Oh, but what's this? There's more. Trump hiding under the podium. Yeah.
Was there supposed to be audio for that?
He just says, "This is real, brother. This is wrestling." StreamYard is having an issue with uploading video clips, so the only way I could get the Trump assassination attempt in there was to just share it as a file and stuff. So I'm going to share a lot less video clips than I otherwise would have, in terms of actually you guys hearing him. So anyway, so that's what's happening under the podium, right? He clearly bladed. He's a WWF Hall of Famer, knows all the tricks, takes a bump, brother it up with an aspirin and run the blade. Maximum sympathy, election won. So they're claiming that Trump didn't get touched at all. There was a blank or something going off, but while he was ducking for cover, he pulled out a razor blade and sliced his own ear to create a bloody spectacle, so it looks like he narrowly escaped. That's the argument that the left has been making. Okay, so you're about to be assassinated, Donald Trump. Right? So anyway, just showing not all. Okay. Let me take a step back. I did not look for these. All I did was anything I saw related to the Trump assassination attempt, I just opened the tab and moved it to another folder, basically, or I posted it in the Discord and opened them for this stream. That's all I did. All I did was compile what I saw and then organize them together so that they're, they flow from one thing to the next. That's all I've done. Okay. I'm just showing you how fucking many of these things I saw in the span of an hour. I didn't catch all of them. I'm just showing you the amount I did see. Trump got shot and then got up and did this. Fist up in the air, fight, 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 right? Maybe I've been watching wrestling too long, but this smells like a work, brother. WWE Hall of Famer, no cells getting shot. Say what you want about WWE, but they taught Trump how to always find the hard cam. Biden got to do this to outdo Trump. So this is Vince McMahon getting into the limo. I like to think what they did here is they had a prop leg hooked up to a machine so that when the leg would come up, it would close the door. And that's how they're selling it, as he's quickly running out the other side and hiding. Right? Anyway, that's how I think they did it. Right? So, hold on. I got to pause that. That's better than this suggestion. Joe needs to upstage him. He's got to come out as bisexual. Right? Breaking. Former President Donald Trump shot at rally. This is the kind of shit Vought pulls to make Homelander popular again. Yeah. So basically every leftist interpretation is this is fake, and whatever lens of popular media I consume, that's how I'm going to tell you I believe it's fake, right? Guys, the chats are behind. They're behind my screen. If you guys can just keep an eye on them and bring any of them on screen whenever you want.
I was just going to say, going back to the Biden needs to come out as bisexual. He already did one better.
I'm gay.
Thank you. All right. So we're now again just reminding you, they believe it's fake. They believe that it was staged. Breaking. New York Times photo shows bullet, blood on Trump's hand immediately after grabbing his ear. So this is the you can literally see. So when you're filming and you you click down on the camera button when you're shooting footage, like shooting pictures, it goes right. It takes a ton rapidly. So this is just some of the ones in that rapid moment of holding the thing down. You can see the bullet having zipped past his ear, right? And you saw it on video, him grabbing his ear, right?
You can also see his open hand. That's a key point, right? Like,
Yeah, it's not a
in the
fist.
There's no,
yeah, there's nothing in his hand.
there's no razor blade, you know?
No blood packet.
Right. I mean, he could be storing it in his hat. You don't know. All right. So anyway, so there's that. Not only that, this one I'm going to have to share with audio. An emergency room doctor with blood on his clothes talks about trying to save a man who was shot in the head at the Trump rally. Do some of you still think this is staged?
That's exactly where I heard him come from.
What did you see, sir?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, "He's been shot! He's been shot!" So I made my way over. I said, "I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you." The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There's lots of blood, and he had brain matter there. And so I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him. So I got people there really helpful. I got
Was
him
there only
up
one
on a
person
bench.
shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions, as well as I breathed for him.
One person.
I was the only one that did it.
We need to evacuate everybody.
Hunter, that's exactly
Anyway, so that's an ER tech or whatever they said he was, discussing trying to save the life of a man who was shot because he was in line with the bullet that missed Trump.
Mm-hmm.
This is where he was sitting. This is his blood and brain and stuff all over the place. And yet, the left, remember the last question? Still think it was staged? Blood isn't that bright when pooled like that. We got a blood expert over here, right? All right, this is the man who was shot. His name was Corey Comparator. He was a former fire chief. It looks like his daughter just turned 20.
No,
Other photos I saw showed he just turned 50, or is that the 50 balloon flipped upside down to say 20? That's what that is. Yeah, because that's where the string would be, just like right here. They flipped it over as a joke. Like, oh, I'm only 20. Okay. Anyway, he was shielding his wife and daughter from the gunshots with his body after he got hit in the head. The attempted assassination on Trump today. While the bullet missed, it struck a member of my wife's family in Butler, Pennsylvania, killing him. The left is celebrating this, making jokes. They are nothing but vile people. Senseless violence. Weirdly, according to this post, if it's accurate, the latest Golgo 13, Volume 213, has turned into a prophecy. In this episode, Dreamland scriptwriting assistant Masahito Kagawa, the response after the shooting caused approval rating to rise. Okay, so the point was in this issue of the manga, Golgo 13 gets hired to shoot Trump's phone in order to skyrocket his ratings in the election. Somebody said this is a crisis actor. I recognize him from Home Alone 2. They're referring to Trump. So you got to ask, what caused the shooting?
What do you mean he's not in the Disney Plus version of Home Alone 2?
Yeah, that's because it's a cover-up. So you got to ask yourself, what caused this shooting? I tweeted this out the day it happened. Breaking news, the shooter has been identified. Joe Biden tweet, I have one job, and that's to beat Donald Trump. I'm absolutely certain I'm the best person to be able to do that. So we're done talking about the debate. It's time to put Trump in a bullseye. Okay, so that actually I don't believe was actually a tweet. I mean, he might have also said it in a tweet, but I don't know. It was a a call to donors that he had said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye, right? Basically, when he was talking to donors, he said, look, I know you think I fucked up the debate, but it's time to start attacking Trump instead of me. Stop hurting me, guys. Anyway, let's remember the New York Times immortalized a direct threat to President Trump, including on the same day, if I'm not mistaken, by Biden influenced Harry J. Sisson, who said it would be an official act for Joe Biden to send SEAL Team 6 and kill him. When I asked Harry about that, so Chaos Coordinator here asked Harry Sisson about that while Harry Sisson was live streaming, and it caused Harry Sisson to end the live stream. When I asked Harry about that, about if he thought Biden conducted such an official act, he quickly ended his live stream. All right. Now, why would this have happened? Well, shit. Do you remember the last fucking 9 years? Just in case anyone is still unsure which side of the political spectrum is to blame for this. This is, of course, Kathy Griffin holding up the severed Trump head for that photo shoot. TMZ are now reporting that BBC presenter David Aronovich's plea for a reader to assassinate Donald Trump may have influenced the attempt made on the former president's life yesterday. BBC host calls on Biden to have Trump murdered. We also have this one. I got to screen share this with audio. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm glad we're showing so much of that. Hashtag Random 11 was right. All right. Remember when Stacey Plaskett, a Democrat delegate in the U.S. House of Representatives, accidentally said that he, meaning Trump, needs to be shot?
Having Trump not only have had the codes, but now having the classified information for Americans and being able to put that out and share it in his resort with anyone and everyone who comes through should be terrifying to all Americans, and he needs to be stopped. Having Trump not only...
Oops. Sigmund Freud would love to have a talk with you. Oh, you know what? Honestly, I'm pretty sure that the very next tab needs to be shared with audio too. So let me just switch it over and then do this. Here we go. Here is 2.5 minutes straight of Democrats explicitly calling for political violence. Has Biden ever denounced this? They have blood on their hands.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized right up to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said, if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Really? Night mode fucks up the viewing.
I just don't even know why.
You're seeing.
Come on.
Oh, no.
Fucking kill me.
I'm Wilkes Booth.
President.
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
I am sharing this with
character is stabbed to death.
Yes.
Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after saying she hopes President Trump is assassinated.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. and you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
And sadly, the domestic enemies to our voting system.
You tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
And sadly,
I'm still mad at Trump for not picking Romney.
the domestic enemies to our voting system and our honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that this isn't, they're not going to let up, and they should not.
If you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Anyway. Stop screen sharing, go to the next tab, another one with audio, present. All right. Quote, "This is not a normal election. Trump must be stopped. Trump cannot be president." Nancy Pelosi said this a few days ago.
I hear mixed. Some people are saying because Donald Trump is such an authoritarian and autocrat, we have to win this election. This is not a normal election where you want to win. If you don't, you cooperate and do the best you can for the country and hope to win the next time. This is something that is undermining our democracy, and he must be stopped. He cannot be president. I hear
I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir. Everybody has heard all these. They already know that this has been the left's tactic for the last, almost decade regarding Trump. This is the non-establishment left general sentiment. There's got to be at least one white guy willing to throw his life away to commit the act that will save this country from the impending fascist takeover. Make the fucking news, white boy. One more woman who doesn't truly believe in equality and do anything for herself. Remember that they've been encouraging this for years. Democrat Club posted this less than 2 weeks ago. I mean, shrugs. Hello, SEAL Team 6. They just ruled I'm immune. Take him out. Supreme Court gives Joe Biden the legal okay to assassinate Donald Trump. Huffington Post wrote this less than 2 weeks ago. Most importantly, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, Trump is a threat to this nation. Joe Biden said this on July 12th, the day before Trump was shot. Will Joe Biden dial down his rhetoric after this event? Will the producers at CNN and MSNBC and The View order their talking heads to dial it down on the Trump derangement syndrome? Will the publisher and editors at the New York Times and Washington Post tell their writers to tone it down? So, is Footnum here? Welcome. Happy MAGA month. There is no room in American democracy for political violence. I am grateful for law enforcement's fast response to this incident, said Benny G. Thompson. I am glad the former president is safe, and my thoughts and prayers go out to everyone involved. Wait, what's this? Benny Thompson proposed legislation that would authorize the removal of Secret Service protection from former presidents upon sentencing following conviction for a federal or state offense that is punishable for a term of imprisonment of at least 1 year. These Democrats recently introduced legislation to strip Donald Trump of his Secret Service protection. Benny Thompson, Troy Carter, Barbara Lee, Frederica Wilson, Yvette Clark, Bonnie Coleman, Jasmine Crockett, Joyce Beatty, Steve Cohen. This man at the rally is 100% spot on. He said, as I quickly stop screen sharing and start again.
You remember what you call. This is your fault. You. This is your fault. Every last one. This is your fault. This is your fault. You. This is your fault. Your fault. This is your fault. You.
Now, I'm sure we've all seen for the last 9 years all the shit that the news has said, all the shit they did. The fucking editing of the koi fish video with Shinzo Abe, right? We've all seen it. How are they responding? Hold on, let me go back to screen share. All right, we've all seen, like I said, we've all seen this for the last 9 years, right here. Kangman Lee says, after calling Trump literally Hitler for 8 years, now they want the rhetoric toned down. You can kindly take your fake calls for unity and shove it. Oops. Over here, we've got Breitbart says 9 years of this. 9 years. 9 years of hate. Lincoln Project's Rick Wilson said donor class must put a bullet in Donald Trump. CBS's Margaret Brennan lectures Steve Scalise, who was nearly assassinated in 2017 by a leftist. Quote, have you specifically instructed members to rein in some of the rhetoric some are using online that is somewhat incendiary, really blaming this somehow on the administration? Referring to Biden, right? Blaming it on Biden. So let's hear this.
But
again,
I wonder what
Steve
your
Scalise
message
was
is.
shot during
Have
the
you
congressional baseball
specifically
game.
Instructed members in the coming hours to rein in some of the rhetoric that I will point out some are using online that is somewhat incendiary in terms of really blaming this somehow on the administration. Have you asked them to refrain from that?
I've already been very vocal within moments of the shooting that political violence is not something anybody should tolerate, but also I went further and said that we need to dial the rhetoric down. And there's been a lot of rhetoric for the last few months. And, and I think some of that, this idea, and Bob Barr even said it, that Donald Trump's some threat to democracy. That kind of language all it takes is one person to hear that and act on it. And I don't know if that's the case today, but those are the kind of things that shouldn't be said. And all of us need to do better and dial the language down. Let's focus on the issues. We have real serious issues that divide us and real serious problems in this country. Let's let the next 4 months be about how to fix and solve those problems in America and not have the incendiary language that unfortunately we're seeing right now.
I can't fucking imagine asking a guy who was also shot in 2017, mind you. Like, Trump had only been president for a year, and the rhetoric they were pushing at CBS got him shot. And they have the gall to ask him, like, well, you're responsible for this, aren't you, Steve? The way you talk and the Republicans talk, it's all your fault, isn't it? Are you going to tone it down? And then like a fucking major cuck, he's like, oh, I've already asked him to tone it down. You're right. I am part of the problem. Fucking hell, man. Grow a backbone. All right, it gets worse. Here's the thing. This is going to be the moral of the story, I suppose, is that it just always fucking gets worse. CNN analyst says, while showing footage of Trump being escorted off of the stage,
Donald Trump and the people around him perceive themselves to be under threat. And that's all that matters. That is not legitimate. That is wrong. You hear the screams from the audience. People are terrified.
That's not legitimate. A man died. What is it with these people? I don't fucking understand how you can be this psychotic. CNN analyst says Donald Trump and the people around him perceive themselves to be under threat, and that is not legitimate. This is just after someone tried to blow Trump's head off on live TV. Fuck these people. Oh my God. Can I switch the screen share? I just noticed the new button. Hold on, I'm going to do that again. Well, I'll test it on the next one. Different type of screen share. This person said, thank God Elon bought Twitter. Because these are the reports, and this is just a small handful that could fit in a single tweet of the reports that came out from all the major news outlets. Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after he falls at rally. Trump escorted away after loud noises at Pennsylvania rally. Secret Service, Donald Trump safe after popping sounds heard at rally. Trump rushed off stage after chaos at rally. That's all it was, just a little chaos, right? I can't stress this enough. The media is pure evil. Newsweek, MAGA responds with outrage after Donald Trump was injured at a Pennsylvania rally. This is a real newspaper cover. Gunman dies in attack. That's the headline? Really? That's going to sell the newspaper? Not former President Trump, assassination attempt thwarted, or assassination attempt fails? Like, Trump narrowly survives assassination attempt?
It almost sounded like Trump paid to have someone offed.
That's the conspiracy theory they want the base to believe. That Trump orchestrated the whole thing to make himself look good. And that the patsy or whatever, was all a setup. That's all. It's clear it was all set up to save Trump, right? Wikipedia said, they say here, Wikipedia has changed the name of the article from assassination attempt to shooting at rally. They're going on the trains too. Uh-oh. I haven't archived this one. Oh, that's not right. People on Wikipedia keep fighting to not call it an assassination attempt. Fuck's sake. God damn it. All right, can't read them. Doesn't matter. Biden refuses to call Trump shooting an assassination attempt. I don't have any facts. Looking quite orange there, Biden. Can't wait to see your ear get blown off in the next thing. Maybe I shouldn't say that about a city. That was a joke. That was a joke. He's copying Trump was the joke. God damn it. The Secret Service is going to knock on this pod any minute. All right. Tucker Carlson's Trump assassination conspiracy theory explained. Where it started and who's pushing it. Oh, another far-right conspiracy that turned out to be true. Business Insider. So that last one was from Forbes. Business Insider wrote an almost identical one. Tucker Carlson claims we're speeding towards assassination of Trump, amping up baseless far-right conspiracy theory. Hey, Business Insider, are you going to retract this? Pro-Trump Christian extremists use scripture to justify violent goals. This was in the Washington Post this morning, the day he was attacked. The New York Times, this one is the day after. New York Times just published this about Trump today. They are truly callous and despicable human beings, not a shred of empathy. He failed the test of leadership and betrayed America. Voters must reject him in November. So will surviving gunfire be Donald Trump's next appeal to black voters? Forbes wrote this article and then deleted it. Yeah. Wow. Truly. Oh, dear Lord.
Goes on to talk about Trump adopting the black fist of power.
Right. They're saying that him putting his fist in the air is he was appropriating the Black Panthers. Yeah. Also, Sean Harper wrote this. What's his byline? I am a diversity, equity, and inclusion expert. Oh, I think you meant to write higher, right? All right. Let's get some chats going real quick. Yeah, thank God I did not see a lot of this for most of Saturday. Are you telling me that you're just seeing all the stuff you already saw? Why did the shooter have the best seat in the house?
Are all those tabs just for this?
Yeah, and this is just the beginning.
Bruh.
They acting like Trump just wanted one of his ears pierced. That's how I'm acting.
By the time I dip out, we're just gonna like be 3/4 of the way through this.
We're already halfway through. Get your panties on. Jeez. Why did none of the police or Secret Service stop him? We'll get to that. Senator Armstrong, fight. Are those two naked young men? Roswell, I don't know how old he is, but yes.
At least 400. Oh, no, that's not right. That's not right. He's like the
10 tabs down, only 640 to go. What's after this? I can't see the next one. I like this one. What's the next one here? I said stuff about the memes and stuff. Oh, you did? Okay. Well, I if they're in that channel, I opened them. Looks like a scene from ReZero. Yes, it is.
He just sent them.
Oh, there's a quote from the director of the Secret Service that their number one priority is diversity. Yeah, we'll get to that. Cool. All right, just want to get caught up there. Moving on. Oh, how CNN would have covered the JFK assassination. JFK falls really, really hard at rally in Dallas. I love Elon Musk's the most. Caesar injured in group hug from CNN.
That's a great one.
All right, Time Magazine cover here. Attack on Trump. Wow, Time Magazine actually has some form of... this is the August 5th issue? Jesus Christ, that's going to take a while. Maybe this isn't actually the real one, but Attack on Trump, foreign president survives shooting with nation on edge. Nothing justifies an assassination bid, but did Trump play a part in changing the rules of engagement? Thanks, Sky News. It's Trump's fault that a terrorist who donated to Biden tried to assassinate him. All right. Speaking of the guy who tried to assassinate him, let's take a look at some footage. Oh, you fucker.
I made an executive decision. We could not handle that image popping up.
Correction. You could not handle that image. Look at me sharing it again without switching to share audio. All right, cool. Not that the audio matters that much. Here's footage of Donald Trump shooter who has been identified as Thomas Matthew Crooks, opening fire and then getting killed seconds later. Okay. Just so that everybody is clear. This frame, you're going to see that in like the first 3 seconds. Then the person holding the camera has an aneurysm and you can't see shit. You are not going to see him killed. Do you hear me, YouTube? We are not showing him die. Do we understand? Facebook, you don't need to ban me. Nobody's dying here. Right here, that's the shot right here that they freeze framed up in the top.
I hope he's turning this way. Be careful, guys. He's down. What are you doing? What's that? What's that? Somebody come on. It's right there. Yes. Ross! Now, where's that? Dude, that's exactly why we need fucking Trump here.
He's a longer video.
Fucking Secret Service don't fuck around.
I got some more stuff to include.
Yeah, look, they're undercover.
All right, I think we're good. We don't need to see any more of this. There's nothing else to see. All right.
Ross!
I hope they found Ross.
Yeah, so I think so. A lot of people thought that that woman was yelling the name of the shooter. Clearly, it's her kid who's not with her, and she's panicking, like, "Oh, active shooter, Joey, Timmy, get over here!" You know.
Or her
Anyway,
boyfriend could have been
whatever.
there too.
She's yelling at somebody. Breaking:
He's
FBI
dating her
officially
son.
identified the Trump shooter as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Rotten hell. So this is a picture of him that they supposedly have circulating.
You need to switch your shared screen.
Oh, thank you. I am that good. Share this tab instead. Haha. There's a picture of him. There he is, leisurely sleeping. All right.
He's got a COVID mask on.
Yes, that's all.
That was the red thing.
That's the white. The other stuff is blood.
No.
He had a bad sore he picked at too much.
YouTube. That is a red and white COVID mask.
All right, he's a patriotic assassin. The assassin becomes the assassinated. The FBI has identified Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20, of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, as the subject involved in the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. This remains an active and ongoing investigation, and anyone with information that may assist with the investigation is encouraged to submit photos or videos online, blah, 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 blah. All right, I just want to say something real quick, in case it's not clear yet. We're in the fog of war, all right? Nothing that we have heard, that we have seen, can be trusted. We don't know. We don't fucking know anything. And to be honest with you, I don't think we will ever know. I think this is going to be just like the JFK assassination, where, 60 years later, we still don't fucking know. We know that we're being lied to, or that the official story is bullshit in some very important ways, but we are never actually going to know what happened. It's going to be lost to time before you know it. I don't think we're ever going to get to the bottom of it. Anyway, moving past here. Switching to this tab. So the picture on the back of his shirt is a Demolition Ranch shirt. Okay? Somebody said, found out he was a groiper and deleted LMAO. Now, I'm pretty sure, if I don't understand, is a groiper not like a slang term for the feds?
No, I think isn't it the Nick
Fuentes?
What's his name? Fuentes, yeah. Isn't that the name of those people?
I don't know.
Groipers.
But he's not a quote unquote groiper if that were the case, because this is a shirt from Demolition Ranch. I think this person might be assuming that's some sort of Nazi thing, but it's actually just a D/R.
Isn't
for
groiper
Demolition
basically like the equivalent of something like a right-wing person that's like, I don't know,
alt-right.
opposing or something?
Wikipedia
Yeah.
tells me alt-right, white nationalists, and neo-Nazi activists, provocateurs, and internet.
So the shirt itself is literally just from
A gun tuber.
Demolition Ranch, the YouTube channel, right? That's literally all it is. So I mean, I've always interpreted, every time I've ever heard groiper or seen it online, in my head, I've always interpreted it as it's the feds or whatever, like the same as the word glowy, right? And it's always made sense in context to me. So just saying, those alt-right nationalists are actually just the feds, right? Just saying. All right. Dog, no way. Of course the shooter was a beta male. Not surprised. I gotta delete all my selfies ASAP. Breaking, the Trump shooter has been identified. Oh my God, no, oh no. Wait, no. Breaking, images emerge of the gunman, right?
This is the person that
Yes. We'll get to that in a minute. So you may have seen this. Let me share with audio. So you may have seen this.
My name is Thomas Matthew Crooks. I hate Republicans. I hate Trump. And guess what? You got the wrong guy.
Mega cringe. New footage from Bethel Park High School's 2022 graduation ceremony shows Thomas Crooks getting his diploma. The New York Post is reporting that Thomas Matthew Crooks was the suspect who shot Trump. Videos are being shared online of a man claiming to be Crooks. However, those videos appear to be a troll. So just so we're clear, just so we're fucking clear, so it's really abundantly obvious, Foreskin at Jew gazing is this person. They made a joke because, oops, sorry. They made a joke. I got to delete all my selfies ASAP because they saw this guy and said, holy shit, that guy looks like me. Right? So they like jutted their chin out, took a quick photo from the same angle on purpose so that it would be like, haha, look, it's me. Right? And then it quickly became, oh shit. Fuck, no. People are, sharing. It was supposed to be an inside joke among their small account, but then it blew up, right? Obviously. And this didn't help. It sure didn't help to do this thing, right? All right, back to this. So you can see him here. In a minute, he's going to come up.
Haley Madison Rapali.
There he is. Burn that face into your retina. Not that you can fucking see it. Image quality is so shit. For further clarification, the suspect is still being reported as Thomas Matthew Crooks, but some images and video being shared online are not the real suspect. Sorry. All right. Wikipedia editor is trying to get Thomas Matthew Crooks' Wikipedia page deleted. Benefit of the doubt. It's possible. The reason you try to delete it is because you know that this is fake, but people keep trying to add it to the entry kind of thing, right? Stop sharing. Okay. CNN identified the shooter's father as Matthew Crooks. I just verified that Matthew Crooks lives at the same address as his now deceased son, along with his wife, Mary Crooks, the shooter's mother. Both are professional counselors in Pennsylvania. Interesting to say the least. The father of 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks reportedly said he is trying to figure out what the hell is going on, as his son was identified as former President Trump's attempted assassin. Matthew Crooks wouldn't provide details about his son and wanted to wait until I talked to law enforcement before speaking out on the horrific shooting. The elder Crooks told CNN on Saturday night. Thomas Crooks was shot and killed after he opened fire at former President Donald Trump's campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Oops. Anyway, he does social work. Oh, board commission for social work, professional counselor is his license type. Secret Service has just stated in their live press conference, stated live in their press conference that they are still in the process of using biometrics to confirm the gunman's identity, as he didn't have an ID on him. This was 9:04 p.m. Of the day that Trump was shot. All right. I forgot that was in there. That guy is... can we get a baby on screen? Can we get a big baby on screen real quick? Can you move us so that we're only covering part of the image?
Big baby too?
Yeah. I need us pushed that way. No, the other way. Yeah. That way. Okay. No, not that far. Okay. Hold on. I'll do it myself. Get the big baby off screen real quick. I'll do it myself. How do I edit? Let's move this to about there. And save. Cool. Update layout. Cool. All right. So if you've seen the photo, say what?
I don't think that's enough.
That's plenty. If you've seen the photo, this looks much, much more like the shooter than this Matthew Crooks guy. So I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. We don't know. I don't fucking know. Okay. This is Matthew Yerrick, arrested in 2016 for assaulting police at an anti-Trump protest. He's just sleeping in the other image. Don't worry. All right. You can move us off again. Breaking. It appears the shooter donated to Biden on the day of his inauguration. Crooks Thomas, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, not employed. Year to date, he's donated $15. Receipt date was January 20th, the inauguration day. Report year was 2021. Earmarked for Progressive Turnout Project. Forum 3X on online, blah, 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 right? So it is possible. Joe Biden, I bought Coke with that cash. Grow up and do meth like your son. Oh boy. All right, so it's been reported that this is not the same guy. This is Thomas Crooks, not Thomas Matthew Crooks. I don't know. People are saying this guy was 65. Is that correct, Reese? Wow, thanks, Reese.
And Reese is not there.
All right, cool.
Reese misses the pass.
Somebody else said, wait, the gunman is a registered Republican? Thomas M. Crooks, Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Party affiliation, Republican. Okay. Interesting. Thomas Matthew Crooks donated $15 to Act Blue the day of Biden's inauguration when he was 17, registered to vote as a Republican 8 months later, shot Donald Trump while wearing a gun tuber t-shirt, somehow the only 20-year-old on earth without social media. All right, so what's up with him being a Republican? That seems a little strange, right? Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. Not at all, actually. The agitprop lefty accounts having a rough go today, but they still got in their nonsense. Here's a video of Democrat voters admitting they voted for Nikki Haley to cancel out Trump votes. I suspect the shooter had registered Republican to do the same. Pennsylvania is a closed primary state, which means in order to vote in the Republican primary, you have to be a registered Republican voter.
Voted for Nikki Haley, simply to, maybe cancel out one of the Donald Trump votes. And that is because this is heavy Donald Trump support in our state. I don't understand. Voted for Nikki Haley.
The best part about the shooter being a Republican is that now Trump can't even trust his own supporters. He can't feel safe anywhere he goes. Yeah, I'm sure he's shaking in his boots. The people he's duped for years now are capable of stabbing him in the back or shooting him in the face. The same way he's betrayed everyone who's ever been loyal to him. He'll never get another good night of sleep. Oh, man, that guy was stroking his dick while he typed that. That's a wet fantasy for him. All right, let me... I guess I'm not good at this switching over to shared screen with the audio thing. All right, here we go. We're back to that. All right. Over here. Shooter who fired at Trump had explosives in his car. Did anybody read this?
No.
I'm just curious. I don't really want to... Oh, it's not that long, actually. Okay, let's read it. Get out of here. Fuck you. I don't want alerts. The Wall Street Journal and CNN said the explosive materials were found in a car belonging to the shooter Thomas Matthew Crooks. Man, they didn't have his ID, but they identified him so fast and all that shit. Holy shit, that's amazing. Law enforcement's... They're on this. Butler, the gunman who opened fire at Donald Trump rally had explosives in his car, U.S. media reported Sunday as investigators probed the attempted assassination of the Republican presidential candidate. Man, that's like when they pulled the AR-15 or whatever out of the trunk of Adam Lanza's car. Like, wow, truly an incredible sight to show the murder weapon on camera as you pull it from the car. That gun that he was supposed to have used to kill all those people, right? Truly an amazing feat by the FBI. The Wall Street Journal and CNN said that explosive materials were found in a car belonging to shooter Thomas Matthew Crooks, which was reportedly parked near the campaign event venue in Butler, Pennsylvania. Interesting. I guess there's no news there. All right. Fucking goddamn it. Switching back to audio. I love doing this. Okay. I don't know about you, but a loner with no friends, family really not there, no social media, sounds like a perfect MK Ultra candidate. What?
Almost every day.
In what way can you explain?
I mean, he would sit alone at lunch. I mean, he was just an outcast, and you know how kids are nowadays. So they're gonna see someone like that.
When you look like a kid, you shouldn't ever say that phrase.
You know how kids are these days. No, seriously. I think it's entirely possible that this guy went to school with him, never spoke to him, knows that he was there, but didn't know anything about him and just saw an opportunity to get on TV and get 10 seconds of fame. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility.
That's the best way I can describe it. And it's honestly kind of sad.
For some reason,
I don't wanna say-
your screen is cut off halfway.
Where?
Like the video feed from you on like there on the side.
Is it cut off for you guys? Because I see it.
Like no, like the top of your head. I mean.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
that's
looks
weird.
fine.
Let me. Am I fully
No.
cut off now for you?
Now
Yeah.
you are definitely
Nice.
cut off.
Like it's only half of what you should be.
All right. Well, I don't know.
I'm looking
It
at
looks fine to me.
I'm looking at the YouTube feed. It's fine. It's
Awesome.
just Reese.
Provoked it.
Right.
You never know. Yeah. I want to say he was a loner more because he was quiet, but like he was just bullied. Like he was bullied so much.
This is high school.
Yeah.
What did they? Do you remember at all what they said to him or called him?
No. He was just made fun of, I guess, for the way he dressed or his appearance.
How do you dress?
Like they were just saying jeans. He'd wear hunting outfits sometimes. He would always wear a mask even after COVID. He wore a mask. Like a
Well, he
COVID
couldn't
mask
be a Republican then.
after COVID was over and all that. Yeah.
He's not a Republican.
Wow. No, clearly not. Yeah. So, what do you guys think about that? Think he was made
I
fun
could
of?
barely hear it. That's what I
know.
think.
Do you think he was made fun of? Do you think he was?
I mean, starting
Do you
to bald at 19, 20, probably got made fun of. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think maybe they were just jealous of him?
Jealous of him ascending.
Do you think it's because they were jealous? You think maybe they were just jealous of him? Because just in, TMZ has obtained footage of Thomas Matthew Crooks claiming he has a 10-inch penis.
What?
I go to Stanford University. I have a 10-inch penis and 6'4". I go to Stanford University.
5'4"?
I have.
He said 6'4".
6'4".
6'4".
6'4". Okay. Just in, right? This video is reportedly taken in February of 2020. February of 2020, you say? I guess that was before the mask mandates, huh? At Steele Center Career and Technical Education in Jefferson Hills, Pennsylvania, classmates say Crooks was quiet but would open up and was cool and friendly. According to TMZ, Crooks was incredibly skilled with computers and knew how to take them apart and reassemble them. Ooh, we got a badass over here.
I could take the batteries out of my remote control too.
All right. Now it's going to get weird. Mug Club Undercover was en route to the residence of the suspected shooter. And look what
So
we
I think
found.
they're in residence to the actual shooter, not the other fake guy. Like,
Yeah.
When this video first came out, I thought they were en route to the fake guy's house,
Mhm.
but they're
they
en
don't know
route
where
to
the fake
real.
guy lived. They just know the name Thomas Michael or Thomas Matthew Crooks or whatever, right?
Fair enough, yeah.
So they're on their way to where that guy was supposed to have lived, and this is what happened.
Excuse me. What's going on?
I have no idea.
What? I can't go down the road?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I was told to close it.
What's that?
Because I was told to close it.
Okay. Are you Secret Service?
No, I'm not.
You're
I
not.
wish you would quit photographing me.
Well, I'm allowed to, sir.
Well, you can move on too.
I can, but I'm allowed to photograph.
You can get out of the way. I got traffic coming. You can go.
I'll go.
Now.
All right. Have a good one. Go.
Seems
The
weird.
road's closed, but I got traffic coming.
Why the fuck would you park your vehicle here and put the road closed sign right here
In front of your
instead
vehicle.
of
Yeah.
putting that shit right fucking here?
Yeah.
I mean, look, benefit of the doubt. If this is a 2-lane road, you're putting it on the side where you would go. But fuck, man, if I was driving this car and this guy says, can't go through here. Why? Because I was asked to close the road. Fuck you. Go right around your bitch ass, right?
You want to put yourself under my tires, and that's your problem.
Play the video again. I think it'll explain why he did what he did. Just, yeah, from there.
I have no idea.
What? I can't go down the road?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I was told to close it.
What's that?
Because I was told to close it.
Okay. Are
Here
you
it comes.
Secret Service?
No, I'm not.
You're
I
not.
wish you would quit photographing me.
Well, I'm allowed to,
Just
sir.
get it positive.
Well,
What?
I wish you would quit photographing me.
I wish you would stop photographing me. Yeah.
I think that explains why this is happening.
Don't mess
I
with
think
retard strength, right?
I think Forrest Gump was in on this.
All right. So that's
Was
just a
that
little
guy a
weird.
cop? Like, I don't know why the
look-
Mug Club people would like. Are you Secret Like, I'd be like, are you a cop? Should I listen to you? Who are you?
Best case scenario, because the name came out, they needed to do some damage control to stop, because let's just say you're thinking, oh, they want revenge for President Trump, so they're going to go burn down the city block where the guy was from. I can see some sort of precaution there if I'm looking
it does
for
make sense.
But it's very strange to not have an actual police presence with police cars and stuff and just have some random ass guy saying, I was asked to close it. What authority do you fucking have?
Yeah.
Also, why do most assassins have 3 names? John Wilkes Booth, James Earl Ray, Mark David Chapman, Lee Harvey Oswald, Thomas Matthew Crook. That's
All right, I got a question. Who here doesn't have 3 names?
No. They're saying basically like you are identified by all 3 names.
We'll get
instead
to
of
that in a
just first
second.
name, last
Except
name.
John,
I understand.
John Wilkes. What about, did John Wilkes Booth have a middle name, or because Wilkes Booth is his hyphenated last name?
I don't know. The point is that all the time you see the
I'll get to that.
the thing, right? I'm just pointing out this person is saying it's weird that assassins are like this, right?
Yeah, people have made this point before, but I'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
Who here doesn't have a middle name? Does anyone not have a middle name?
Okay.
By
Who
your
here-
silence, I'm going to
who
assume.
here is referred to
Hold on.
repeatedly all the time by all 3 names.
Would you please let me finish? Okay, I'll get to you. Don't worry.
Peter J. Parker, calm the fuck down.
We all have middle names, right? We don't use our middle name, right? But in the case,
yeah, when you are an assassin and you need to be identified, I totally understand that.
Yes,
in order to
and-
distinguish you from just a regular old James Ray or Mark Chapman, you do the 3 name thing, right?
yes, that is why.
Yeah, I
That's
totally
the only
understand.
reason why.
I am just pointing out the purpose of showing this is that It ain't just the left coming up with conspiracy theories as to Trump faking the thing. Okay? That's all I'm trying to establish here.
Okay. I just mean like the 3 name thing has been a
Yes.
well, why do they got 3 names all the time? And it's like because
The chicken or the egg
obviously
argument or whatever.
most people have 3 names, and when someone is a killer, you don't want to get confused with the other John Booth. So like,
So
make sure
they're
to add the middle
saying-
name in there.
Now, this is clearly the guy who was in the graduation video, right?
Yes.
He doesn't look a fucking thing like the guy with the long hair
No.
at first glance, right? Could it be him? Maybe. This sure
He would-
doesn't look like him.
I want to
They're
see a
gonna need
photo
to,
of
they're
him.
gonna need to check the shooter's penis to know for sure.
I want to see a more recent photo of him, because that's the only photo that they really got going.
Yeah.
Where he has some sort of facial hair to see if it would be.
Right.
And honestly, the ear, because on the
Yeah.
video or that picture of the dead guy, like you can see his ear has some weird thing going
So-
on at the top.
His ear actually here, just as at first glance, does have like a weird jaggedness right there, which just could be, some image artifacting or whatever. If you look at the photo of the sleeping guy wearing the red and white face mask for COVID, that individual's ear is all sorts of weird shapes, like torn up. I think the bullet hit him and like came out
No,
in the
no.
ear, possibly, and just kind of like that's why it's sitting funny.
There was no blood.
there's no, but I'm saying if the bullet, because the bullet, I can't tell where it hit him. It looks like it might have gone like, because he's got teeth that are like coming out,
Yeah.
right? So I in some way it must have hit him pretty severely and
Well,
caused.
it blew off the back of his head, like.
So I'm saying if the back of your head blows off, right, and it ruptures everything, I could see the ear getting a little bit, chunked up or like folding in weird ways when it's no longer attached properly, right?
Maybe.
Regardless, it is a strange shape to his ear. And the other guy we were showing when we had the side-by-side photo, he had plugs in his ears, indicating
They're called
that in order
gauges.
whatever, gauges, plugs, same difference. In indicating that in order for the guy in the photo of like with all the blood on him or whatever, I mean the red and white mask, in order for that individual to be him, it means that he got the plugs removed and his ears sewn up, right? They are a weird enough shape that I think it's possible. I think it really could be that guy. I don't know. It's not my job to find out. Again, we're in the fog of war. We'll probably never know everything. But yeah, I don't know. It's just very strange. But they said here, they say they can't access Thomas Crook's phone. Maybe they don't want to. Might be self-incriminating, says Juanita Broderick. How did the FBI determine shooter acted alone within hours without being able to access his phone? Thomas Matthew Crooks appears to be a ghost. No friends, no social media presence, and no history with law enforcement. The FBI can't access his phone's contents, but somehow insists he acted alone. The reality is there's no concrete evidence either way. Why mislead the public again? What? Trump shooter appears to be featured in a 2023 BlackRock ad?
Watch out for his ear in this one. I think he's
this
looking
is
the other way though.
video. Is there a way to fuck?
It like the ad doesn't say anything. It's just like BlackRock,
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
we donate to shit.
Opening to me is knowing
I mean,
that
as
I can
if
be
you could
free to
even
do the
see
things
his
that I
fucking
love
ear
to do.
without how low resolution this is.
I hope when I retire someday, they say that guy
I really hope this is royalty-free music.
made this place a special place to come to school.
That's him.
No, not gonna be able to tell.
Not going to be able to see anything there.
So, are you suggesting that this guy is a homunculus they made in the lab isolate from humanity just for this.
Of course, it's so obvious, right? Definitely. All right, back to this. All right. Courtesy of Green Line. Decide to assassinate the president. Have clear shot at a man who is the size of a city block. Have ridiculous amounts of time to aim and take a shot. Miss, 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 miss. Hit 3 randos instead. Thank you, retardy Oswald.
Well, he did hit Trump, to be fair. He just didn't hit him in a vital spot.
All right. Now shit's gonna get really fucking weird. Again, we don't know anything. We have no fucking idea what happened. These are only speculations, and they are wild and unfounded at best. But it is really weird. So people are starting to notice, because they're looking at the footage so much, what some people in the background are doing. And this one, I think, is the most egregious one.
No, watch this shit, dude. Watch.
Look at this woman.
She sits down.
Look at her mouth.
Yeah, she's clearly smiling.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the weird thing. She's looking off in the direction of where the bullet ends up coming from. Puts up a sign, keeps looking over there. She's getting shot. He ducks down. She fucking smiles right in that moment.
She's completely normal. And then watch.
And then she's got her.
What the fuck? What the fuck? People are freaking out.
And she's filming.
And she's just like right there.
You can't see it in that video, but she does.
She's
smile.
not even freaking.
Well, I have more videos of this.
Yeah. If
The
you get
fuck
the
out.
source one, you can
What the
see it,
fuck?
Sure.
No.
It's not really worth
Anyway,
it.
Watch this
watch
shit,
it
dude.
again. Watch her face.
Watch. She sits down. Yep. Watch this.
Listen for the gunshot.
Puts the sign up.
Something that said, take a look at what happened.
Shots fall off.
Smile right there.
She's
crazy, right? That's weird. That's just
I do want to point out that they are all looking off to their right.
Yeah, they're looking. They're looking over that direction because he is pointing their attention over to a graph that we'll look at in a moment.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, look. This person says this lady just sitting unbothered playing Candy Crush at the Trump assassination attempt. Right. Listen. So you hear him say, "Wait, wait, wait." So is she playing Candy Crush?
Nah, Pokemon Go for sure. She got that shiny unlock. It's like I can't miss it.
What's the name of that Pokemon? I'm making an executive decision to throw something in here in this really awkward spot. Hold on. I gotta find it.
Gumshoes.
Gumshoes, yeah. Canonically, in my headcanon, she's playing Pokemon Go right at this moment. And she's catching
A magic
for fuck's
card.
sake. For fuck's
Okay.
sake. How many goddamn tabs are off screen here?
You got to change your shared tab too.
I haven't dragged. Yeah, I will. I haven't dragged it over yet. Oh, yeah, I found it. Okay. So in my head canon, she's playing Pokemon Go. And she just caught a gumshoe. Right?
Gumshoes.
Yeah. I mean, could it be more perfect? Maybe if the fur here was a tad oranger, maybe.
So basically, Pokemon predicted the future.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty soon, Trump's going to grow a goatee. All right. Then there's this one. There's only one man who did not duck during the Trump assassination attempt.
What was he doing with his hand there?
Okay, hold on. Sorry. This video is from 2016.
It looked like he was doing like the across the neck, like
Yeah.
kill sign.
Yeah. So I was trying to show you the here. Let me put this back up. Okay. So she's talking about.
Want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
So you see him there on the left with the fedora, still standing.
Yeah.
She's indicating that he's reacting differently than everybody else. Right? He doesn't look panicked. That's what she's saying. Okay, I'm just
a lot of people don't look panicked, but
yeah,
he
they don't
was
know
one
what
of the
they
only.
don't know what the fuck's going on, right?
Yeah,
so
he is one of the only people that don't duck.
Yeah, I'm only showing this tweet, but I was, I follow Liz Crokin, and I saw her point this out before then coming back with, holy fuck, that man behind Trump during the assassination attempt who did not duck is Vincent Fusca. He first popped up behind President Trump at a rally in Youngstown, Ohio, July 25th, 2017. That's what this footage is of. Okay, I noticed it wasn't the same thing because he doesn't have the MAGA hat on. He cryptically held up photos of a white van and a pink "Women for Trump" sign with "Ruby" and "Cute" written on it during that rally. What is the significance of the white van? What are they used for and who uses them? What's the significance of Ruby? Right? Like, I mean, I think it's obviously meant to be like, oh, Ruby Ridge and
Sounds
fucking,
like
Timothy McVeigh, right?
Sounds
Jack
like
Ruby is
Ancient
the name of the man
Aliens.
who murdered Lee Harvey Oswald 2 days after Oswald was accused of assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Right? They're just throwing that out there, right? So I'll show you the video here. There's the "Women for Trump" thing, and look at the, they're just pointing this out. Look, I don't fucking know. People are weird. I don't know that there's anything going on where he looks like he's putting a hex on somebody. Now this is he's holding up the white van image. Very strange, right? I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Just sharing it. All right, Matt Walsh had this to say. So here's the official story so far. A random 20-year-old acting completely alone walked within 150 yards of a presidential campaign rally with a rifle, climbed onto a rooftop in full view of Secret Service snipers, set up his shot and fired without anyone intervening and with no help from anyone. This 20-year-old is also so politically radical as to attempt an assassination, and yet not radical enough to have ever posted any political writings or commentary on any social media site ever in his life. He also wrote no manifesto and left behind no indication about why he did it. His last and only political act before attempting to kill the Republican candidate was to register as a Republican. You must believe this and ask no questions about it, or else you're a conspiracy theorist. And one thing we know about assassination attempts is that there's never any conspiring involved. Taking this a step further, this person said, I don't know if these posts are true. In fact, I doubt they are, but here's what I do know. Posts are true, referring to these ones we'll look at in a second. Allegedly, a 20-year-old long-haired introvert subverted the best of the Secret Service, hundreds of local law enforcement officers, and undercovers in the crowd, and was able to climb on a roof with a rifle just 150 yards from a former president of the United States and front-running candidate. People on the ground were screaming at police minutes before that he was up there. A hunter-killer team specifically tasked with eyeballing rooftops clearly is aware of this individual as the kneeling sniper lifts his head before the shot. From 150 yards, their glass on their rifles could read the serial number on that guy's rifle, but they didn't know he wasn't security. And yet, he was able to take 5 to 10 shots, not sure where that number's coming from, at the President of the United States before being neutralized. If you believe that, but you call that Anon post conspiracy, we aren't the same. I got questions. 1963, Kennedy didn't have Twitter, Anons, and the internet. We'll see. I don't follow the orders. So this person says, I didn't follow the orders, though. As soon as the shooter opened on Trump, I returned fire despite strict orders to not engage. I had eyes on the shooter for 3 minutes, watching him fiddle with his rifle and adjust the scope. I don't believe his rifle had a scope. Yeah. It was obvious he was a shooter, yet I wasn't allowed to engage. After I killed the shooter, I was arrested, questioned by the FBI, and just released an hour ago. Already lost my job for not following orders, but I'm glad I took the shots anyway. According to this 4chan post. My name is Jonathan Willis. I'm the officer in the famous photo of the 2 snipers on the roof of Trump's rally. I came here to inform the public that I had the assassin in my sights for at least 3 minutes, but the head of the Secret Service refused to give the order to take out the perp. 100% the top brass prevented me from killing the assassin before he took the shots at President Trump.
Is that the same person?
It's not. As far as I know, this is not the guy who shot. Well, we're going to look at it in a minute. I don't know.
No,
I actually
hold
haven't
on.
read these before.
Go back. Z9QI.
Oh,
Yeah,
you mean
okay,
the
so it's the
poster.
same person. Yeah.
Same poster. I thought you were talking about the guy who shot in the video we're about to watch. All right, so there's this video here. Oh, maybe it is. Here, we're going to look at this in just a second. You can see that's the dead guy that he shot, allegedly, right? All right. Now, we all know the real shooter. His name is Samuel Hyde. Breaking photo of a man who tried to assassinate Trump has been released and is in custody. All right. So here's the here's the thing. So I maybe it is him. I assumed it wasn't. Maybe it is that guy. So you can see this is right before it happens. Watch the sniper's head. I don't know that he shot. What do you think?
I don't think either of them shot in this video.
Say what?
In this video, I don't think either of those 2 people shot. I think if they returned fire, it was after that video ended.
Let me I realize I'm not sharing it with audio. Hold on.
Yeah, if you listen with audio, you start hearing the pops, and
yeah.
both of the guy on the left there pops his head above his scope and then backs up a little bit, and the guy that's lower down on the right fully goes tries to get behind the behind the peak of the roof.
And that's a little bit older, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah, I don't know.
All 3 of those bullets would have been the shooter, not return fire.
Yeah, because there's like 2 more shots at least that happen after the video ends, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. All right. It is every possibility that the person on 4chan is just LARPing because they saw the video and they thought that he shot back.
And that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah. Because and especially because it says here, check out the angle, counter sniper, see something and engage, right? So it's very possible that somebody saw this and just decided to LARP as the sniper and say, "Oh, look, it's me. I got fired. I saved President Trump. They told me not to," just to drum up drama. Now here's another one here. Video showing the moment Trump was shot with the Secret Service snipers team behind him. I don't see these guys. These are different guys, right?
No, they're the same guys.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't see them behave the same way when I look at it, but it's also shitty ass footage.
That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want
Oh, maybe they're different guys, but I'm pretty sure they're the same guys.
Yeah.
And
Okay, yeah, maybe it is different. Maybe it's the guy. Maybe that's on the left of the.
Yeah, so that's the other
or-
building on the other
Yeah.
side there. Yeah.
On the right, sorry.
All right. 9 shots total in quick succession, but the last shot sounded different. They waited to take him out until he got all of his shots off. Maybe ask these two guys why. And so this is that same photo, right? They're saying, well, ask these guys why they didn't engage or whatever, right? Oh, can't do that. Just a mask, everyone. All right. Can we? Are there any new chats we should look at? I can't see it behind the thing.
Just this might be.
This might be more
the
like the
Vegas-
Las Vegas shooting is. Yes, I think so. There have been few books on JFK. Very little have come to light on Vegas. Yeah, the Vegas thing. There is something about that they don't want people to know. It was one of the most deadly mass shootings in the history of the country. Perfect for gun control advocates to parade around forever, and yet they will never talk about it.
We had a similar thing that Canada doesn't like to talk about a lot. Although the difference is Canada put in a bunch of fucking gun laws for it. But which didn't make any sense. But anyway, it was this guy that like dressed up as a cop. He had a cop car somehow and like cop gear, and a bunch of guns, and went around killing people for hours, like hours, driving around in this cop car shooting people, and people knew he was a live shooter for hours. I don't even remember if he killed himself or what happened, but they do not want anyone talking about it. They've like tried to memory hole it, but the only thing that they did do was Justin Trudeau was like, well, we need to ban guns now, so we're going to ban handguns. It's like, none of those were handguns.
Isn't it weird how that always fucking happens? Weird, isn't it?
And they weren't.
That's like when Trump banned bump stocks after the Las Vegas shooting, and the guy didn't use any fucking bump stocks.
Yeah.
Weird, isn't it?
I don't even think they were legally bought either. They were like somehow taken from the police, I think.
Well, if you ban all that stuff anyway, if you have the next guy that like impersonates a police officer, steals their stuff, doesn't matter because the police officer still has the same equipment.
The government or the cops also gave him like $200,000, which was weird.
You guys are doing a little too much thinking for my liking. I don't know.
Just before he went on his killing spree.
I just think, it just doesn't make any sense. Why on earth would the Canadian government do that? That's just, you guys are conspiracy theorists. I can't imagine. What did they get politically out of? Oh, banned all handguns? Well, why would they? That doesn't make it. They never would have done that. They would have just taken all the guns. Come on.
Handguns were already like super restricted in Canada, but then after that they're like, nope.
Yeah.
And they also targeted assault rifle style guns.
Yeah. So now look, I'm leaning full in on the conspiracy angle now. Okay. I just want to point that out. I don't know what happened, but I know for damn sure that the Secret Service dropped the ball. Local law enforcement dropped the ball. Something was going on. I just want to show you. These are 2 widely circulating videos. Obviously, it's the main video we showed at the beginning of our coverage of this. And here's another video that I'm going to show you that's synced up to the gunshot noises. And you are going to hear people yelling, there's a gunman on the roof, and all stuff like that. Right? And I just want you to understand the very first thing that should happen. Look, people are saying, oh, believe it or not, Secret Service is trained not to preemptively strike. They only fire once fired upon, right? This has been going around for some reason, I guess. Even if that's true, the very first thing you should do when somebody in the audience anywhere is yelling, he's got a gun, is get on stage and get president off the stage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Immediately. Even if it's a false alarm.
Well, I can see there being like, you don't want to false alarm it, but like we'll see it, but there's literally cops, and I don't know if you'll have it. You posted it recently. I don't know if it's in the list of things, but it turns out that building is like where the cops were operating out of. So they were in that building already. There's cops literally walking around the building. There's people pointing and saying, "Hey, cops, there's a guy on the roof with a gun." As soon as the cop looks up and says, "Oh yeah, there's a guy up there. We got a shooter on the roof. We got a shooter," like radio it in,
So
and then
again,
Secret Service
there are people
flutter him
undercover
away.
in the crowd. Every single one of them should have a hidden radio ready to call it in the second they see or hear any. They're not there to see Trump. Their job is to protect him. The second they heard this, they should have moved into action. And it only gets worse from here. But let's watch this video.
It was also
Look, they're all pointing.
The Atlantic, maybe the Pacific.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look. There he is right there. Right there, see him? He's laying down. You see him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
And so I'm here with you fighting like hell to get a Senate.
What's happening?
And to make sure we take back the White House, because if we do, we're going to make
They noticed him. We're now a half a minute in.
Yeah, look.
There
he is.
And this is when this video person noticed him. Other people in the crowd already noticed him.
criminals.
And the cop was already wandering around. Like, what are you guys talking
We
about?
have people that should not be here.
on the roof.
It's much tougher than it happened.
You went right on the roof, big guy.
In recorded history, we're the best border. In fact, if they could ever put up a chart, I don't know if they can do it. Do you guys have access to that chart that I love so much? You don't mind if I go off teleprompter, do you?
Literally what saved his life.
Because these
was stupid
teleprompters
chart.
are so damn boring. I try and explain that.
Pointing out he's going
there's
off
it. Wow.
script.
You guys are doing it. They're getting better with time. My guys, take a look at that chart. Take a look at the arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow, right? So that's when I left office. That was the lowest point, and that comes right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration ever in recorded history into our country. And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit over that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something to say.
A full 2 minutes went by.
I hope he's turning this way. Be careful, guys.
That's the hydraulic lift there.
Just a reminder that many Democrats believe this was a publicity stunt and he bladed under the podium with a razor blade. Just remember that when you see the hydraulic system crash because it got struck by a bullet and the hydraulic fluid leaked out. That was fake, according to them. Just a reminder there.
We got breaking news coming in. Shots fired. Seems to be shots fired at the Trump rally. Are you okay? We need to go live right now. We are live right now at the Trump rally. We don't know if President Trump has been shot. We know he hit the ground. We do not know if President Trump has been shot. He's up. He's up.
This guy on in the right here, this is the guy that got his
Shots
head
are still
blown out.
continuing to be.
Sorry, what?
The guy on the the footage on the right here is the footage of the guy that got his head blown off.
Well, let's not phrase it that way. You don't see anything.
Fired. He's giving a thumbs up, everybody. He's giving a thumbs up.
It's a fist.
Breaking news right now. This is Vanessa
Look at this
Broussard.
woman.
Reporting to you live from Butler, Pennsylvania. We hear shots fired at the rally not 10 to 15 minutes after President Trump arrived. He hit the ground. Unheard of yet if he has been hit by gunfire. Secret Service quickly erupted.
You can see the guy there.
The snipers on the building behind the.
I think they hit him because the guy he looks dead.
I love that guy's accent. I think they hit him because he looks dead.
He's not dead. He's just having a small rest.
So he just putting his COVID mask on. He's having a nice, relaxing sleep.
Are you pointing to that lady because she looks like incompetent DEI, or like she was about to try and finish the job but then realized there's too much of a crowd?
Oh, we'll get to her in a minute.
She's trying to put the gun in the holster and can't, and then she's like, "I'll just leave my gun out then."
Yeah,
and then goes to holster it later.
Cringe. It gets worse.
Someone who was here. You weren't inside the event, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw. So we had a party here all day. You can see behind.
All right, just real quick. That hat has hair attached to it. Just so we're clear. I know it's distracting as all fuck. That's not his real hair. He's clearly bald.
We had a party, and we all decided, hey, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees out there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So
he loved that visor so much. He just took a Sharpie and crossed out the 0 in 2020 and just drew a little 4 next to it.
That has to be the best part of that visor.
Speaking, I'm estimating here, but we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building.
Okay, so according to this guy, they saw him climbing up the roof. Okay. Previously, we saw him basically already stationed, right? So this guy is claiming in this interview, and maybe he's exaggerating or misremembering or whatever. He's claiming that they saw the shooter getting into position on the roof, climbing up onto the roof, which indicates people saw and knew what was occurring even earlier than the video I just showed you, where 2 whole minutes go by that nothing happens to save Trump.
Beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, oh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up
You
there.
saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service.
We were telling the police. We were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Did you see? I mean, obviously, everyone when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching. But you're pretty sure they.
We don't know who's watching.
We don't know who's watching. We don't know what child might be hearing about the near death of a former U.S. president.
You saw that happen?
Speaking code.
Okay. Yep. And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or
The Russians might be watching.
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him.
No,
I'm
he's
sure
just
he
like,
was
oh, we won't
dead.
get monetized
That
when
was
we
it. It was
clip
over.
this on YouTube tomorrow.
It's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there.
Did you get a look at him? Could you?
I no, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it,
No,
but,
sure. But
it was a rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is,
I still have yet to figure out what the ending means with the horse.
Anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof. Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not on every building here?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions I think that are going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
I mean, nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. Seemed very, patriotic.
But what's the significance of her?
No, he asked me if I saw a horse.
Okay. All right. Well, listen. I'm sorry you had to witness that. It was a terrible thing.
I think. Okay.
Stay safe with your family and.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
Nice lady, nice horse, right? I feel like they were trying to ask, like, was that in some way like related or whatever? Like, did you see her? Was she involved or something like? I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. The Secret Service is not incompetent. They are complicit, says Luke Riddell. Basically the same video we saw.
Look, they're all pointing.
Pointing out again.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look.
We just saw.
There he is right there.
All right. A new video shows Trump supporter screaming he's got a gun after spotting Trump's shooter. Somehow Secret Service didn't hear. This is full proof. It was an inside job, according to this person. Trump should fire them all and let patriotic veterans protect them. So I don't need to show this. Oh, I'm not screen sharing that. Sorry. I don't really need to show this video. We saw it. It was part of that one we already watched. But you can hear he's got a gun. Stuff like that. Secret Service states there were 4 counter sniper teams on duty at yesterday's Trump rally. 2 were Secret Service. The other 2 were comprised of local law enforcement. I'm guessing these are the local law enforcement, considering they're wearing police. What's up? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm guessing these guys were the police because they got the police vest on, right? They don't have the earpiece in, right? They're not Secret Service. All right, Millie Weaver shared this. This image gives a good look at where the casualties were seated and the trajectory of the bullets. So Trump was here. The angle we're looking at was seeing them on the roof here. That's where the sniper was, the assassin, right? He was shooting at Trump. and hit this guy and that guy, right? Now, I just saw one while we were live that has a more detailed... Oh, fuck. Of course, I go back to it and it switches right after I got everybody hyped for it. Oh, there it is. Sick. So let me just... All right. Based on multiple videos that have come out over the weekend, I have updated the locations of police officers in the field of view of the 2 counter sniper teams and several videos and locations of the shooter, 5 police officers, Trump, and the 3 victims. Blah 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 blah. Significantly more here. So Trump was the Trump is the orange dot. The shooter was shooting this direction, obviously. Video of shooter and the video of the shooter and the police, where they were like, there's a guy up there, they're standing over here, right? Police officers are stationed all around here. Guess why? Guess why? It just so happens copy link. Because it just so happens a police counter sniper team was inside the building that Thomas Crooks shot from during the shooting, according to the New York Post.
You'd think you'd hear his foot, like it's a metal roof.
Yeah, the freaking rifle that he's struggling to get up there, smacking on the thing, making all sorts of noises. This just keeps getting more insane. According to sources who spoke with the Post, Crooks was literally climbing on top of the building where the watch post for the snipers was located. The building, the AGR International Ink Factory in Butler, Pennsylvania, was being used by local police as a watch post for snipers to scan for threats as the former president spoke on stage only 130 yards away. Crooks was reportedly spotted at the building 26 minutes before the incident.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look what happened. A months old, and if you want to really see something that said, take a look what happened.
He might be a little.
Our favorite German guy or whatever. Or whatever he said. All right. So I got one more thing, actually. Trying to find it real quick. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need that.
Old man says the 2 Secret Service women look like they are doing a skit from Saturday Night Live.
They do. They look like Alyssa McCarthy or whatever her name is. Melissa McCarthy, whatever. All right, let me try to think. What am I grabbing again? Oh, yeah. So I have like a conspiracy one.
I just want to say that. Well, what?
I was going to say it might be a legitimate reason why there was no one stationed on that roof. It was because that was the building that was the most secure. So they just didn't think it would be possible that someone would be able to get that close and up the building. So they're just like arrogantly like, we don't need to watch the roof. I've seen a tweet of the parking lot today because there was a question of whether or not there's an image of a ladder that he used.
That's coming up.
And there was a question of whether or not the ladder was there as part of the fixture or if it was a separate ladder.
Yeah, we're going to look at that ladder in like 2 or 3 more tabs here. So okay. I have a tab somewhere. I might have already closed it. That went into detail about who owned the AGR building. It was something like, look at who owns the building and all the questions are answered. It was some deep rabbit hole tinfoil hat stuff that I didn't want to include. Just for whatever reason, just didn't seem like a good idea at the time, but maybe it'll pop up and I'll share it. Breaking video show Secret Service snipers engaging with the Trump shooter heroes. So they were already pointing their rifles at the shooter and didn't see him getting into position, but then eliminated him within seconds after he fired. I'm not saying one way or another, just saying think very carefully about everything you see and hear.
Switch tabs.
Oh, sorry. God damn it. Right.
Just to point out, while I don't excuse them because they should have still like been on that, but anyway, if he's hiding behind the peak of the thing, right? They could be scoping him all day and not see him because he's ducked down
until
right?
he peeks over the ridge of the thing.
Yeah,
for sure.
So
I can definitely see that. Cool. Sorry, I'm just trying to organize these tabs so I can actually see the next ones. All right. Where am I? Okay. Dan Bongino, former Secret Service agent, said, actively communicating with a number of former colleagues from the Secret Service about the assassination attempt. This is an obviously catastrophic failure, and no excuses should be made or even attempted. The failures are profound, and questions must be answered about ground surveillance, air surveillance, post-standard support, and counter-sniper advanced work and response. We have one job, and we came within inches of a deadly failure today. An uneventful failure is not a success. This person said, I have no faith or I have no faith or trust in the Department of Justice or FBI to investigate this attack on President Trump. We need an independent commission to conduct this investigation. These are my concerns. Where was the outer perimeter counter-sniper observation post? Why wasn't there SS Secret Service or local law enforcement on or near that roof? Why wasn't there direct comms from the outer security ring to the inner ring around the stage / podium / president? The president's detail had several female agents within the inner ring. The purpose of a protective agent is to shield the principal and, if necessary, physically lift and extract the principal in the event of a catastrophic event. Given the size of the female agents I saw around President Trump, they would be unable to appropriately shield him, and I question whether they would be in a position to physically lift him and remove him from the stage if necessary. Who was the Secret Service advance for this event, and were considerations made concerning those outer buildings? Are the reports true that the Trump team has been requesting additional Secret Service staffing and been denied? These are just some of my concerns, but in-depth investigation must be conducted by a non-biased investigative group that is not politically motivated, such as the DOJ or the FBI is. I got another amazing one here. See, this explains absolutely everything. Before blaming the Secret Service for a security failure, you need to realize that the building where the shooter was located was outside of the Pac-Man security bubble. There was nothing the United States Secret Service could do to stop the shooter. United States Secret Service Director Cheadle made it clear it wasn't her fault. So this is the building he was in, and they're just joking that it was a Pac-Man shape, and that's why he was able to get out there so easily. Right? That's pretty funny. Anyway. More here. $1 million question. Did the shooter bring the ladder, or was it left there by the building owners? If he brought the ladder, nobody noticed? That's a big ladder. I mean, it is. Like, that's, what do you think that is? A 12-foot at least? Like, this is the door. It's up on a, like a 3-step riser. The door is going to be 6 feet at least, right? Then you've got basically double that. It's like an 18-foot
It is on a slope though, and it's on the lower
Okay,
side of the
so
slope.
but that's on the lower side of the slope. Even still, I
least
still say
10
that's at
feet,
least
though.
10 to 12 feet. That's a big ladder, right? If he didn't bring the ladder, who left it? The name of the business building is the American Glass Research. Yeah.
So photos of the current day parking lot had work trucks with ladders on them in the parking lot. So people are suspecting.
Could they have been possibly a white van?
Yes.
Was he working? Was he working with Victor Fusca or whatever that guy's name was?
Possibly. Who knows?
The question that too few are asking: since when have the mainstream media outlets covered Trump's or Robert Kennedy's rallies live? Interesting that they picked yesterday to start.
Switch tabs.
Oh, fucker. Thank you. Now, I assume, I don't remember in 2016 because I didn't watch, most of the mainstream media outlets at the time. I don't really watch either side's mainstream media. But as you get closer, because this is technically the first rally before the RNC, right? Which was the day after, right? It was yesterday? Or is it today?
2 days after. It starts today. It's multiple days.
Yeah. So it almost kind of makes sense that if Trump is about to become the nominee, that you start televising.
He's also in the news with him getting immunity granted to him. The conviction was postponed. Like, he was originally supposed to be convicted on the 11th, so on Thursday, or maybe it was the 12th.
So what you're saying is Plan A failed.
Yeah.
Hold up, though. You gotta consider as well, though, that the news outlets were starting to do the things where it's like, well, we're not going, like, literally as soon as Trump's about to speak, it's like, we don't want to broadcast his hateful rhetoric or whatever it is, right? So
that too. So
it is a bit
so
sus.
multiple things here, right? Like, it happened within the first 5 minutes. Usually, if it's CNN, they might just show the first 5 minutes and then cut away and be like, okay, we're done with that,
and start just talking over it.
Yeah,
it's very strange. I don't know. I think obviously the argument being put forth here is, did the media have prior knowledge of a plot to assassinate? I know. I disagree. But I'm just saying that's the idea being put forth here by this doctor.
The other thing to keep in mind is that the whole media was talking about how Biden is, mentally demented right now, and that was the big media buzz. So it would make sense to also, from that point of view, then say, okay, well, we're going to pay attention to Trump right now, to try and pit it against what Biden did at the debate, right?
Yeah.
How does Trump handle himself?
Live streaming
Biden.
Live streaming a rally that shows Trump is fully, with it mentally after the debacle with Biden might not be the best way to win Biden the election. But if you're trying to force him out, by juxtaposing and showing that Trump is with it and Biden isn't, in order to force him to drop out of the race, maybe. Anything's possible.
And most of the media were trying to force him out, right?
Mm-hmm. So Sean Davis had this to say: pretty crazy how an assassin was given a free shot at Donald Trump after Biden's debate collapse, referring to just the collapse in his ratings and stuff, like his support dropping off and all that. But also right before Donald Trump announced his VP and was formally nominated as the GOP presidential candidate. It's almost as if the whole thing was engineered not just to eliminate Trump, but to require an entirely new ticket free of any Trump influence whatsoever. And then it just so happened the shooter is the only person in the entire country without any social media or online footprint whatsoever. And the FBI, after whole minutes of effort, just couldn't figure out how to crack his phone. What a series of very strange coincidences.
They'll get into his phone, though. The whole thing with the phone is like, if you have the
what happened with the phone is that they blew part of his face off, and so the Face ID wouldn't open it, right?
No, I'm sure he probably just turned like it. If you want to get around not allowing the Face ID to work anymore, you just turn your phone off. Once it's off, the next time you boot it, it requires the PIN code to be entered. Then, if you're smart, you put on the longer PIN code and not just like the digits, right? Like a full keyboard PIN password. And you have set up to delete the entire phone after 10 attempts, failed attempts, right? And so, if they want in the phone after, if all of that's set up, because they have like robots that'll like input PIN codes programmatically until they get in your phone. But if you have that delete thing, they can't do that. And it's a lot harder if you have the full password instead of just the PIN.
But can't like the manufacturer force their way in, like they know
Apple
themselves.
Apple does not do that. There was this whole argument.
Do we know it was an
iPhone? Years
iPhone?
ago. My understanding is it's an iPhone. I don't know. That could be wrong. But either way, Apple doesn't do it. Maybe Google would.
Samsung or any other cell phone manufacturer.
Well, the operating system, the Samsung doesn't know shit about getting into the phone. It would be Google. But if it's an iPhone, they will be able to get into it. It'll just take maybe a few years, for probably not that long, to be honest. But they basically need to find an exploit to get into the phone. And as soon as that happens,
the shooting, the Farouk or whatever, the shooting in California with the Muslim couple, Apple refused to unlock their phone for enforcement or whatever. I remember that. Yeah. Jordan Avant says, wow. And I say, hey, I hope you had a good birthday yesterday. Let's see. Also, the Chip Vids says, do ears bleed after being shot? I thought they were burnt clothes. Are you referring to Trump's ear? Or are you referring to the assassin, the would-be assassin?
Either way, I don't think a bullet's gonna burn your ears.
You get a chunk taken out of your ear. That's not going to cauterize itself.
Well, yeah, not to mention, exactly. Not to mention that any injury you have on your head at all is going to bleed like a motherfucker. So, let's see.
There's no real veins in your ears, so it's going to bleed, but not profusely.
And it seems like he got hit in just like the most crazy specific spot too. You know. We'll talk about it more. Thomas Massey, U.S. Representative, Kentucky District 4, or whatever that is, the same bureau that investigated the Las Vegas shooting and the January 6th pipe bombs is now investigating the attempted assassination of Trump. This is also the same bureau that raided Mar-a-Lago. I'm sure they'll get to the bottom of this soon. In February, Donald Trump Jr. received a threatening letter that read, again, how many lives will be ruined before the psychopath Donald is silenced? Lee Harvey Oswald's grandson must complete his contract.
What?
That's a little weird, right? The Secret Service and the FBI said that they would be investigating this matter, but over 4 months later, no information has been released. We need answers immediately. News. There's a petition circulating inside the U.S. Secret Service that flags concerns about, quote, a number of recent Secret Service incidents indicative of inadequate training, a double standard in disciplinary actions, and a vulnerability to potential insider threats that could pose a risk to U.S. national security. It was first shared Monday, I'm told, and has 39 signatures so far. Aim is to call for a congressional investigation, the petition says. So to break that down again, internally within the Secret Service, people feel that members among their ranks are inadequately trained and could be a threat to the very people they are attempting to save or protect, either because they're incompetent, inadequately trained, and incompetent to do the job, or actively pursuing harming the person they're meant to protect. This is Kimberly Cheadle, the director of the Secret Service, appointed by Biden. She needs to resign immediately and be investigated. How does this happen? What was Biden's Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle busy with? Her goal of 30% female agents by 2030. No, this is not satire.
Hiring. They're aiming to have 30% women recruits by 2030, and even allowed YouTube influencer Michelle Carre to train with agents.
But I'm very conscious as I sit in this chair now of making sure that we need to attract diverse candidates and ensure that we are developing and giving opportunities to everybody in our workforce.
If there was one job that you should gatekeep, one, where you shouldn't be overly fixated on diversity over being hyper fixated on merit. I mean, this
she
is
wants
kind of
to
the job.
equally put everyone on the line to get killed.
1000%.
Okay,
You know,
especially
'cause we
if they're
saw
incompetent.
earlier.
Chip Vid says,
Yeah,
I've been
we saw
shot
earlier
9
that
times. It burns.
mine-
Wow. I'd love to see the photos of you not bleeding. You must be getting shot by like 22 or something very slow moving.
What were you saying, Greenlight?
I was just saying, like, we've seen earlier in these earlier photos that, you know, that one of the Secret Service girls is like hiding behind the other guys. It's like, I can't do much. I'm just here for moral support.
Yeah. Oh, that's coming up. Yeah. Hold on, I'm just looking at these.
It's like, what are you doing? Not my job, clearly. Like, how do you, like, there's plenty of jobs where it's like, okay, yeah, you can have diverse, whatever the fuck, but like here, it's like, no, fuck that. No, like, you need to do your job, or the person you're supposed
Everyone
to be protecting
needs
dies.
to be at least Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Randy, you've been summoned. Everything that is woke turns to shit, be it Boeing or the Secret Service. Yeah. Anyway, continuing here.
And particularly women.
That workforce will be pivotal for the 2024 campaign season, which for the first time includes a former president who already has lifetime protection. Agents were there when Donald Trump was arraigned in New York.
We were able to work out the details ahead of time of how that particular day was going to go, but we will always ensure this.
Well, surely didn't work out for him, did it?
The service has
Well,
No, they're talking about the arrest.
The day of the arraignment, when he was arrested.
fail mission, a mission officers are training to uphold, pretending this field is the most famous address in America.
All right. What? More? Secret Service posted this video a few months ago to boast about hiring more female agents. The director says they're aiming to have 30% more women recruits by 2030 to be more diverse. These are the results.
50 years ago today, the Secret Service appointed the first female agents to its ranks.
Coming in, I was young and excited and ready for that challenge. That's exactly what the Secret Service gave me.
So this popped up and I said, that's what I want to do. And I set my heart to it.
Gunawan makes it look easy, but she is the first woman to ever join the elite motorcade support unit.
Destination 1 mile, 6 minutes.
If women are so competent, why you gotta phrase it like, oh, she makes it look easy, but actually she's the first woman ever to do this? Like women aren't capable? Like, why you gotta phrase it like that?
I guess.
Yeah.
What's going on the 22nd?
So I just want to point out that it looks like she's in full riot gear garb, and it says Secret Service on it, not police, indicating that the images of the snipers who appeared to react at the very least to the shooting were probably the two that were the local law enforcement rather than the Secret Service. Which is just looking worse and worse for the actual Secret Service. Just throwing that out there. That if that was actually the local law enforcement doing the job of the Secret Service, that just makes this look even worse.
All right, girls, we're gonna need you to look after Joe for us real quick, and that's why they hired.
It is possible.
We need one day with all female Secret Service detail on Joe here.
I mean, that's how they're gonna.
That goes.
That's how they're gonna get rid of him.
Watch the rest of this video.
Yeah, probably not.
Anyway, and you need to step out of that uniform and get into your other uniform. Why is it Why is it scrubs?
All right, here we go. What?
That's not covering Trump's body.
She didn't want to engage.
If she isn't
She's
already,
smelling the other guy's farts.
Right? Shots fired. Trump touches the right side of his face. Trump takes cover as agents rush to the podium. Male agent 1. Get down, get down, get down. More shots heard as Trump surrounded by agents. Female agent. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Is that really what you just said over the radio? Or is that?
I think this is what Twitter says.
Report.
We can trust Twitter.
I mean, yeah. Jeez, man.
This reminds
me. You had one job. Literally one job.
All right. Here's her trying to holster her gun. By the way, her holster's back here. Shame.
Why was it out of the holster in the first place?
Secret Service in 2024. Half of them are fat, old, ugly women. Oof. Whoever said it looks like, I think it was an old man said it looks like a Saturday Night Live sketch. Yes. Nailed it. Right? That image just doesn't get bigger when I think on it.
Yeah, Melissa McCarthy fits perfectly there.
Right? Look at this one fumbling her gun. They gave Trump the B team.
The C team.
Here she is. Look.
The D team.
Can't fucking get it back in.
So she gives up. She's okay, let me try again.
Okay, yeah. Now that the president's safe. Look.
And then they run around. If you continue, they run around like.
That's how it works. Like they chase after the motorcade on foot, right?
They're not chasing though. They're running around like chickens with their head cut off. Okay, I guess they did go to the car.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know.
They still left a big open spot there for a couple seconds.
It does look like they're running around with their heads cut off.
I just can't believe how one single event can do so much to undo the bullshit, right? Nobody's looking at this thinking like, yep, women belong on that line of duty. All right, feminism in movies.
Hold on.
Feminism in reality.
Look at the black guy's face right now. Now he has glasses again. Rewind.
Okay. I'll go back. Where's the black guy? You talking about this guy? Is he black? I think there's. Okay, you talking about this guy? Confirm for me. Okay. Or are you talking about
at the end?
At the end, okay. Let's get to the end.
If you walk behind the white curtain, I don't even see a white curtain.
I think it means this curtain, maybe.
Oh.
That guy?
I don't know. That.
Yeah, I don't
Either of
see
those guys
glasses
are
come off.
black, or be black. They're all white guys.
Not a very diverse Secret Service, if you ask me. All right. Feminism in movies versus feminism in reality. This right here, that's the wage gap.
That's the best one.
Right? I think this one's pretty good. This next one, though. Hold on. Marvel movies lied to me, she thought as she hid behind the president. I don't think I have boss bitch magic at all, she sobbed as the urine ran down her legs. She's fucking terrified. Like all of a sudden the LARPing ended and it became a real incident. Like up until this moment, she thought nothing's ever going to happen. Because the Secret Service exists, nobody's ever going to try anything. And all of a sudden, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Oh, I have to actually do something now. Shit.
Yeah.
Can I just say that I think that there's something beautiful about. So obviously there's that greatest picture ever taken that happened, right? My favorite part of that is you see the guy who's staring like right at the camera, and it just looks like the live action adaptation of the game Mr. President, like 1-for-1. Like holy.
All right. I'm going to make an executive decision to make sure that the next thing we cover at the end here. Oh, come on, where is it?
I don't know what the game Mr. President is.
It's you're the bodyguard, and you basically look exactly like that guy that was looking at the camera, and you jump in front of the bullet to save Ronald Rump, or whatever his name is.
Okay. Oh, okay. I think I know. I think I did.
It came out in like 2015, 2016.
I saw some game footage
they
of
actually reskinned it when the final game came out. Yes. It literally feels like the game came to life.
Is the game like one level and it's just Trump like giving a speech?
No, there's multiple levels. I beat the game.
Oh, congratulations.
You're
the best Secret Service agent ever.
I'll be honest, this is the least orange Trump has ever looked. That woman stole his orange makeup that day.
Okay, while we have this up, this picture, like, my fucking god, this picture.
It's like perfection.
Yeah, this motherfucker, this is the same guy that took the picture of the bullets whizzing by his head. He just got up in his face and he was like, I'm gonna take a picture of you. And Trump's like, yeah, bitch.
Best fucking picture ever. Let's post this shit. The
fact that the flag is right there.
Yeah, exactly.
And I've mentioned this in the Discord, but like I legit think people will start like if you draw a pole from Trump's fist to the flag, like that would make the flag upside down, right?
Yeah.
I think it's possible that an upside down flag might like, and there was that whole thing with
Do you know what an upside down flag means?
The union is in trouble or whatever.
Yeah, well,
it just means distress.
It means the nation is in distress.
It wasn't Thomas's wife. It was one of the other Gorsuch, maybe. One of the fucking Supreme Court justices' wife flew an upside down flag. So it's just convenient, and I think it could take on more adoption with this picture.
If people know flag etiquette, if you start hanging a flag upside down outside of your house, they might think you have a problem inside of your home.
I don't know. A lot of people in my neighborhood fly their flags upside down for various reasons on different days. But I do think it's funny. Somebody said, I never thought I'd live in a world where I catch the breaking news of a presidential assassination through a VTuber channel.
I sent you a link if you'd like to see the source material.
Private chat. StreamYard.
Yeah.
While you're looking that up, I'd like to point out that maybe, because I actually did think about it for a second, there probably are female Secret Service women working for like president's daughters. I didn't even think about that at first, but like, you know how I think Barack had like President Obama had like 2 daughters, didn't he? So they probably have
Leah and Mufasa.
Yeah, this
I don't know.
This
Yeah.
is the same game I saw. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought this was the only level though. You got to time your run to the shoot.
I mean, this guy's doing it the unpatriotic way, but see, he looks exactly the same.
Yeah, except for the part where he's bald.
Oh,
No. His hair comes off. Oh. So,
No! What?
So,
the synopsis is this guy's called like hard, like it's not Dick Hard Nelson or something like Steel whatever, like he's
Steel Johnson.
impenetrable, invincible. That's literally like the flavor.
So, what if you've been with the channel literally since the beginning? You'll remember that I started I have like a detective drama that I was developing called Dino Cops, and I have a character in it who's a Secret Service agent, and his like dream in life is to die protecting the president or whatever. Or I guess in the story it's the governor that he's protecting or whatever. But like I just have all these moments where he's just a moment too late. So like the guy will get shot and go, oh, and then you'll just see him go, I got you, and he'll like dive into the screen, and it's like a full like 3 seconds too late. Don't worry, I got you, you know, like, and it's just like that was like a running gag for a while that I was working with.
Dude, here's the Steam synopsis. Mr. President, can you take a bullet for the soon-to-be president of the United States of America? You play as Dick Rockhard Johnson, a bulletproof man, the best bodyguard money can buy. He is sworn to protect the most hated presidential candidate of all time, Ronald Rump. Liberal media has rigged the election, has tarnished his glowing public image. Now they are trying to end his life. You need to leap, flip, fling, roll, and many other verbs to get in between Rump and a certain death. If Rump dies, who's going to pay for your Netflix sub? How are you going to pay for your lifetime of student loans and get overinflated medical bills? Where will you... oh, God. Wait, anyway, yeah, there you go. That's basically... That's a flavor.
So Old Man says, what's ironic is people getting real news from a VTuber while the mainstream news is gaslighting everybody else. Right? Oh, Sasha. Malia, yeah. Sinbad is first kid. Okay. All right.
Thank you for showing us your titties there.
Yeah, you're welcome. I do have an OnlyFans for you. Okay, so this guy said, referring to this, right? Uzis and Argyle socks. The Secret Service protecting Reagan after an incident at Augusta National GC, right? This is what they took from you by bringing women on board.
That's a hard picture too,
right? Yeah. It's not just DEI that's led to lack of professionalism. It's lack of fun. I've known guys like this. They were great at their job, but also loved it because it was fun. The perfect person for this job lives for the job. He doesn't want to do anything else. He goes to the bar after his shift and talks about new ways to identify and kill an assassin. He does hypothetical situations where he pretends he's the assassin. He takes a service car out for a joyride and burns the rubber off the tires. He sneaks the sniper scope home and tests different angles in the woods near his house. When he's bored, he practices the hard look in the mirror. He gets his balls busted mercilessly if he screws up. He plays pranks on his team. He knows every type of weirdo and deranged person he might encounter and points them out to friends when he drives by. He laughs at their problems and weirdness. The only form he fills out. What you're saying here is bring back toxic masculinity, right? That's my campaign slogan. The The only form he fills out is a standard logbook. He doesn't sit by a computer doing HR training modules. His training is lethal and fun. He knows where the edge is because he's crossed it once or twice, and not in some hypothetical way, but in a jungle somewhere with real consequences. This guy isn't always a good dad or upstanding citizen, but he cares. He knows that if he fails, he'll lose the thing he loves most. His only fear is the shame that will cause. But he takes this one fear in stride and enjoys his work because it's fun and important.
And he is a he. No, what?
A hero.
Yeah, now he gets bit by the president's dog and then fired because he watched the president slap someone's ass and he didn't want to not report it, so he gets fired.
So here we have now, this is how the Secret Service reacted in 1981 when Ronald Reagan was shot. I just want to remind you again, 2 fucking minutes went by in that one video. Much more time if the guy with the crazy visor hair thing is to be believed, right?
Get him out! Get him out! Get him out! Get him out! No! Stay back! Get him back! Get the ambulance!
That does look like a fun job. All right. Shortly after this, when Reagan did his next speech, a balloon popped, and this is what he said.
Reminded of the many traditions of openness and democracy that have marked the history of this city. America missed me.
Fucking badass. Make America badass again, right? All right, let me share. I want to share with you breaking dramatic reenactment here.
Okay, noob, I'm gonna do your style. I like doing a guy called Gangnam, but he had a style. Okay, top on. Fuck you.
Oh my god, I can't believe Donald Trump is dead! Oh my god! He's alive!
Shit, I glazed his ear. Fuck! Oh, okay.
How great was that? I was tempted to start the show with that as the as the actual.
I love Ricky. I fucking love Ricky, man.
All right, so we are now at the point in the podcast where everything else is off screen. I don't have any. I have a bunch more stuff we could just quickly pull on screen and show because we got through the important stuff, and there's some funny ass shit. So let's switch to this tab real quick, and let me just find some good ones. I'll start with the Abe.
We are 2 hours and 45 minutes into the podcast.
We're good. Don't worry. Oh shit! Actually, there is some. We haven't shown the angle of his head and stuff yet. Well, first of all,
we haven't shown the deep seat analysis yet.
You're right. We need to get onto that too. All right, here we go. Start with this. Just going to drag him in here. We're going to look at him. Biden after speaking for 5 minutes. Trump after getting shot in the head.
I love how it's the alien that they uncovered.
Fake. Yeah. Oh. All right. What else we got here? What's that? What we got here? What we got here? Don't need that one yet. Somebody said, "You'll never be her." What's her name from you know what I'm talking about. I'm only bringing it up because we just watched that. Let's see what we got here.
We just watched it, but couldn't remember her name.
It'll come to me. All right. Come on. We got good stuff here. If we have any chats, go through them real quick while I'm grabbing these.
Shaft was on it.
Oh, fuck. I found the thing I was looking for before. So the most perfect photo in the world we were talking about a minute ago? Yeah. Already on sale in China. Wow. What else we got here? Somebody said, in all seriousness, I think Biden will be very shaken by these events. He's seen this happen before, from Reagan in 1981 to Kennedy in 1963, and of course Julius Caesar in 44 BC. All right, somebody was pointing out the reason Trump turned his head is because at that point in the rally, he said he was going to go off teleprompters and wanted his team to pull up a graphic on the screen. He turned to look at the screen, and that is when that is when the shots went off. The fact he went off script saved his life. How much did it save his life? Well, here, this is the chart he was looking at. Right? He was talking about the lowest ever, right? Trump does this, Biden does this, right? In the illegal immigration to the U.S., right? And his head turn rapid, right? The idea is that if he had not turned, it would have blown the back of his brain off, but instead it only grazed his ear. Couple more of these. Trump versus bullets, Biden versus stairs. The Secret Service tackle alone would have left Joe Biden like this. I saw Blair White. This was Blair White's reaction to the assassination attempt. I don't want to hear you Epslers mention January 6th ever again.
Well, dude, what is it? I was thinking, like, so is this going to be like January 13th?
July 13th.
July.
Yeah.
Or sorry, July 13th, the day our republic fell, or whatever.
You take a swipe at the king you had best not miss.
We were so close to 7-Eleven. God damn it.
Right around the block.
7-Eleven was an inside job.
Oh, this was so good. This was basically the first thing I read about the assassination. Trump released a statement after assassination attempt. I fucking love this.
Yeah, he's
Nothing
fired.
What?
Yeah, he's fired.
Yeah.
The assassin.
Nothing
he's
is
fired.
known. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. Just imagine this in Trump voice. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place. So
The best blood.
The wound was huge. Much bleeding took place. So I realized then what was happening. God bless America. I've got a couple
God
more good
bless
ones.
America.
according to leading report, Donald Trump confirms that a chunk of his ear is gone. Maybe.
Well, some people initially were saying like his ear got shot off. And
Yeah,
it's like, bruh.
I don't know what that was about. Or people lose their shit.
I do want to know where the entry wound is.
I'm gonna guess it went through this portion of his ear.
So he got involuntarily pierced.
It really looks like if he had a pencil here, the bullet would have just knocked the pencil right out. You know what I mean? Like just kind of like bloop, right through there. It really looks like it. But I'm going to guess that the bullet really just hit the top part of his ear, you know? So much bleeding took place. I was reminded of this. Oh, God, so good. The doctor said they've never seen a body kill the coronavirus like my body. They tested my DNA and it wasn't DNA. It was USA.
USA! USA!
Oh! Why is this one not loading? Load, you whore. How I be looking at the deep state after it hit me with that dollar store bullet.
They get their bullets on Wish.
Marked safe from CIA assassination attempt. Couple other good ones here. This fucking image of Hillary. What do you mean they missed? I got this one too. Get
like
shot. Get down, Mr. President. Walks. Get up, Mr. President. That was the one you were talking about earlier, I think. What was this one? I love this. I would like to point something out for those of you who have not been shot at. Your immediate instinct upon hearing or feeling rounds impacting on or around you is generally not to stand up, pump your fist, and tell several thousand people to keep fighting. These agents didn't help the old man off the stage. They dragged the old man off the mark. Sit for a few minutes and contemplate that level of commitment. Then pour yourself a drink and pray for God to keep his hand on the old man.
I mean, isn't the sequence of events? He got shot. He immediately ducked, and then after the orgy happened, they said, "We've secured. He's dead. He's dead, or whatever is clear." And then they mushered him off.
But the indication is that you'd be so shook with fear that you wouldn't be able to stand up or whatever because you wouldn't know if you're safe.
Your adrenaline would be so pumping, your legs wouldn't hold you up.
Yeah.
You also don't know that there's not a second shooter somewhere, right? Which is why the Secret Service are trying to get him off the stage because they don't know how many threats there are.
Well, I'm just saying, at the very least, them saying that
Just saying, the beard. It was foreseen.
Coming.
It was foretold by Gumshoes, right? It's coming,
God.
right?
Anyway, all I'm saying is that if they cleared the guy who did shoot it, at the very least, you'd think slightly safe enough to fist bump.
Right. Project 2025, it's time.
People are going on about this Project 2025 shit. I don't think Trump gives a shit about it at all.
Yeah, he didn't write any of it. It's a proposed thing from a Republican think tank. He came out and said, I don't even know who's making this. I don't even agree with most of it. Some of it's good, but seriously. All right, let's see. I'm just trying to grab. Oh
my God. The shooter, his penis was huge.
Yeah. Me when the doctor asks where I've been shot. All right. Some people are. Hold on. I got a couple more in here before we get to that. We got this one. The girls from Licorice Recoil, which I should have shown this first, probably. We're going to put this one first. Don't tell. Yeah, anyway. Right? Then we've got Same Energy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got, I got a couple more of those. Well, I got this one. Well, let's just use this one. Some Jujutsu Kaisen contents is like Same Energy. Right?
Not seeing that one as much, but sure.
Well, if you watch the show, I'm guessing it's a reference specifically about the show, what happens in this moment.
It was like he's injured and he just goes off and is badass and stuff.
Yeah. People are acting like Trump's reaction is so impressive, but if someone shot at Biden, he wouldn't even flinch.
Yeah, he'd be down.
He wouldn't even know. I love this too. There's a keychain. Ouch.
Shinzo Abe's hole is quite large comparatively.
Well, he did get shot with a shotgun round.
You didn't get the joke. Shut up. You ruined it.
Did Kennedy get shot twice? I thought he only got shot once.
He did get shot twice. Yeah. The magic bullet theory, don't you know?
I thought the magic bullet was to explain how it hit him in the head and then hit the guy behind him as well.
Now you see him go down and then his head blows off in the footage. I'm not gonna lie, this is a very weird after reaction. Why would you open yourself up to more potential harm after thinking you were almost assassinated, yelling "Fight, fight, fight"? You're a liberal woman. You would never understand the virtue of courage. Let's see. This woman, this is from before, like a couple days before the assassination attempt. I saw this one. Opinion. My ideological opponent is comparable to literally the fucking coolest person ever, and that's a bad thing. A warning if you're thinking of voting for him. This guy is figuratively like fucking Julius Caesar. He's metaphorically marching on Rome. If you elect this guy, you're electing the physical embodiment of snorting lines of coke off a model's tits while also railing her and her friend while also riding a jet ski.
Sounds pretty badass to me.
All right. Then there's this one. The Mandate of Heaven. Right? Of course, we all know what really happened.
Like, his posture really good.
We all know what actually happened. He said, frantically looking for the thing. Fucking goddamn it. Actually, maybe now's the time to bring this one in. If you thought that this thumbnail looked familiar, it's because I built it off the one we did for our coverage of Shinzo Abe in episode 200. Right? Speaking of Shinzo Abe, what's the... Oh, where is it? It's this one, right?
Yeah, but Shinzo Abe was dead, so there's no potential like incitement based on the thumbnail. Trump's
Apparently, a 10-mile-per-hour gust of wind was blowing that pushed away the bullet from Trump's head. A divine wind. A kamikaze. See you, Space Cowboy. Right. Donald-kun. Get up, Donald-kun. Shinzo?
Donarudo.
Mr. President, why did you suddenly turn your head? Well, for a moment, I thought I heard the voice of an old friend. Right? I got more here. Hold on. Yeah, somebody's like, Tetsuya Yamagami was able to do it with a gun he built in a cave with a box of scrap. My friend, please look this way. His guardian angel said, "Fuck, I'm putting this over here. We're gonna fuck up the thing." All right, and then of course, after the thing, that people are saying, "Never send a gun to do a contraptions job." Also, America, gun crazy, misses. Japan, makes some bullshit, doesn't miss. It's the 2-year anniversary, July 8th, of the doohickey assassination of Shinzo Abe. Right? Now we've got this incredible moment. We all know what really happened. Right? And I'll take it, even though Reese also sent it to me, I'll credit JT for the amazing one. Where the fuck is Discord? Oh, on that window. Okay, got it. All right. It is in this one. And we will look at probably the most elaborate, fastest animated thing I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Huh.
I'll tell my kids this is exactly how it happened. right?
遺体はこのバレンタインのことを好いてくれて我が心と行動に
We need English subtitles for now.
Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna do one more run through here. See if there's anything else worth. Oh, this is so fucking important. Brandon Struck, I think, nailed it. Oh fuck, hold on, they're gonna kill Biden and blame one of us for it. Fuck, man. Yeah. That does seem like a way to get rid of the guy you're trying to get out of the race, and also even the playing field after Trump has gotten a monumental uptick in support.
Yeah, but he survived. That's why it upticked.
Yeah, but if you make the left look like, violent,
didn't work
people,
for Robert Kennedy,
right? If you do that, then it's gonna rally support on the side that is not violent. So if you make the other side violent, right, even if it's a false flag, then you neutralize the support that Trump was gaining, right?
It didn't work for Robert Kennedy. He died, and the Republican running won still.
But he wasn't running yet. That was still in the middle of his
No,
term.
he's not talking about the current running. He's talking about the Senate race for Robert Kennedy Jr.'s father.
So senior.
Wasn't his name also Robert Kennedy? Maybe it wasn't. Anyway,
Robert Kennedy Jr. Yes.
Robert Kennedy. John.
Right, he's talking about the Senate race where didn't he die in the crash or whatever?
No, the one I'm just maybe I'm getting the wrong name, but the Kennedy that got shot at the rally right before the election happened.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not fresh.
It was a presidential election. I'm pretty sure, and the Republican won. It was right before the nominee. They were about to have the Democrat convention. and
JFK's
someone
brother,
shot him.
right? Or no? Am I thinking of a different family member?
Yeah. Anyway, Abe wasn't
I'm gonna
used
step
to
away.
dodging bullets. It was an American tradition.
Abe wasn't used to dodging
I
American
was
bullets.
gonna say, yeah,
Oh.
Abe. Shinzo Abe.
All right, so
I'm gonna step
Baron,
away for a second.
Hold on.
Fix my background.
All right.
Baron Trump's heart hardens. Okay, and then there was this prophecy about Trump being shot in the ear from March 14th this year.
All throughout, and I saw Trump rising up, and then I saw an attempt on his life. This bullet flew by his ear, and it came so close to his head that it busted his eardrum. And I saw he fell to his knees during this time frame, and he started worshiping the Lord. He got radically born again during this time frame. I'm talking. People say he's saved now, but he becomes really on fire for Jesus for what I saw coming all throughout. And I saw Trump.
All right. Good.
I hope that is like it's weird that he's that close and and this was only made like a month or two or like
March.
3 months ago.
Yeah.
And I hope, no offense to Christian people, but I hope he doesn't go all like super religious after this.
Referring to Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I think I let's entertain the idea that you have a vision of the event, right? You actually see it happen. I think you could interpret the wound as a ruptured eardrum. And I don't know, we haven't heard anything yet. Maybe Trump's hearing is compromised because of it, but I doubt it. I don't think the bullet's that loud when it's not fired right next to your head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we'll see. I'm just saying you could interpret what you saw in the vision as, oh, he's bleeding there because of his eardrum rupturing or something, kind of thing. I don't know. That's again just taking that at face value there. If you're the believing type in the prophecy, just a heads up, after this, he goes on to say Trump is going to win in November, and then we're going to suffer the greatest depression the country has ever seen. That's going to make the Great Depression look like, a cakewalk. So buy storable food and all that shit, right?
Fuck.
Don't think you're spared just because you don't live in the United States.
People act different in dangerous situations. Many cower in fear, some do not. How you respond can mean the difference between life and death. From Old Man.
All right.
Keep in mind, Trump is also like almost 80, like Biden and everything.
Huh?
So maybe he's at peace with himself and doesn't fear death, right?
Well, he was attacked in 2016 too, and the Secret Service grabbed him and stuff. I remember I had a fight with somebody on not a fight, but like an argument with somebody on Facebook that was like, "Oh, Trump is done. He cowered like a baby, he's so scared." And I just showed the screenshot. I'm like, that is not the face of a man who's afraid for his life. In fact, let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Should be that hard to find because I stopped posting on Facebook after 2016.
It shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, it was only eight years ago.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I haven't really posted fucking anything since then, so I probably could find it quickly. I'm already in the 2019s. I am still in 2019. Almost there.
Predicting a depression isn't that much of a surprise. The law of economics are pretty clear.
Yeah, but predicting a bullet whizzing by his ear and gesturing to his right ear is different.
Nobody's asking you guys to believe. I'm just showing you the shit I saw. 2018, we're almost there. Almost there. No, it's taking time to load. Okay, 2017.
The fact that people thought it was fake, like when it first,
The fact that not a single one of them deleted the tweets after seeing that the guy died, like. All right. My daughter was born.
I was arguing with people in Discord about
Mm.
whether or not it was real or not. And I'm like, there's a fucking picture of a bullet flying by his head. And someone had their brains blown out onto the bleachers. I'm pretty sure this was not fake.
All right. I'm in 2017. And now the stuff's not loading. Here I am calling everybody stupid for their takes on net neutrality. It's fucking right about it. All right.
Hey, Netflix did almost double in price in 2016.
Yeah, but the thing about it was that the reason Netflix and all the other companies were drumming up all that fear about it is that previously the ISPs were the ones that were floating that cost, and Netflix was able to keep their costs low because it was being forced onto the ISPs. Let's see. I'm almost there. Oh my god.
The family can't sue like they did Alex Jones unless they get harassed, apparently. No, I think they could sue. Wait, which the family of the guy in the bleachers?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think the shooter's family can sue. But the guy in the bleachers, because there was so much question about the competency of the Secret Service and the police, I think they could have a legitimate lawsuit against the Secret Service and the police. Now, whether or not they would do that, because of the optics of suing the Secret Service might not look too great, but I think they could go after them. And they should be able to sue the family of the shooter. That I don't see why they wouldn't be able to sue the family of the shooter. Although I don't know how much money they would have.
I don't think that's how that would work. I don't think that would work.
Why not?
I mean, the family had nothing to do with it. The shooter's already dead. He already got his comeuppance.
Okay, fair enough. Because he's an adult, it would have to be the estate of the shooter. But again, I don't think he.
Yeah,
probably
but
had
if you think about
money.
it, you're not suing the shooter. You're suing the people who are being dipshits about it. Boy, there's so much gold in here.
I see what. Yeah.
There's so much gold in here. I want to just drink.
The Morning Joe got apparently they
Canceled.
deleted. Yeah, they didn't put it on today. Like, imagine one of them was stupid enough to say, "Oh yeah, I think it was staged."
Yeah, the network did trust him to not say anything stupid.
And then the family just sues the shit out of them. Of course, even if they did get sued, there's no way that
I gotta share this. This is my favorite meme.
There's no way a jury would side with the family.
God damn it!
Alex Jones was a special case.
I have to share my favorite
ISP
meme.
or Netflix, the customer will end up paying. Yeah.
Actually, let me show you guys this real quick. Wait, well, I forgot what I was looking for even. Oh yeah, now I remember. Okay, let me show you my favorite meme real quick.
He's on a journey, guys.
Switch to yeah. Hillary. This was during the 2016 election. Hillary is a liar. Hillary is the best choice for jail. That's my favorite.
I thought you were
name.
gonna show the timeline going all the way back to the 1940s, and it says Hitler, and it's like, Hillary's Hitler.
I'm almost there.
There's gotta be like the fucking pettiest neighbor. It's fucking funny, but like the amount of effort to do that to your windows.
All right. Here's the problem I'm realizing. I am searching for my response on somebody else's post. Am I not? Oh, fuck. Do they show those on the thing? Searching for face. That is not.
Do you care about the specific comment thread that you were having? Like,
Yeah,
just,
well,
I think we
it
can.
doesn't matter.
Like,
I've given you a good meme. You've gotten a good.
Very
I'm sorry. Wait, actually, isn't there a way to search? Hold on, real quick. This is last try. There's a way to search. Is it here? Search. Not.
you haven't been using search this entire time. Ah. Mirage says, "Make hentai great again." Vote for Dondaru do Taranpo.
Donaru do Torampu.
You have a better
All right,
Japanese
fuck it.
accent than I do.
I'm done. We're done. Cutting our losses. All right, let's go back to this. Anyway, there's a famous photo of the Secret Service or whatever, like, and Trump's just there, like he just got this face, like fucking dog shit, right? Like, oh,
You probably Google that quicker than
I can't find it. You can Google it. All right, here we go. Back to this. All right, I want to show you guys this. I thought this was pretty funny.
Of all the presidents, I think it's fair to say Donald Trump would be the funniest one to see get shot. Just because he'd be in the middle of a speech talking shit. Just, you're gay. The shooter would be coming at him and be like, sit down, get down. What a loser, get down, sit down. But just the noise he would make when he got hit, even if you love Donald Trump, it would be funny. As soon as he got hit, he'd be like, ah.
I think that's Dave Chappelle losing it next to him. Oh, okay. All right. So, a couple more things here just to kind of wrap this up. We've got people pointing out the obvious. First, hold on. First Shinzo Abe, then Robert Fico, now Donald Trump. There is a war on nationalism, right? Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper also said about that same topic. We nationalists will not be silenced. Nationalism will prevail, right? And then, of course, my last Abe, the real thing that happened that I was looking for ages ago. He's like deflecting the bullet with a katana, right? Okay. All right. Now we got some stuff here we should look at. I'm not going to go through I have a whole thing of people celebrating, but it's a bunch of like no-name people. So who fucking cares? Except for fucking Destiny. Destiny has like absolutely destroyed his reputation, even though his reputation already sucked ass. So I do have a couple things here. This is what I'm calling the Democrats' fallout. This is the fallout occurring after this shit. Why the replace Biden campaign likely came to an end last night. They no longer believe it even matters. We're so beyond fucked, one longtime Democrat insider said. Nothing that the image of Trump thrusting his fist in the air, nothing like that, or whatever, with blood dramatically smeared across his face will be indelible. Oh no, noting that the image will be indelible. The presidential contest ended last night, said a veteran Democratic consultant who spoke on the condition of anonymity to give candid assessment of his own party's standing less than 4 months before the election. Quote, now it's time to focus on keeping the Senate and trying to pick up the House, he said. The only positive thing to come out of last night for Democrats is we are no longer talking about Joe Biden's age today.
I've heard a lot of talk about the Democrats have just given up, and they're just and no one wants to replace Biden because they'll be walking into a loss.
Yeah. As I put up here, you shot Trump, but you killed the Democratic Party. Right? So I got a couple more things. Americans in November. I'm going to vote for Regina George because she got hit by that bus. Right?
Go ahead, do it.
Throw a couple more in here. In the last 30 days, the Supreme Court ruled that the Democrat DOJ wrongly used a felony obstruction charge against January 6ers, which led to hundreds of people being charged, convicted, and imprisoned. Judge Cannon rules that DOJ violated the Constitution in their appointment of corrupt bozo Jack Smith. One of the Democrats are being revealed as a crooked, venal, unethical trash they are. Or one by one, they are. And then I also have... I'm missing something. It doesn't matter. Maybe is it this? Yes, it is actually. So this also happened. Judge Eileen Cannon dismisses Trump's classified documents case. I guess that's the Cannon he's talking about here. Judge Cannon rules. Yeah, cool. All right. This happened. God damn it. 50 Cent plays Many Men in honor of Donald Trump and edits his Get Rich or Die Trying cover with Trump's face. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Like, holy fuck. The concert was reportedly in Boston. Here are notable celebrities who have commented on the assassination attempt against Trump. Conor McGregor says he is in Pennsylvania spitting out bullets, running for the love of his country. Ashley Judd said, all political violence of all kinds in all settings against all people is wrong. I would never want Mr. Trump hurt. He is a human with a family. John Rich said they couldn't beat him in a fair contest, so they tried to kill him, but they missed. Scotty McCreery says, praying for our country right now. Josh Turner said, thank God President Trump is okay. Thoughts and prayers go up for him and for the family of the attendee whose life was taken at today's rally. Lil Pump says, we spinning for Trump. Glad you're okay. This is my fucking president. So we got 50 Cent. We've got Kanye West. We've got, just it's apocalyptic for the Democrats right now. Let's see. What else do we have here? A couple more. Wade Miller has pointed out, take note, left, there are no riots today. MAGA isn't burning down Butler, Pennsylvania. Interviews with those at the Trump rally didn't express hatred or retribution. They appealed to heaven and prayer for our country. This was important to note. Former President Obama made a statement before current President Biden. And President Biden said, well, I don't have any facts. Fucking piece of shit. Okay. I got two things I want to look at here after this next thing. And then I think then we'll just look at the Destiny thing because it's fucking funny. If everyone actually votes this November, this is what the country will look like. Liking a post doesn't count as a vote. President Trump needs all of us to actually get up and vote. So I've got two things I want to look at here, just real quick. And again, I'm just pointing out this is apocalyptic for the Democratic Party. They're fucking done. Over the course of the last decade, there have been some key events that pushed me from the left to the right, from Hillary 2016, Biden 2020 to Trump 2024. Let's unpack it by exploring these 10 examples. Red flag number 1, Aziz Ansari and the fallibility of the Me Too movement. Me Too came in hot. The Aziz Ansari incident was a turning point for me. Aziz's career was nearly destroyed over what amounted to a bad date. The fervor with which the Me Too movement was pushed, often without nuance or due process, became increasingly unsettling. It felt as though we were sacrificing individual reputations on the altar of a broader agenda, disregarding the complexity of human interactions and the need for their fair assessment of each situation. The innovation stalemate, Elon Musk and the left. Elon's endeavors with SpaceX, from launching satellites to potentially colonizing Mars, have faced considerable opposition from environmentalists and regulatory bodies on the left. These protests over seals and birds in relation to SpaceX activities seem to overshadow the potential for groundbreaking advancements in science and exploration. As someone who values innovation and progress, the left's resistance to Elon Musk's vision feels counterproductive and stifling. The science of gender, so basically, obviously, all that stuff. New Perspective, Jared Kushner and Lex Friedman's podcast. I don't even care about that. Consequences of DEI and defund the police movements. The mishandling of the Afghanistan withdrawal, big one. COVID-19 responses and vaccine mandates. The obsession with identity politics, body positivity movement and health. Biden's cognitive decline. In conclusion, my political evolution has been shaped by a series of concrete events and realizations that have driven me away from the left, from the mishandling of individual cases in the Me Too movement to the left's resistance to innovation, blah, 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 all the stuff we just read. So basically, anyway, this woman is just documenting, I'm leaving the Democratic Party. Oh, shit, this is the same fucking woman. I was going to share this one too. Graduated in 2012 with a degree in women's studies. Cried in 2016 when Trump got elected. Lost touch with the Dems somewhere around Me Too. Discovered entrepreneurship. Updated voter registration in 2018, but didn't tell anyone. Told myself I was a single issue voting centrist. The last 6 to 12 months, I've believed I was going to abstain from voting in the upcoming election because the options are equally terrible. But watching Trump survive an assassination attempt and act like a total fucking savage just shifted me into some strange patriotic gear that my fancy feminism, white men bad infected brain never showed me. Like the dude took a bullet and stood up with blood dripping down his face and rallied a fucking crowd while fist pumping, yelling, "Fight." Sorry, but I'm voting for that. And saying it out loud feels so freeing. 2012 Stephanie would be so pissed, but that's okay because 2012 Stephanie didn't know shit. All right, so there's that. And then let's look at Destiny and wrap this up. Is there anything in the comments that we should address?
There's a Twitch streamer.
Biden lettuce. And all is a picture of Biden next to a head of lettuce with googly eyes and tagline, "Who will last longer?" No. Cuxtony. Yeah. All right. I want to share that and that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, by the way, a bunch of people in politics, like actual sitting congressmen and stuff, tweeted about like, "Oh, I wish he died" and stuff, and they're needing to resign or whatever. Such as this one. Gene Wu. Hard to serve a prison sentence if you're dead. I will be vindicated. Oh, this is from 30th of May. City Representative Gene for Texas. Here. This was a better example. The last thing America needed was sympathy for the devil, but here we are. Referring to everyone must denounce this. Such rhetoric has no place, right? This is from, right? Deleted his account. I assume that means he's resigning. All right, what do we got here? We're almost there. Young child, you are strong. All right, here's Destiny. If I've offended anyone with my recent tweets, I'd like to make things right. DM me and I'll buy you a front row seats to the next Trump rally. That's nice. What a pleasant human being. Fuck. I gotta remember to put this one up next.
Can he? Is he paying for the flights too? I'll take him up.
I'll take him up. All right, that one's a good one too, actually. Put that one in there. That's a good way to wrap it up. Kangman Lee, my new favorite Twitter account, said, "No, I will not unify with degenerate scumbags like Destiny, who mock the deaths of innocent Americans and demons who wish the shooter didn't miss. This guy, Destiny, when confronted over his rhetoric with the fact that somebody actually died, his response was something to the effect of, why should I care that a fascist supporter got killed supporting a fascist, or something like that." Here, might be in this one. "This is the fucking retard that got killed at the Trump rally. Fucking LMAO." Referring to that response here. "Don't you mean the bleachers he wanted to die on? This is the hill you want to die on? I'm sure Corey and Babbitt are both having fun with each other in hell right now." Right? "Dear Elon Musk, why are there ads on the omniliberal profile? I believe this page is now in violation of the hate or extremist content and sensitive content section of Twitter standards. This means his account should be permanently suspended from Twitter ads revenue sharing program." Elon Musk says, "You're right. This is not appropriate content for advertisers." Grum says, "Did Destiny just get his monetization pulled? He really believes what he is saying." And then the funniest fucking thing ever. "I'm going insane. 2024 assassination attempt. On July 13, 2024 at 6 p.m. EST, Twitch political commentator and radical left-wing transgender terrorist Destiny fired a single shot from a 9mm handgun at former President of the United States, Donald Trump. However, due to the attempted assassin's low testosterone count on account of copious quantities of soy consumption, he lacked the muscular strength to keep the firearm steady and was knocked backwards, landing on his buttocks, which caused severe hemorrhaging on his rectum due to the shooter's riding with Biden TM butt plug being propelled into his rectal cavity during Zim's fall." Oh, okay. Last couple here. Got this one. "People tomorrow morning after the high wears off. I have to delete some tweets." Right? And last one. "Every violence-loving leftist dropped their mask today before deleting their tweets, but we all saw it. It's what they really think. What we've been saying all this time. The woke want you dead." All right, I guess here I'm gonna end it with this. Trump announced his VP pick today, and I fucking hate the guy. Let's just watch this, and then we'll move on to pickups. How does that sound to the gentleman in the thing?
Somebody who doesn't like Trump, myself, the elites were right about Donald Trump, right? I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
He's the best president of my lifetime, and he revealed the corruption in this country like nobody else.
I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place. I think that he was a good president. I think he made a lot of good decisions for people.
I take it you're not a Trump supporter from what I've read. Am I right? Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah. I didn't vote for Trump.
All around, he was a great president. I'm 37 years old. Certainly the best president of my lifetime.
As somebody who doesn't like Trump, myself, the elites were right about Donald Trump, right? I'm
going to give Squally the honors of being the last tweet we look at, because I saw this right before we went live. "Do you support Donald Trump and JD Vance? Why does Vance look like he's hesitant to shake your hand because he didn't hear the sink after you went to the bathroom?"
Wow.
Oh, I wanted Michael Flynn, but whatever. All right. So there we go. Let me pull these off screen. It's going to be a bitch to get the dock in order tomorrow. All right. Who's ready to do some pickups?
Me, I'm ready. Well, kind of almost ready.
All right, you want to go first?
I gotta go grab one. Yeah, I'll go first.
All right. I've got some pickups too.
How was everyone's weekend?
Let's see. I worked 14 hours on Saturday and Sunday to film a Tony Robbins event. So that's how my weekend was. In fact,
the weekend
just
that you thought you wouldn't have.
for you, I just point out, my boss told me and my friend I work with, you're going to get a week off. Be thinking about when you want to take it. And then constantly reminding us over like the course of 2 months. So I told my boss, okay, you've been asking about which week I want to take off. I point at the calendar. I want to take this week off in July for my anniversary. And we already have the national holiday, July 4th, off. And because July 4th is a Thursday and you're giving the whole office Thursday and Friday off, I would like to take the day before July 4th, the 3rd, off, and then every day the following week except for Friday, right? So that there's my 5 days off. Oh, no. Yeah, I can't do that. Can't take a week and a half off. I'm like, okay, so you're going to steal from me 2 of those days because the week I want off just happens to be the day where we already had 2 days off. Okay, that's fine. I will just take off the 3rd and then Monday and Tuesday of the next week. Only 3 days. Totals up to 5 if you include the ones I was already guaranteed. Sure, you can do that. Then that Monday, Tuesday comes. My boss asks me to come in on Tuesday and take Friday off instead. All right, whatever. I didn't really, truly, it wasn't really going to be that helpful to get the show out. So I'm like, let's just do it on Friday anyway, because then I got 3 days to prepare for this 2-week podcast stuff, right? Then Friday comes. I need you to work. Take Monday off instead. All right, fine. Oh, also, you have to film the Tony Robbins thing. Oh, okay. So now I went from having 5 days guaranteed to me. I lost 2 of those because they were too close to 2 days I was already getting off. And then I got the 3rd of July and then the day that Monday after, right? So there's my 2, right, that I got so far. Then I didn't get the Tuesday. That got pushed to Friday, then got pushed to today, right? But in doing that, I also had to work on a weekend, so those 2 days got canceled out, and now I'm up 1 fucking day off from that 5 days off. That's what my pickup is.
Jeez.
All right, you done? You ready?
Fucking good. Yeah, I'm ready. Are you good,
Oh,
man? Do you
and
need,
also I got
therapy or
a
something?
text at 3:57 a.m. asking me to do a coffee run today because my boss forgot I had the day off. Yep. There you go.
Guys, I don't think
Let's see your pickups.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z season 9. So this finishes out my Dragon Ball Z pickups until I decide to get the Blu-rays. So, but what's better than 1 DBZ season 9, but 2? Because apparently I ordered 2 of them by accident.
Oopsie.
Love it when that happens. That one.
It was on a Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll.
Okay.
I don't know what happened. I opened up the box and I'm like, oh, shit.
They're easy enough to return to.
Mirage,
Oh,
that wasn't Jack Black. It was his partner in Tenacious D who said he wished the bullet didn't miss. Yeah.
But then Jack Black said thank you right after that.
Spy Family season 1 part 1, because I always sometimes forget about these. Like I get part 2, the limited, and I'm like, shit, I forgot to pick up part 1. So
I am also
there's that. Have you guys done that? Like it's
All the
like, oh fuck, I picked up the limited.
I can't tell you how many times I buy the LE and don't realize that it comes with volume 2, so I buy volume 2 with it, and then I have 2 copies of volume 2.
And because Discotheque was having a sale and these were going out of print, I picked up Dear S or Dears.
Dears. Oh.
On DVD. And Lupin the Third Part 2 Collection 2.
Nice.
I
would have waited.
Blair. You would have waited for the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
I was afraid. I'll be honest. I was afraid that they weren't gonna make a Blu-ray. I'll be real with you.
That's a fair
I was
assessment.
terrified to see.
That's fair.
It's like I don't know if Justin and the others are gonna make a Blu-ray for that shit. Like I don't want to be ass end of the. Oh look, now I'm buying an out of print DVD. Yeah. Oh shit.
So regarding Destiny, Cool TT says soy, more like wife's boyfriend's coom. Also dislikes JD Vance. Mirage says he didn't post it in pickups, but one of his friends from Pensacon sent him in the mail the final page of the original 1990s Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie script, signed by the screenwriter Todd Langdon, as well as being able to get a video call with him at GalaxyCon. Nice. I can't see what's behind my screen here. As far as game pickups, Fatal Frame, Maiden of Blackwater, Digimon Survive, Dragon Quest IV DS, Super Mario RPG Remake, and Final Fantasy 7 and 8 double pack on Switch. AC complaining about work. Me thinking at least he's not hauling trash anymore. That shit is hard on your back and body. I was cleaning trash, and I loved that job. But yeah. But it didn't pay us very well. No anime pickups, but I want to do a watch party of Kinnikuman Perfect Origin arc someday if possible. Well, look forward to my forthcoming first impressions that will change the way you look at that show forever. All right. So, in pickups, let us take a look. Reese, you picked up Gurren Lagann.
Yes. Boy. Not pleased about that one.
Why's that?
As you'll scroll down, you understand. But scroll down and then we'll go back up. So that was what Freedom just posted.
Mm-hmm.
Was
this
the
is what they promised.
That was the original mock-up.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's an art box or a slipcase.
Oh yeah. How much was it?
Like $130 or something.
Yeah. So you'd spend $130 for this. Right,
but I mean,
instead they sent this.
but I mean, I'm still 100.
Is it on a burned disc by chance? Did they thoroughly rape your asshole without lube?
Hold on.
Did you double check that the dub was on it?
Fuck you. But they like, as we covered it, the dub discs are 2 discs, the sub discs are 2 discs, so it's 4 disc totals. Which should have been 2 discs.
Maybe
it's really stupid.
Yeah.
And hold on, the case is really weird. Like it's not a Viva, like a 4-disc Viva case, which would add insult to injury. To be honest, it was just but like it has 2 separate layers that open up. It's the same size as a 4-disc Viva case, but like. I'd have to take a picture of it. Forget it. Anyway, it's a weird case. I'll just say that. And then I also got Vinland Saga Season 2 Part 1.
Cool. I am closing all the rest of these tabs over here. Watch that tab count. See it? I'm going to close these. These are the ones I didn't use. Boom. Damn. All right. You also got Vinland Saga Season 2 Part 1.
Yeah, I also said that.
Yes, and it's a shame because we don't get eliminated for that.
Yeah.
So this is just explaining the stuff you already explained, right? JC Vega picked up the Essentials of Zillion. Watch Club win. Reese picked up Hellboy 2, Sherlock Holmes 2.
A Game of Shadows, yeah.
Yeah. Best anime ever.
All right.
Footnum picked up Yashahime.
Season 1, Part 1 and 2.
Uh-huh. Bobby Hill picked up Heaven's Memo Pad. It's the only neat thing to do. Oh, this sounds weird. All right.
It was all right.
So in my pickups, I went to Anime Expo. I have a lot of shit to show. I'm going to save some of it for portions of the podcast tonight. I bought some cool ass prints. Fucking awesome. Right? I can't show you the rest of them at the moment because they're like safely inside of this thing, but
You're
the guy
doxing the
who
other
makes
side
these,
of your.
What's up?
You're doxing the other side of your bunker there.
oh no, do you see that there's like nothing to see though at all? Anyway, so this guy, I'm sure you guys have probably seen a viral TikTok of a guy. He's got like a kid on his shoulders and he's holding a giant ass canvas, and he turns around to reveal it, and it's a berserk painting with the god hand at the bottom, like the hand, the literal hand with like the god hand member standing on it. Yeah, so that's the guy. That's the guy who. That's the artist who did these. This fucker was freehanding right in front of me the next painting in this series with scaffolding and shit going all crazy with pencil. This guy was doing it right in front of me. It was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. This, by the way, cost me $120 for each of the prints in here. And there are 3 large prints. And then he gave me, so I bought 2 prints. And he said, okay, you get 2 small prints free. And I honestly couldn't decide because his artwork was so fucking good that I said, if I buy a 3rd large print, could I just get that at a discount? And he said, sure. So I picked another large one and he gave it to me for 90 instead of 120. And then he said, you get 2 more. 3 small ones. I'm like, fucking no. And this guy is from Australia. So Australian dollars are like, I mean, I paid the rest of his mortgage off, giving him $120, right? Like, and then I also bought from the, you guys know I have those prints of the Initial D like gas station stuff. There were some new ones in that series as well. So that's all you're gonna see. There's nothing to see. Yeah, it's so beautiful, right? Yeah. I obviously my most significant pickup. I got floors today. they literally there. It came to a point where it's like, I don't know if I can do the show because I can't run a line of Ethernet down here while they're putting floors in, and they have to they're like fucking cutting floors in my front entryway with a saw. I'm like, I can't have my Ethernet cable going through that. But fortunately, they finished just in time before we were going to go live, and I managed to do that. But I do have a bunch of frames and stuff. I'm going to put these in as soon as the time comes. So, and the worst part about this is a non-standard size because it's an Australian standard size print. Like fucking goddamn.
So you're gonna get reeled in the ass like
but this may be the first time that the frame cost me the same as the print, right? $120 for the frame would be a steal, actually. So, anyway, I probably have more.
Did you buy any Blu-rays or DVDs?
What's up? I have some actually.
Did you buy any Blu-rays or DVDs?
I might actually have them. I'm pretty sure they're upstairs. I bought Slam Dunk.
Okay,
the first
next
Slam Dunk
podcast then.
Yeah, I'll show them to you. Like I have a bunch of pickups I haven't shown you guys just because they're upstairs and like stuff that I don't want to bring into the pod and like not have anywhere to put it and then it gets damaged and
have
stuff.
to haul it back inside the house or something.
Yeah. So this was one of the things that they gave out at Anime Expo. Part of the swag was from Ami Ami. I'm the #1 blank otaku.
Yeah.
I thought it would be really funny to write Hitler and draw a little Hitler statue on her. You're supposed to wear this on the side of your head but it just looks so weird on me. So I'm like, let's not.
You should on the number one kawaii you're talking and just rolled with it.
Yeah. So let's see if I got anything else. Oh, I do. Did my kids steal it? My fucking kids. Oh no, it fell. I got the coolest thing ever. A plush Carby. Right?
Nice.
Hmm.
All right. Anyway, those are my pickups. Let's get back to the show here. Thank you for getting the.
Was that Julie's or yours?
That's mine. And my kids thought it was for them, and I made them cry. All right.
Let's assert your dominance.
Yeah, let's get back into this because we're already almost at four hours in. All right. Vic Mignogna was cast in 7 Days to Die. He said, I'm so excited and grateful to be able to join the amazing people for 7 Days to Die. Thank you so much for including me. Now buy some ammo because he plays the guy who sells the ammo. Wouldn't
Did
you
you
know
just
it?
skip my pickup?
You didn't have a pickup, bitch. Your pickup's not in there. I didn't see anything. And now it
Did I
would
not
ruin.
post it?
Now it would ruin the. Now it would ruin the timestamp. So you're shit out of luck. Yeah. Wouldn't you know it?
Next week.
Wouldn't you know it? Mars Girl's here saying, I don't know if you play this game, but time to stop and boycott. They have your money, bitch. All right. Anyway, continuing my pickups. HoloLive VTubers sing for the Dodgers Brewers game. So you guys remember we covered that they were doing this, and you got to get exclusive baseball cards. So this is
but I heard it was a shit show.
Was it?
HoloLive's the lines were like super long, and you could.
Oh yeah, I heard that. Okay, so I bought the tickets, right, for myself and for Dan, but we couldn't go because ReZero was happening at the same time or whatever. So I had a friend go who lives in LA, and he got the baseball cards for me, and I bought this
sweet.
I bought this sick frame for it. Full screen me. Oh, you guys are wonderful.
I'll
just do it. I
don't know how to full screen your ass. Otherwise, I'd do it.
Oh my god!
Where the hell are you?
There it is.
Like you have money right there.
Hoshimachi, Suisei, Gargura, and Usada Pakora. Right? Yeah. So these are the baseball cards they gave out. Get that off there. All right. So I can't wait to have my office up and running again, so I can put it on display. Obviously, not anywhere near the big bad sun that will fade the shit out of them.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I guarantee you, in like 10 years, this is going to be worth some money, probably.
Yeah, they're worth money now.
Already.
They're worth money at the game.
Yeah. So apparently the line like went all the way around to the point where like the line was so bad. People who bought tickets who weren't there for the HoloLive stuff, but just needed to get in the stadium, couldn't get in. That's how fucking packed it was. So HoloLive's non-Japanese Japanese fan base got a boost when several of their main performers appeared during a recent American baseball game. Well, I mean, most of them are from HoloLive EN, so so I guess that's not that weird. Gargura of HoloLive's English along with Pakora Usada and Suisei Hoshimachi of HoloLive Japan, became special guests in a Los Angeles Dodgers x HoloLive collaboration. The game also coincided with the 2024 Los Angeles Anime Expo. At the 7th inning, the screen suddenly showed an image of the Shark Girl singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" to a rapturous crowd singing along with the baseball classic. Usada Pecora, the rabbit girl from Hololive Japan, and blue-haired Hoshimachi Suisei also appeared on the board during the Dodgers Brewers game, as shown in the video recorded by a fan. Okay, so I just want to point out for a second, VTubers have multiple skins, and I am so glad because Pecora is one of my favorites, just in terms of like everything I know about VTubers is just from articles I read right on the podcast. But I love the design with the carrot in the hair kind of thing. This is the one they did for this like Jumbotron thing, whereas the one that's on the card is the one I like. So I'm happy about that.
It's now time for words that are recited before each and every game here at Dodger Stadium. Please welcome Garkura Usada Pekara, Oshimachi Suisei from Hololive Production. Take it away.
It's time for Magic Visa!
Wow.
That was anti-climactic. I feel bad for the old fuckers who were there just watching their normal baseball. It's like, what the fuck is this?
It looks like, despite efforts of the Brewers to edge the Dodgers, it was said that the efforts of Gura, Suisei, and Pecora and the Dodgers team were enough to rally back and claim an 8-5 victory over the Milwaukee Brewers. To cap off their win, a drone show after the game concluded the collaboration, as reported by a fan. So I got this here too. Wait, did we show this one?
We don't get 10.99.
They look so fired up from it. All right. Anyway, to cap off their win, there was a drone show, right? The event was also decked with Hololive merchandise stands for the collaboration, where fans could get special Hololive trading cards and shirts for the game. Reports suggest a very long line of people waiting for merchandise, which staff of the Dodger Stadium said that the line for Hololive merchandise is the longest so far. Damn. All right.
Dear God.
Meanwhile, Dodger
Like,
Stadium
what's insane is,
exclusive cheese. Good.
Wasn't Shark Week quite recent? I could swear it was, right?
Yeah, I think
they
it
should
was.
have hired Gura for that, not the Dodgers game.
I think they had John Cena for that or something.
No, I didn't see it.
Dodger Stadium's exclusive cheese and guacamole takoyaki is coming to Japan for a limited time. American Japanese food coming to Japan. I love this. Not a day goes by that I don't brag to everyone I meet that I discovered Shohei Ohtani way back in 2012. Check this out. July 20th, 2012. Blistering 99-mile-per-hour fastball pitched by high school student Shohei Ohtani. Right? Anyway, I wouldn't need to read the whole thing, but the Dodgers, the Dodger Stadium opened up a takoyaki stand because it was meant to welcome Shohei to the team, right? Here's Japanese food available at your new, home stadium in America, right? And now they're going to bring this to Japan so that they can, experience it there too. Anyway, put this in old doc. There it is. Okay. Meanwhile, the Japanese Olympic teams have a plan to stop voyeuristic creeps. How dare you?
Okay. That's like
you think there's a reason to watch the Olympics with no. Japan's Olympic teams will wear infrared-proof uniforms at the Paris Olympics.
This is why beach volleyball. Women's beach volleyball exists.
Mizuno designed the uniforms to combat illicit photography of athletes. Complaints about revealing photos led to the development of this specialized fabric. So it's not just it's not. Well, okay, it's not. I misinterpreted. It's not voyeuristic people watching on TV. It's the actual people at the thing. They're trying to cockblock it. Japan's volleyball, track and field, table tennis, and other teams will be wearing uniforms made of cutting-edge new fabric that absorbs infrared light, preventing infrared cameras from seeing through the athletes' underwear or bodies underneath. Japanese sports equipment company Mizuno designed the outfit specifically to combat the rising trend of voyeurs producing and circulating compromising photos of athletes on pornographic websites. Man, I didn't know this was a thing. But I'll tell you one thing. The
There's
Japanese
an
teams
X-ray
are about to
vision.
get a lot less cheers. Kazuya Tajima, who works on Mizuno's development team, told Le Monde he hopes that the use of the fabric by top athletes will make society aware that voyeurism is unacceptable, adding that cameras are becoming increasingly sophisticated.
Apparently,
You know what else
I
is?
didn't know they could do fucking X-ray.
AI deep fakes. So maybe pump
Oh,
the
yeah,
brakes
that's
on your accusations here. The fabric uses specialized material that absorbs light from the infrared range into the composition of the textile itself, making the fabric nearly wholly opaque under both visible and infrared light. I mean, I don't know, but my my body cams that I wear at Anime Expo and shit, those shoot in infrared and low light, and I've not seen through anybody's cosplay. Just saying, right? Just like it's not like all of a sudden everybody's naked. You know what I mean? That's not exactly how this shit works. But anyway, I don't know if we need to read the whole thing. I think it's pretty obvious what's going on. Moving on.
I am going to take off.
I was about to say the same. I kind of passed out earlier.
All right.
Wow.
Just a quick note for the Watch Club, since I did manage to.
Do you
push
want
my
to
way
just do the
through
Watch Club right now?
All right. I'm not gonna get spoiled. See,
All right, get the fuck
All right.
out of here. Let's do the Watch Club right now.
I watched everything, season 1 and season 2, all in one go.
Proud of you.
I could not.
Ready for season 3?
I guess I'll watch it. I suppose now I'm invested.
I've seen. That was my baseball card, which fortunately I put back in the box. So they're probably safe. All right. I watched the first episode of season 3, and I'll just say, the last 5 minutes is hype. That's all I can say.
Cool.
Was it like
I'm also gonna
solid
take off.
90?
Also, it's a 90-minute first episode.
Was it a solid 90
but
minutes
the-
or was it like 80 something?
I don't know. I didn't really count.
Was it a 3-parter?
No, it was full on just one episode.
Okay,
But,
damn.
it could have been a 3-parter.
Big
That was how
Sword
they
did that.
Yeah. Anyway,
One parter.
yeah. So since we're doing it now, I'd say I also rewatched season 1 and watched season 2 for this Watch Club. I really like season 1, but mostly like the first 5 or so episodes. And then that part where Subaru goes to the Capitol happens, and you're just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Kill yourself. Right. Literally.
That's the worst part of season 1.
Awful, right?
It's like a third of the show is him just being a complete
Being a
dickhead.
dumbass. Yeah. Followed quickly.
All right,
And of course, if
cool.
anybody
I
doesn't
haven't
remember,
seen
this
the
is
show, so I'm also gonna take off because it's midnight.
okay.
So
Wow.
I'll see you boys later.
I love
I'm
how
gonna
I
have to-
sacrifice. Now Reese has to. Yeah, go ahead.
Fuck! And I have to be up in 8 hours.
Hey,
we're gonna
hey, I
speed run
just
this
tried
then.
that one night, so
Yeah.
you'll be fine.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
Bye
All
bye.
right,
I
so,
love you
so
all.
for anybody who doesn't remember, the thing we're talking about is Subaru goes to the Capitol for what is the thing called? The princess selection or whatever?
Something like that. Or like
Yeah.
the
And he goes
Whatever.
to support Amelia, even though she specifically told him not to go. And everything goes to shit once he shows up there. And it just
Makes a
causes
fool
a
of
huge
himself.
rift between them that's unnecessary. And
Honestly,
you
I
have
don't really-
the ability to reset and not fucking do it. Right?
Yeah.
And you fucking coward don't, you know?
Well, they did kind of set up that he doesn't want to kill himself all the time, right? So,
Yeah.
but
There are
the worst
worse than death.
the worst thing about that whole thing is like There was really no reason Amelia had to say stay away, except for him being a dickhead.
Yeah.
Like, had he not been a dickhead, it would have been fine.
Stay away. Don't embarrass me. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's very stupid. And it's very contrived, right? It feels like manufactured drama, right?
Yeah.
It really didn't need to be there. Everything that happens at the selection ceremony, all the like backstory and stuff, everybody getting explained, Felt showing back up or whatever. All of that stuff could have happened without the unnecessary drama of her being mad at Subaru. Right? Like, it was completely unnecessary. So I 100% agree. That part of the story sucks ass. Followed closely by the stupid whale bullshit. Oh my god.
I didn't mind the whale bullshit because I was binging it.
Mm-hmm.
So but I do get that it was like they were dragging it out.
The stuff with Wilhelm and his wife and his like, you like flowers now? And it's like, fuck it, what is this shit? I don't give a fuck about either of these characters. Why
I will say one
on
nice
so
thing
much?
about seeing Wilhelm, the young Wilhelm, was hearing Billy Canvas again.
Yeah. So season 2 was some hot garbage the entire way through. It did not capture me at all. And I don't want to go into all the stuff I'm going to talk about in the first impressions video I recorded, but fuck me, man. So I watched the director's cut of season 1, and the very end of that ends with the reveal that Rem has been erased from reality. Right?
Memories of Rem have been
Yeah,
erased.
well, they presented it as though she's just gone.
Yeah.
Physically and everybody's memory just gone. That's how they presented it in the director's cut. Turns out that shit only happens in the director's cut version of season 1. It doesn't happen in the normal version of season 1. It actually happens at the very beginning of the first episode of season 2.
Right.
And that makes it worse because it means that we set up that Rem has disappeared from everybody's memory, and we go an entire 2.5 seasons and make literally zero fucking progress to get her returned to, like, existing.
I've read some things online.
Don't
and
read nothing. Don't you spoil stuff, you spoil boy. I made a joke. I didn't. It wasn't even a joke. You posted something about Amelia, and I'm like, Jesus, like exasperating, like, right, Jesus. And then Reese is like, ha ha ha. If you know, you know. And I'm like, well, now I know. She's fucking pregnant.
Yeah.
By herself, but like without a father. It's like just. I'm like, you can't help yourself. You like spoil everything.
I didn't spoil anything at all.
That joke came up on podcast. Like, we looked at a series of images talking about her breast size and how it is goddamn enormous in season 3. Enormous. Right? So the explanation is, well, it's because she's pregnant, right? And at the end of season 2, she's naive and under the impression that if boys and girls hold hands, she'll become pregnant or whatever.
It was kiss.
Kiss, whatever. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Anyway. Yeah.
And then it was like, fuck you, Puck, for being like overly protective and not telling her the ways of the world and stuff.
Should have given her the sex talk earlier, Puck.
Season 2 felt to me like it was written by the writers of the TV series Lost.
Yeah.
They were just throwing every
they sure
fucking
seemed
thing.
lost while they were writing it.
Yeah, trying to. They were like, "What made season 1 good?" Well, I guess the book 1 good or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mystery, and then they just kept throwing all these like mysteries, like mystery,
Yeah.
and it's like, okay, but
I
like
just
none.
think it's like they build lore and then unravel it immediately for the stupidest fucking explanation. Well, it's because she's half blood. That's why. Thanks.
And though the whole thing, oh man, when I figured out that the Beast Boy guy could leave,
Garfield.
what the whole time he could just leave.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay.
The entire concept of what was it called, the trial or whatever that she had to do.
Yeah,
like that whole concept was completely contrived, completely unnecessary.
It was like
the way I described it, I think in the first impressions was I said season 2 feels like when you have a paper that you wrote and you can't think of anything else to write in it for your school assignment or whatever, but the paper needs to be 4 pages and you only have 3.5. So you say, ChatGPT, please pad this so that it'll reach my 4-page minimum requirement. And then ChatGPT expands on everything without actually saying anything new and just makes it longer, right? That's what it felt like they were basically doing with season 2, is they took the established lore of season 1, introduced one fucking character, Garfield, and then
and his sister.
Frederica's in season 1 too.
Billy's a blinking and miss it.
Yeah,
there's like a flashback.
Yeah, but the point is, and there's honestly a lot of stuff does happen in season 2, right? He meets Satella, he meets Echidna, he meets all the fucking witches, right? But I don't give a shit about any of that. None of that mattered to me at all. I didn't want to see it. There was only some jokes that were even funny about like him drinking the bodily fluids or whatever repeatedly. Like that's about it. That's all I fucking got out of that. And then the jokes about Amelia thinking she's pregnant at the end, right? Everything else, I was like, I don't want any of this season at all. It was absolutely terrible.
I liked Echidna as a character, but
her fucking eyelashes. Who animated this? What was it? White Fox?
What's wrong with her eyelashes? You don't like colored eyelashes?
Didn't Your Moon
non-colored
get
ones?
animated by a silver fox? Right? Are these the same company? like
Jormungand?
Yeah.
I think that was White Fox too.
Okay, so I think Silver Fox did ReZero and White Fox did Your Moon.
No, White Fox did ReZero for sure.
Okay.
White Fox also did Jormungand.
There you have it. Yeah. So they're addicted to the white-haired characters having white eyelashes and looking like dog shit.
I didn't mind it.
Hate that shit.
The what was the other one that did it? Not Envy. The witch that like
Greed?
No, the one that kept coming back with where Beetlejuice or whatever the fuck was fighting.
Vanity.
Vanity.
Yeah.
I didn't like her design as much, but the whole thing with Beetlejuice or whatever his name was, where they're like
Beetlejuice.
His name starts with a P.
I was watching season 1 and 2, like with
they
subs on.
They never pronounce it Beetlejuice.
They flip flopped in the subtitles, Beetlejuice or Beetlejuice.
Yeah, that's why I joked. That's why I
so
joked during the first season Watch Club, where every time I referred to him, I called him something new, like boiled goose, broken noose, right? Like just every single time I mentioned him, I said something different because I was making fun of the fact they couldn't be consistent with it.
So the whole thing of like trying to set him up as like a good guy, and then he needs to take the witch factor and keep it, but then we want him to fight and then reveal the power of the witch so that she can turn back time, basically, if she sends the guy away. But then, that'll make me have to take away the witch factor. Well, I'll just say one line. Well, you get to keep the witch. Like, contrive is the word for the entire fucking season. We get there and Amelia keeps failing the tests, right? And we find out later that it was just because Roswell made a thing with Puck and fucked up their contract so that it would fuck up Amelia's like self-esteem or something and make it so she couldn't do the trial.
Yeah.
I was like, what the
Dude.
fuck? It's like clearly the writer.
They also do the nonsense like in Steins Gate. Have you seen Steins Gate?
Yeah.
Okay. But you know how when they introduce the Rounders, all of a sudden you find out that the guy who owns the shop that they rent for the lab is one of the Rounders?
I didn't have a problem with that.
Yeah. No. But the point is, once you learn that, when you rewatch the show and you see the tender moments or whatever, like the camaraderie between them, it's tainted. Right? Like now you know that he's betraying them. Well, now I have to fucking watch Roswell in season 1 be a conniving asshole in the back of my mind. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, he was always set up as a conniving asshole from day one, right? Like, because he's like telling Ram like we better kill this guy, that random guy that comes to the house. But it they took him to the next level with where they took his character.
Unnecessary, you know, and I just felt like I was really satisfied with where season 1 ended. And to be honest with you, the amount of people in Main Events Hall B at Anime Expo that were there to see ReZero was astronomically high. And it was crazy to me that many people sat through season 2 and didn't give up and made it all, and we're still hyped for season 3. Because the only reason I was hyped for season 3 is because at the time when I decided we were gonna do that was because I had only seen season 1. Season 2 of ReZero is to ReZero what season 2 of Black Butler is to Black Butler. Like, it destroys everything that season 1 built, and you're just hoping that season 3 of ReZero is season 3 of Black Butler that salvages everything. Like, that's all I can hope for, is that I mean, the ending to episode 1 was pretty fucking great. Like, just truly, honestly, amazingly well done. But I don't know the rest of the series is going to stick the landing, because season 1 had a bunch of rough spots, you know, that I chose to like forget about, like him going to the Capitol and the whale shit and all that. Season 2 was nothing but rough spots, you know? So I just I feel a lot less hype for season 3 because of it.
They kept introducing things just to like ignore them later. Like the trials, right? Like once they get past that he is like going to make the deal with Roswell, like the trial are nothing anymore. It's like Amelia's trials, when she unlocks the memory thing, it's like she breezes through all 3 trials. Like, how are these trials? Like she doesn't even do anything.
Their trials, the way that the Secret Service agent realized she was in Shit Creek or whatever for Trump. Like, that's the trial, is being put into the actual line of fire for a minute. That was Amelia.
Yeah. They introduced this random contrived issue with Beatrix, where he comes in and he's like, yeah, I killed Beetlejuice. Aren't you happy? And then she's like, no, I'm not happy. Why would I be happy? I have a book. And like, where'd you get this book? Why wasn't this book set up before? Okay, you have a book. And then it's like, by the end, the book was empty. It never had anything in it. And then we destroyed the book.
Was supposed to be like the tome or whatever of the cult.
Yeah. And then it's like, oh well, Roswell also has a book, and then but his works, okay, and that's why he's like gone crazy, right? Oh, but and so in this season we introduced the book, and by the end of the season we destroy the book, right? In the season we introduced that he's a maniacal idiot going like wanting to kill, try and make Subaru get on this perfect like line that he wants or whatever the fuck. By the end, oh no, he's made a pact with himself. He'll never do anything bad like that again. And we're back. It was like a filler season. Like literally all
100%.
all arcs
The
came
only
back
thing
to the
that
start.
it does really is introduce Garfield. That's basically all that entire season does.
And get Beatrix out of the room. That's like the two things.
Which I didn't even realize she never left before.
No, she did. That was the other thing. Amelia says, "Oh well, she can't leave." In one of the earlier episodes, she leaves
to hold Subaru's hand when he's having a nightmare.
He goes to her and because Rem killed him, right? He dies from the werebeast thing. In the one night, and then the next night he realizes something's wrong, so he leaves his room while he's like gasping for air, and then Rem kills him, and then the next night he escapes and Rem kills him, and then the next night he goes to Beatrix and he says, "Please just save me, I need to make it to the fourth night." And then she's like, "Okay, I'll just make a contract with you." And then Roswald's like, "Oh, you really made a contract with him?" So like whatever shit that they introduced in season 2 clearly meant nothing in season 1, because she's just like willing to be like, okay, I'm going to make a contract with you. And then she goes outside with him to protect him against Ram, because Rem had died and Ram was going to attack him at that point. So it's like no problem going outside then. So like, yeah, I was not a fan of the season in general.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't have anything more to say about it. I'm very disappointed with season 2.
They also introduced that fucking escape room, and they never go into it. Like the one time he goes into it in season 1, he freezes to death, and then the second time they're about to go into it in season 2, and it's when the mansion's burning down, and it's the last door, so he opens it and goes into the library. So to set that up and have no payoff for that was a little weird.
Yeah, because now the mansion's gone, right?
Yeah.
Like the part with Beatrix, by the way. So this season was so boring to me that I pretty much had it on, eyes on screen, completely glazed over, right? Just like I am not even following this because it sucks so bad. And then the part with Beatrix crying and him trying to get her to leave the room and everything.
Which
all of a sudden I'm like, what
happened like 4 times?
No, like the like big moment where
The one
like
at
he
the end.
convinces her to leave, right?
When the building's on fire,
and then like she wants him to kill her and stuff and all that stuff.
Because that happens 3 or 4 times.
I'm just like, it's the first time it happened. I'm just like, where the fuck did this come from? I'm sitting here watching this thing, and granted, I'm so bored, I'm hardly paying attention. But where the fuck did this come from? I rewound like 4 episodes and started again, and it still came out of nowhere because it was the same thing. I just glazed over.
Yeah, it's set up in one episode where he comes back and he says, I killed Beetlejuice. And that's the setup where she gets mad at him for no reason.
The other thing. They like give you the backstory to Beetlejuice, and it's like, I don't fucking care. I don't care. I care as little as when Tanjiro killed the Spider Family demons and Demon Slayer, and then you give me the elaborate backstory on how tragic their life was. I don't fucking care. They're already dead. Don't try to make me feel bad about it. Beetlejuice did disgusting, horrifying things in season 1. You're not going to redeem him now. He ripped Rem's limbs into, like, twisted him into different, like, positions they don't belong in, spun her head around. You're not going to convince me to feel bad for that fucker.
They set up the rabbit, and in this season, and they killed the rabbit.
Stupidest fucking thing, just as bad as the whale.
Uh,
The rabbits eating Subaru was pretty cool though.
and how they killed the rabbit too was like it was basically no problem. Like just like whatever. At least the whale was like
They didn't
he
even
needed
use
an
the holy hand grenade.
yeah, he needed a fucking army to take out the whale, right? But the rabbit, it was just like, all right, now that I know what the rabbit is, I'm just gonna surround you, and then Amelia's gonna fuck off,
No,
and then
Beatrix.
Beatrix. Well, Amelia's gonna help, and then Beatrix dimensions it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, worked them all separately into a different dimension or something.
Once Amelia started her second trial, and like that whole backstory, I was running those episodes on 2x speed. Like it was so boring. And even the shit with Beatrix where she's like bawling her eyes out in the fiery mansion. It's like this is literally the third time you've had this conversation. You keep having this like you're saying nothing new. Like come on. The vampire lady, she's like revealed, right? Oh, you're a vampire. That's how you're not dying. Okay, so then, but you were at death's door in season 1, apparently. And were you not a vampire then? But now you're a vampire. Okay. And so now you can get up from anything. And then you die from getting squashed by a boar beast. Like what?
By the way,
and
I think she's gonna come back.
I wait until the podcast after Anime Expo to finally take this shit off. I have been dying to get rid of this thing for days now because we keep delaying the podcast. It's my 18 plus wristband check.
Nice.
God, I'm glad to finally get rid of that. Anyway.
The sister that was supposed to go attack the town, he never really made a plan to deal with her. They went right to the mansion, and then there was just kind of like, oh yeah, the beast that went attack the town, we're just going to ignore them. And then I don't know, there was like they made some thing about like, oh well, we got the magic werebeast gem or whatever. Okay, but the girl dealt with the barrier before, so how did you undeal with the barrier? You never showed that at all. It was just kind of like an offhanded thing, like, oh yeah, we dealt with that. Okay. But then it set up that two of the werebeasts, the griffin thing and I think the hippo, didn't give a shit about the barrier. Like they're like, oh yeah, the rock thing doesn't work on these things. So it wouldn't have prevented them from going and attacking the town. Like, just, yeah. I was not a fan.
Terrible.
Of season 2.
Oh, I agree. It was awful. I found that tweet about the building. Like who owned it, the AGR building that the shooter was on. I'm going to put it in the doc. But basically, the idea is that the building is owned by AGR, American Glass Research. They specialize in manufacturing various glass products. They were bought out by Indicor in March, and Indicor's CEO is Doug Wright, whom used to work for Raytheon, which is a defense contractor with a lot of shadiness attached. He also used to work for Honeywell. Honeywell and Raytheon both refused to donate to anyone voting against certifying Biden on January 6th. And they went on to say, I don't think it's a coincidence that Alex Soros' tweet featured a picture of broken glass and the would-be assassin fired from the top of a damn glass factory. I don't know why that matters, but I'll put that in the doc when it comes time. Anyway, let's come back to some things here. Just see how much we can kind of get out of the way. I definitely would love to wrap up the show, but
yeah, before you do that,
you're gonna leave.
I'm leaving.
All right,
3:30.
Take
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So, speed running this live action One Piece season 2 filming has begun. So there you go. Also, the Cat's Eye French TV series released their first trailer. And I just want to say, it's been a long time since I've seen actually attractive women in media. These French ladies are pretty good looking. Yeah, in all the ways that matter.
Yeah.
They remind me of the one and only Sydney Sweeney a bit. Not in the tits way, but just like in the oh my god, look how cute she is way. Yeah. So anyway, that's coming, and I hope we get it on disc over here. All right, English.
Hold on 1 second. With the Cat's Eyes, I wouldn't be surprised if the Lupin from the Black Lupin series shows up in this.
Really? Is that also a French?
Yeah, it is a French one, but I'm not. It's not like. It'd be cool if it did. If he did show up in it, but I mean, obviously, I don't know. Like have a Lupin. And
I'd rather the French City Hunter come in.
That'd be so fucking funny though.
Right?
All three of them converge.
Well, I mean, yeah, like. All right. Anyway, English anime localizer claims My Dear Friend Noko-tan subtitle controversy is an example of why we need to educate Japanese companies on what good localization looks like. An English localizer citing a recent debacle regarding Remao's English language sub-release of My Dear Friend Noko-tan as an example of why the West needs to educate Japanese studios as to what good localization looks like. While watching the July 7th season premiere of the adorable animal slice of life comedy anime My Dear Friend Noko-tan, fans noticed that something was amiss with the anime's English language subtitles. From choppy capitalization to randomly inserted punctuation to the occasional nonsensical line, almost every line of the episode subtitles were marred with some sort of blatant error. Faced with such a bizarre translation, many fans began to speculate that the botched job may have been the work of AI. And though it currently remains unknown whether the subs were done by machine or human hand, the mere speculation of the fact prompted yet another round of AI localization discourse. Enter notorious Japanese to English localizer Katrina Leonidakis. Perhaps best known for proudly boasting about how she ran roughshod over HIDIVE's English subtitles for My Life is Inukai-san's Dog, and standing in defense of the translation of I Think I Turned My Childhood Friend Into a Girl, Leonidakis placed the blame for My Dear Friend Noko-tan's terrible subtitles squarely on the shoulders of the various Japanese studios involved in its production. Speaking of Noko-tan, a few people have pointed out oddities in the English subtitles, too. Mainly, a ton of missed capitalizations for sentences / proper nouns and a lack of split subtitles. What's going on with this series? Did the licensor outsource the translation instead of using Crunchyroll? The answer is yes. It's not unheard of for Japanese companies to do their own localization, but when they don't know how localization works or what good localization looks like, it often ends up with disasters like these. That's why educating creators, whether they're filmmakers, animation companies, writers, game developers, etc., is so important. Good translation is a profit enabler. Bad translation just makes you look cheap and uncaring. This is one of the strangest localization decisions I've seen in a long time. Even if the subscript is extremely workable, adapters in all languages have to tool it for lip flaps, shot lengths, etc. The only reason I can see them doing this, the Japanese company told them to. So what is she talking about here? Just to show I'm not crazy, here's a few clips of the dub. If you have the Japanese version to pull up, you'll see that these are 99.9% identical. The voice actors are struggling to match those lip flaps because of how fast they have to go. I feel so bad for them. Reese, are you watching it subbed or dubbed?
I'm watching it subbed. I checked out the dub, and yeah,
it's pretty rough.
I concur.
I work with dub studios around the world as part of my job, and a lot of the discussions we have revolves around adjusting important lines of dialogue for lip motions in ADR. It's the trickiest part of ADR scriptwriting and what makes a dub go from good to great. Full disclosure, I fully agree with everything she said. Like, I 100% agree. I can guarantee you this was not the decision of whichever ADR writer or director that was in the booth with the VAs. Someone on high, likely in Japan, said to use the script they were given, and god damn it, they've really done their best. Kudos to the VAs for sure. I've worked on projects where the Japanese licensor has demanded we use their dub script. I've been a voice in the argument for why we should or shouldn't change certain dialogue lines. We had to pick and choose our battles to change the worst ones. This isn't surprising. I can't believe I'm saying this again, but this is why we need to educate companies on what good localization looks like and how to do it. Because when they try to do it themselves, you end up with this. Now, look, I don't like the way she's phrasing this, because I just don't think that no Japanese company makes a bad localization on purpose. Mm-hmm. And no Japanese company doesn't have ample ability to see dubbed anime. And like you don't just explain it to them. Like, it's not as simple as saying, like, no, you don't understand. It needs to be like this. Oh, like I just don't see it being that simple. And to her point about when they do it themselves, you end up with this. That's the dub script for Ava on Netflix, right? Allegedly, that's the script that Gainax wrote for the ADV dub, and ADV said, absolutely fucking not. We are not going to record this. This is awful. Example being like referring to singular people as the first children instead of the first child, second child, third child, right?
Yeah. Referring to a singular in the plural sense.
Yeah. Which is, Japan doesn't have singular or plural. They have contextual things like, for example, saying that shoe versus those shoe, right? So shoe, let's just using as an example, would be like an example for like sore means that, sorera means those, right? So basically you pluralize it not with the noun, but with the contextual words. So it's very easy for them to not comprehend how that works, properly in another language and fuck it up. And of course, that's why you want to have a back and forth and an understanding and stuff. And honestly, the problem we have now is that so much shit is getting cranked out in anime that we just no longer have.
Can't keep up.
Yeah, you can't give every show the dedication it deserves. Anyway, I feel so bad for all the voice actors excitedly coming to social media to announce their roles. Many of them, their first anime roles. Unfortunately, they're saddled with a script they didn't ask for and a boatload of upset fans who are going to ask them why. Anyway, continuing from here, there's also people talking about using AI, subtitles done by AI, right? If localizers were committed to translating Japanese media accurately, no one would be celebrating this decision to switch to AI. Their reputation has rightfully, referring to localizers, become so poor that many people prefer basically anything that doesn't include unnecessary additions. I just want to say, we'll look at it here, right? I think. Yeah, we'll come back to that. Right. Japan has woken up to the problem of English localization in anime. Let me. Is he speaking English? No, he's speaking in Japanese. What say? This the translator should really avoid. It's almost a taboo. What I'm talking about is the case that some localizers express their personal beliefs in their translations. I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to go through the whole thing. Basically, the point is this guy speaking in Japanese in Japan is commentating on the fact that this phenomenon is occurring and disagreeing with it and all that stuff, right? Crunchyroll locks comments and reviews as Shika Noko subtitles get trashed. So I'm showing this so we can see these. cross the Tama River with smiles as pure as those of the Shinsengumi troopers. As you know, the soul food of the Nara Prefecture people. Wait, is she drooling? What is she, a merlion? So not capitalize these sentences, right? Can you promise not to tell anyone ever in no circumstances? Shika, 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 shika. So I could have done it without you. Weird ending of the stuff with the comma, right? So this sort of subtitling kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you ever bought like a Hong Kong bootleg of an anime where the subtitling had like just random bullshit all the way through it. And it would also oftentimes get so desynced that it became unwatchable because you're watching a show where character A is talking to character B, but all of a sudden stuff character A is saying are being on screen when character B is talking, and it just becomes unwatchable, right? I've consumed so much anime in that format that this being a step up from that is far preferable to bad localization.
Like it was still watchable.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, totally.
I still laughed my ass off through most of the episodes.
Yeah, no, it looks fucking hysterical, the show. So anyway, but the note to take away here is that Crunchyroll locked comments and reviews. Now, Sankaku Complex is saying this about my dear friend Nokotan or whatever.
No, they shut him off site-wide.
Yeah. So, incidentally, in a possibly related manner, Crunchyroll began to disable their comment sections, quote, to create a safe and respectful community, just as the show began to air. Why is Crunchyroll disabling comments? At Crunchyroll, we prioritize creating a safe and respectful community environment. To maintain this standard, we are removing all existing user-generated content. All existing user-generated content, including comments, across all our platforms and experiences. The user ratings will, however, remain, allowing you to express your opinion through star ratings, allowing you to still review bomb. Sony-owned Crunchyroll disables comments, user reviews in order to reduce harmful content and prevent misinformation. In a purported attempt to foster, quote, a safer, more respectful, and higher quality environment, Crunchyroll has reportedly disabled the ability for users to leave comments, including reviews, across the entirety of their anime streaming platform. This change was first brought to the public attention courtesy of a post on Reddit to the unofficial r/Crunchyroll subreddit. Quote, finished an episode of the show and made a comment, switched apps, and then back to find the comments section gone. They relayed to their fellow platform users, referring to Crunchyroll and Reddit, thought it was a bug, but apparently they've decided to suddenly blanket wipe everything. Why are my highlights fucking gone on all of these articles, by the way? In support of the claim, they shared a trio of screenshots. I do apologize for the inconvenience. To maintain a safe, respectful, and high-quality environment for our community, we have decided to remove all existing comments and disable the ability to comment on our platforms, including comments on news articles. This change helps us reduce harmful content, prevent misinformation, and improve overall user experience. If you have any further questions or need assistance, please let us know. Is this for everyone? Not just for my account, correct? We understand that you are not happy with the recent removal of comments and disabling of the comment feature. This decision was made to ensure a safer, more respectful, and higher quality environment for all users. Keep telling yourself that. We value your feedback and encourage you to share your thoughts through direct messages, emails, or support tickets. We appreciate your understanding and are here to assist you with any further questions or concerns. To the surprise of few, this change has not gone over well with Crunchyroll's user base, many of whom, if there applies to the thread or any indication, have enjoyed the communal aspect previously offered by comments and reviews. As such, unhappy fans have begun to send complaints directly to Crunchyroll themselves via their publicly available support lines. However, given how quickly and resolutely this change has been enshrined as a matter of official policy, it presently seems unlikely that the platform or their parent company Sony will actually listen to their users and roll it back. Between this disabling of comments, the constant butchering of subtitles, and its ever buggy player, at this point, one has to admit, while it's convenient for watching anime, the overall Crunchyroll experience is unpleasant and anti-consumer through and through. And sadly, it's probably only going to get worse. All right, I got a couple more here. I don't remember why I highlighted this blue. I think this is all stuff we already read.
No. It was, you highlighted blue to remind you to look at something else, I think.
Well, typically I highlight it blue in order to tell me that this, like, I'm going to read. Okay, yeah, so I'm probably supposed to read this instead of that. Okay.
When we were looking at it, you told me to remind you that you were highlighting it blue for a specific reason.
Yeah, so
and I forgot what the reason was now.
I'm guessing it's to read this tweet. Just skip ahead and read the tweet. So Jeff Thu, Mother's Basement, said, a lot of deeply pathetic people review bombing the new boys love anime Twilight Out of Focus, claiming this isn't about homophobia from their replies with single-digit review counts. They're really going out of their way to claim Crunchyroll is shoving it in their face. Who's doing it? Oh, Devashish Samdarshi. Sounds Muslim. Just saying. Maybe you're the bigot here, Jeff Thu. Right. Somebody said, give me a choice. Opt out. Listen here, Crunchy. You are not giving us the choice to opt out of any genres in profile settings. So if I find male-to-male BS like this in my feed, I'm going to give my honest opinion about it. Make it lowest rated anime on Crunchyroll. Is there any option to give negative rating? I just fucking hate this type of anime which promotes gayish shit. Fuck pride, says the Muslim sounding guy. Whoa. Deleted account says it's a shit show. One of the worst show promoting shit work. I just hate this. This needs to be the lowest rated on Crunchyroll. Balancing out of all 5-star reviews just based off one episode. It's too soon to be making reviews out of just one episode. Wait until episode 3 before you start judging people about their non-homophobic views. Okay. Anyway, either way, this is too far. Jeff went on to say in a follow-up tweet. Oh my God. Just get rid of these. Can I trash it? Confirm, delete. Confirm, delete. I just can't fucking read them when they're yellow. Okay. Don't know why that one's still there. Good. Get out of there. Okay. So here's some comments people have said. I've always enjoyed reading the comments and leaving some of my own. I find it absolutely ridiculous. They won't just properly moderate it instead of axing it entirely. Damn. I always look forward to reading comments after each episode I watch and see people relating to what I feel like while watching any anime. Kind of the only reason I enjoy watching it on this site instead of other sites like High Dive. Not gonna lie, one of the main reasons I have kept my Crunchyroll sub all these years is because I loved the comment section and being able to talk about and read comments after watching something. Looks like it's finally time to unsub. I'm not paying for less features. Then the last part here, the user rating system will, however, remain allowing you to express yours. Yeah, so just a reminder that they are still letting you do reviews like this. You just can't also comment in the review or whatever. All right, let's go over the comments real quick. We got 25 comments coming.
I was gonna say, well, go to the comments. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh shit, I got it as well. All right. Oh man, there's so much. Okay. Those Hololive baseball cards are awesome. I used to collect baseball, basketball, and football cards. I still have Jerry Rice's rookie card and a box of other rookie cards. Nice. They're bringing Japanese food to Japan. Crazy. No, they're bringing American Japanese food to Japan. Japanese phones have a shutter sound to alert women because of perverts trying to take pictures. Yeah, but they're talking about like actual cameras, you know, not phone cams. Read season 3, but I don't know what the cliffhanger could be. Okay. About season 2's cliffhanger? Or season 3's cliffhanger? Season 2 kind of explained why it would not matter what Subaru did. Wilhelm gets a spin-off. Yeah, he fucking does. I tried watching ReZero, but couldn't stand Subaru at the beginning. Plus, the idea of dying over and over again, Dark Souls style, kind of turned me off. Well, the third run doesn't show up in the third either. No! The witches still don't matter. Yeah, season 2 is dog shit. They don't pronounce the name correctly because it would basically be a spoiler. At least they've never read season 2. Oh. Season 2 is censored, so I don't know if it can salvage it for me. Betty is a library. Of course she has books. Betty leaves and helps Subaru escape, but the contract does mean Betty can leave. You guys are perfectly articulating why I felt so checked out of season 2 compared to season 1. She is a doll, not a vampire. She was part of a set. He had to kill her sisters to gain immortality. Immorality? What? She killed all but one because she wanted to be able to die. Oh, okay. Japan never needs to be educated by gaijin. Localization always exists to do bigotry. Okay. Tachi indicates a plural. Yeah, and watashi tachi. Yeah. So you're right. That is a noun that, or I guess that's a pronoun technically, that can indicate multiple. I'm not saying they don't have the ability. I'm just saying that most nouns are not distinguished. It's context that makes it understood rather than the word itself. Crunchyroll stole the subscribers' money to make High Guardian Space. Yep. I missed the comments on Crunchyroll. I really wanted to see what they had to say about the VTuber Legend one. Yeah. It's sad that pirate sites have a better service than official sites, right? With comments and uncensored anime, it's like Gabe Newell said, piracy is a service problem. I think it's a supply chain issue. Tubi is better at showing anime, and sup. Hey, M22Ja. Take care. All right, so jumping in here, AX Cinema Nights reveals 2024-2025 slate with plans to screen Ninja Scroll, Metropolis, and more. So Anime Expo is getting into the theater like screening game, and they're starting with stuff that's easy to license, I guess, like Ninja Scroll, which has existed for ages, Metropolis, which has existed for ages, Paprika, and Cowboy Bebop the movie is what they're starting with. All right, moving on from here. Crunchyroll is bringing Kizumonogatari Koyomi Vamp anime film to theaters in North America. So Kizumonogatari is a 3-movie series based on the light novels of the Kizumonogatari arc of Bakemonogatari, or whatever the Tales series or whatever you call it is called. This one, Koyomi Vamp, is all 3 movies recut into one movie. So it's just one movie instead of 3. My Hero Academia, Your Next film, is screening in U.S. theaters on October 11th. Just October 11th, that's when it starts. Subtitles and dub release. Anyway, skipping that. Oh, you're back.
Sorry.
I also need to use the restroom, but I can't.
Oh.
I'm gonna skip this for now. Yeah, we'll skip it. I'll read the headline and explain. Actually, I don't want to have to come back to this. Toho has a Godzilla room, laying down rules for respecting their property in every iteration. So basically, they have an entire team devoted exclusively to making sure you don't fuck up Godzilla, which is smart considering what happened with The Witcher and basically every other thing that has deviated from its canon source and everything. So anyway, there we go. I covered it. That's it. All right. Alleged marketing document for The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim reveals how the film radically changes J.R.R. Tolkien's original story. Okay, so I'm going to skip all this shit. Okay. This is a recap, right? Of the fact that they made the story based on Hera, a character who is unnamed in the books because she's that insignificant, right? The real juice comes here. Now, a new marketing document obtained by YouTuber Arch provides new details on the upcoming animated film and how it will change Tolkien's story. According to the document, Hera, the unnamed daughter in Tolkien's story, is the main protagonist. The document states, quote, finding herself in an increasingly desperate situation, Hera, the daughter of Helm Hammerhand, must summon the will to lead the resistance against a deadly enemy intent on their total destruction. It adds, quote, this all-new standalone cinematic adventure forges the legend of Hera, the rebellious daughter of Helm Hammerhand, as she answers the call to protect her people in a battle for the survival that shapes the destiny of Middle-earth. Furthermore, the document asserts that Hera is a, quote, fierce, young, complex, rebellious woman defending and ensuring the survival of her people, even against her childhood friend. Of note, Tolkien does not name Hera at all, and she plays no role in the actual story he wrote. On top of this, there is no evidence that Wolf and Hammerhand's unnamed daughter were childhood friends. In fact, Tolkien makes it clear that Helm mistrusted Freka, but called him to councils, and he came when it pleased him. Ironically, the document also implies that they intend to bait and switch potential viewers. This is where it gets good. It details that it wants to entice viewers into the film by reinforcing, quote, connections between the world that Lord of the Rings fans know and love with this new film, familiar characters, Helm, Eowyn, stunt casting, beautiful settings, Tolkien Easter eggs, and a continued tradition of quality filmmaking at its finest. That's what they're like. Put this front and center. When you're marketing, make sure that they know it's all the stuff you already know. It's going to be just like that. It's going to be great. We're going to have all this set pieces and stuff. Furthermore, Arch speculates that the document also implies it might use director Kenji Kamiyama as a shield to deflect criticism of the film, given it is focusing on the unnamed daughter of Helm Hammerhand rather than Helm himself as the protagonist. The document notes, quote, reinforce legitimacy in the anime world by leaning into director Kenji Kamiyama as an authority in the genre. Art commented, quote, Amazon, are you suggesting using this man as a big fat shield in order to waylay criticism, or perhaps even make people like me think, well, the director's okay, I'm sure nothing bad can happen? One of the film's producers, Philippa Boyan, previously confirmed that Hera will be the main. You know what? I think this is going to be all recap.
Right.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, the bottom line is that they are choosing to hide behind Kenji Kamiyama. Put him out there as, trust us, it's going to be good. And then you go to see it and it's going to be dog shit, just like Rings of Power. All right. In other news, new Panty Stocking with Garterbelt anime reveals latest teaser visual, main staff, and 2025 release. So that's the new one, right? The bitches are back. All right. Here's what's new Panty Stocking already getting panties in a twist. The response, after all these years, they couldn't update this motherfucker's design? Nearly 14 years since this show aired, and he still has those lips. Goated show, but y'all need to fix Garterbelt's design bad. It's 2024. There's still enough time to there is still enough time to remove them nasty ass donut lips off my boy Garterbelt. Promise you this design works perfectly fine without them. I don't know. I won't watch it unless he has the lips, just saying.
And Princess Peach, okay? But look at the fucking detail on their lips!
Sorry.
Yeah, you forgot to cut it where he says, "Bimbo, dick sucking lips." All right. Blue Exorcist Beyond the Snow Saga anime reveals new trailer. Blue Knights Saga announced for January 2025. Hype? Stuff to say. I haven't watched it at all.
It was a good arc. I've read the manga. I'm
Cool.
reading the manga.
Batman Ninja vs. Yakuza League movie reveals first trailer and more. And I reveal my poster from Anime Expo of it. This was the this has the convention map on the back. This was their
lame.
Fucking coolest logo ever. The Batarang bat symbol with the word ninja. Like fucking awesome though. Here's on the back. The Suicide Squad. Isekai. All right. Anyway, back to the article. All right. So interestingly, pretty obvious that we've got the actual Justice League showing up here. So we got Wonder Woman, Flash, Aquaman, and a female Green Lantern. Where's Superman?
They're gonna tease him at the end for sequel.
I'll just say I'm hype. I don't like DC, but I loved the Batman Ninja. I just thought it handled the concept it was doing really, really well. The designs were pretty clever and interesting. CGI looked pretty good too. For what it was.
Catwoman was hot.
Oh hell yeah! Forgot about her for a minute. Black Butler Emerald Witch arc is coming to Crunchyroll. So the public school arc ended, and I guess this is the next one.
Rolling right along. So that's cool.
Meanwhile, Rosa Versailles is getting a reboot or whatever, a remake, whatever you want to call it these days. And Magic Knight Rayearth anime project announced. So there's bringing back Rayearth as well. Reese, I'm going to invite you. I already read all the comments. I'm going to invite you to take a brief moment while I step out to use the PeePee Palace. Be right back.
Well, as far as comments go, where were we? There needs to be okay. Spoilers for ReZero. Japan never needs to be educated by gaijin. You know, localizing bigotry. No, not really. Just bad localizers go to bigotry. Tachi means indicates plural, I suppose. Crunchyroll still the subscribers' money to make high guardian spies and never reported them. Fans will reject them, both the US companies and the Japanese company together, and when censoring. And what else we got? Crunchyroll never in charge ban right for the fans, or never in charge of nor the fans. Crunchyroll never creates safe spaces. There's all those from Luigi the Meta 64. Missed comments on Crunchyroll. I really wanted to see what they said about VTuber Legend, says Old Man. It said that the pirate sites have a better service than official sites with comments and uncensored anime. So like Gabe Newell. So Gabe Newell said, piracy is a service problem. QB is better at showing anime, but QB has commercials.
Ooh, I'm sure glad to be back from inside the house where the bathroom is.
Glad you got the door closed too. That's a miracle. Did your wife come out and close it for you?
Frankly, the most impressive part about this is the fact that I have now had that energy drink, most of this energy drink, and at least 1.5 bottles of water. And yet, miraculously, I only peed enough to fill up 1 bottle. It was one of those things where, like, you remember in Tommy Boy when he's doing the sales pitch and he's like playing with the guys like cars, like
setting on fire.
I can't stop. that was me worrying about the bottle filling out. I'm like looking around, like, is there another bottle?
just go in the empty G Fuel can and just risk it.
Oh man, that would have been no, that wouldn't have been a good idea. All right, anyway, back to
I was done.
There we go. Cool. I'm a behemoth, an S-ranked monster, but mistaken for a cat. I live as an elf girl's pet. Yep. Oh wow, that's an outfit. Damn. Not a fan of the way anime likes to draw abs. They look much better here, where they're non-existent. I'll definitely be watching this show.
I'm a behemoth. Are they talking about the cat or her tits?
Or her tits, right? A proud knight slain in battle finds himself alive once more, reincarnated in the body of a fearsome behemoth. As if he wasn't confused enough by this turn of events, apparently behemoth cubs look exactly like adorable kittens. Even if the rest of the world sees him as soft and cuddly, he has the honor of a noble warrior and the strength of an unstoppable S-ranked monster, both of which will be put to the test as he fights to protect the beautiful elf who has taken him as her pet. All right, anyway, keeping on here. Garden of Remembrance anime shares main visual. Don't remember why I shared. Oh, I remember why I shared this. Holy shit, yeah. This main visual is very strange. Let me pull it off screen for a second. All right. Let me show you. I just want to say, at first glance, this main visual made me think of that disgusting pedophilic artwork in John Podesta's house. Okay? That just at first glance, like, that's a little weird. Right? Then I looked closer. A bottle of Hennessy. Jack Daniels looking. Why? What? What?
These kids are getting conked.
I say again, what is happening? Garden of Remembrance. Don't remember anything from last night. Speaking of which, I was disappointed to rewatch last podcast because for the first time in my life, I drank enough. I drank that entire bottle of whiskey in those 4 hours. I drank enough to not before, right? But when I rewatched the last podcast, I remembered everything except for the part where I guess I messaged you guys. You told me to message you when I got upstairs.
But you
and I
didn't?
messaged you something like, I'm in the bed.
No, you didn't actually message us.
Oh, really?
You messaged us like before, like as you got out, you got the like the pod locked up or something. Like we were worried about you going up the stairs and falling down or something.
But I woke up to find a Discord message I had sent that said something like, I'm in bed, you fucks. Good fucking night, you fuckers, or something like that.
And
I'm like, I don't remember sending that.
That must have been unsent because that
Yeah.
was not sent at all.
Oh, really? Anyway, yeah, I woke up like 2 hours later and threw up. But yeah, my throat was absolutely wrecked for Anime Expo. It took an entire week to get better. I was so bummed because like I've been like waiting all year round to go to Melt Burger, or it's just called The Melt. Fucking best burgers ever. And I go every year for Anime Expo because they have one nearby. So anyway, story over. Bleach 1,000 Year Blood War Part 3 confirms release date and will feature more CGI than previous seasons. My highlights are gone. I fucking love that. After the panel, Viz Media posted a message from producer Yoshihiro Tominaga, chief series director, blah, 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 all these guys, right? They revealed similar to previous seasons, Bleach 1,000 Year Blood War Part 3, The Conflict will include original content as created in partnership with series creator Chite Kubo, telling fans, quote, "We worked with Kubo Sensei again to create new scenes that would supplement the stories covered in the original manga. We're continuing the trend by adding scenes the fans would be excited about. Lots more, actually, so I'm sure everyone can look forward to that." Murata proceeded to emphasize that his aim in taking over the series from previous director was to maintain the animation quality established by everyone from Part 2. But if I am to address any changes, we are applying more CGI than Part 2. So I'm hoping the fans can look forward to seeing the improved quality of the animation. They see it as an improvement. I don't know. Guess time will tell. All right. Paru Itagaki's Sanda manga gets a TV anime from Science Art. Now, when I look at this, I see the legend of Santa being born. Don't you? That's not what it's about. Set in the future with a declining birth rate, you mean reality, Sanda follows a boy named Sanda who finds out his classmate, Shiori Fuyumura, plans to kill him because of a curse he carries and the Fuyumura's missing friend. Wow, that's... Does he become Santa at the end? Like, I'll have to see. Trigun Stampede Final Phase revealed as Trigun Stargaze. I'm kind of happy that it's the final phase. It's going to be over. Final Phase Part 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Stampede is going to be Stargaze for the finale thing, even though it says fucking Stampede on all of these.
Well, that was the first part.
Yes, no. Oh, fuck no. Aaliyah sometimes hides her feelings in Russia. Anime unveil swimsuit visual. Oh. Not sure why they made her look fucking pregnant. Why does everybody have a hard edge line? And she's like, oh, shouldn't have eaten all that pizza. Yeah, so the Aaliyah's a transfer student.
It's all the borscht that's got to be stirred. Stirred.
It's all the vodka she drinks, right? Aaliyah is a transfer student enjoying popularity at her new high school, often sporting a cold shoulder while earning high marks in class. She ignores her nerdy classmate, Kuze Masachika, except for when she blurts out a flirtatious line to him in Russian. But little does she know, Kuze understands Russian, though he pretends not to. Let's see where this wacky love story takes them. Oh, scandalous. All right, Yakuza Fiance is going to stream on Crunchyroll. I showed this image to my wife, and she says, yeah, we're watching that. Blue Miburo anime reveals date, release date, trailer, and more cast revealed. So this is Blue Wolves of Mibu. At Anime Expo, I saw it in the program, Blue Miburo, and I was like, what's that? I've never heard of that. Usually I know every anime that's coming out because of, just the research I do for even the stuff we don't cover, but at least I read about it before we did the show. And I was like, is that Blue Wolves of Mibu? So I looked it up, and yes, it is. Blue Miburo is Blue Wolves of Mibu. Aoi no Miburo. I could have sworn it had like a full title and everything before, like written out in English. Blue Wolves of Mibu. Mibu. Anyway. I'm falling in love with you. Anime reveals main cast and more. Wasn't this one like super weird? Oh, right. Yes. It's 2020, and Mizuha's 17th birthday is the pits. Her dad forgot. The senpai she likes isn't interested, and her social calendar is getting cleared out by a mysterious virus. But when her longtime childhood friend asks her out, Mizuha has to sort out what this change could mean, and her feelings may not be the only ones changing. So it's kind of funny. It's like we're at the stage now where it's okay and like not weird to make a show set in the pandemic, right? Like, as the story unfolds and they start to get close, then it's like, no, social distancing. That sounds funny to me. Also, this sounds funny to me too. 365 Days to the Wedding anime hits Japanese airwaves in October 2024. So the story here is pretty fucking funny. The JTC travel agency is looking for someone to manage its brand new branch in Irkutsk. But for employees Ohara Takuya and Honjoji Rika, they'd rather just stay home in Tokyo. Thankfully, they've discovered a way out. Their manager has narrowed down the recruits to bachelors. So what if they just got married? The problem is they barely know each other at all. Can they convince their office they're engaged just long enough for the transfer to finish up? I think that was pretty funny. Right, the concept of them falling for each other while they're pretending to be in love, so that they don't have to get transferred to some other like country or whatever. All right, Ubel Blatt. Now remember we looked at Ubel Blatt before. We're like, pretty sure it's a guy. It looks like a guy to me, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a guy.
It is a guy. Doesn't help that the armor is a fucking garter belt and leggings. Right? Are these lace panties like kind of what the fuck? Weird. Rumors stir throughout the land when the wielder of the black sword draws his dark blade. All who stand in his path are torn asunder. Coinzel, the mysterious young boy who carries the black sword, undeniably wields it with exceptional skill. But can he truly be responsible for the bloody rumors? Pursued by the traitorous lances, 4 powerful warriors who were thought to have been defeated by 7 heroes, the strength of the young swordsman will be tested to its limit. At battle's end, only the shocking truth of Coinzel's quest will stand above the corpses of his enemies. Yeah, no. There's only one black swordsman that I follow. And he doesn't dress in lingerie.
He doesn't dress gay.
All right. Also, Yuji Iwahara's Fantastical Clevitus manga is getting a TV anime. Krebatis. I'll watch it. Looks good. I'll check it out. All right. Also, Viz Media acquired Ruby.
That's the news.
Yeah, that is the news. During its Anime Expo 2024 panel, Viz Media announced that they will acquire the Ruby franchise after the demise of the original owner, Rooster Teeth. Viz currently has the rights for distribution, production, and licensing of the Ruby franchise, so fully acquiring the IP makes sense for the publisher. Barbara Dunkelman, voice of Yang, and co-producer Carrie Shawcross announced that they are in talks with Viz Media about how to handle the franchise after Rooster Teeth's demise. The partnership with Viz Media will oversee production, distribution, licensing, and consumer products, and future Ruby series were not ruled out. Shawcross said that, quote, "This is a huge opportunity to grow our audience and expand into the future. There's also very exciting. They're also very excited about this when talking with Viz." Okay. They care about where the show is now, but they also care about where it came from, and they want to make sure that we can continue this story. Viz Media previously published Ruby manga based on the works of Shiro Miwa from 2015 to 2017. Bunta Kinami's Ruby manga, running from Shonen Jump from 2018 to 2020, was also published in English by Viz. Anyway, I think the rest is just recap about the stuff, so I guess there was nothing more than that. The takeaway here is that they not only want to own the rights to publish the existing version of the show, they're also getting the rights to be able to produce more of the show. Not that I give a shit. I don't think I'll ever sit down and watch it. All right. Anime. Possibility of North Korean involvement in new isekai series cannot be denied. Well, all right. The producers of Dahlia in Bloom, an upcoming isekai romance anime, have released a statement following a bombshell report that North Korean animation studio SEC Studio, that's like me starting an animation studio in Sweden calling it Yen, right? April 26th animation studio worked on the series. Following an investigation, Dahlia and Bloom's producers could not deny the possibility that North Korean animators were used in the series production. It gets better. Via the official Dahlia and Bloom Twitter account, they apologized for the disturbances caused and set out their sequence of events. First, they commissioned Typhoon Graphics to produce the anime, which then outsourced parts to Chinese production companies. One of these companies is suspected of further outsourcing this to a North Korean studio. Following the allegations, the producers requested a list of every animation studio used. One of the Chinese studios refused to comply with the audit. As a result, Dahlia and Bloom's production committee concluded, quote, "We cannot deny the possibility that a North Korean production company may have been involved in the production of the series and have decided to have all of the relevant parts reproduced by domestic staff before broadcasting them." They add that for future productions, quote, "We will strive to ensure proper production processes, including with our subcontractors." Outsourcing on anime production is common to cut animator costs. North Korean animators potentially working on a number of anime and American cartoons sparked headlines worldwide. The country is currently under U.S. sanctions forbidding countries from working with North Korea state-owned entities. The anime industry is incredibly reliant on outsourcing and freelance work, with only 47.3% of animators in Japan being permanent in-house employees. According to a Janica survey, Kingdom Animation director Jun Arai's comments suggest that production committees may prefer this, highlighting loopholes that allow animators to be paid even less than minimum wage. Both freelance and outsourcing introduce risks over staff involvement. This was again a heated discussion following reports that a child may have been involved in helping to create 2024 anime series. To create it, hold on. God damn it. When I first read this, I thought they were talking about in North Korea. So in my head, I was like, that's fucking funny. Not only did North Korean slave labor do this, it was child slave labor. Now it's not funny as much because now it's just some random kid in Japan got commissioned to draw some Dragon Ball cells or some shit. I don't know. A 2024 anime series, unless it's Dragon Ball Daima, I don't know. Onsen Paradise. An investigation was conducted following the child's rumored involvement again, this time in an anime by the popular studio Shaft. A translation of these latter findings can be seen below, but they're boring and we don't need to read them. All right, anyway, there's also this. Italian animation company agrees to $538,000 penalty for apparent violations of U.S. sanctions on North Korea. I don't want to read it.
Before we go to the next category, I just wanted to pull this up for the audience to know what we were talking about.
Yeah. So this was at 12:31 a.m.
This is Central Time.
Okay. So that was still pretty early then. Because I remember it was only a 4-hour show. I remember getting in bed pretty early.
Yeah.
Pardon, I left without saying goodbye. I am quickly becoming too drunk to do so. So bye fucking bye. Yeah. Then you guys were tagging my wife saying, "Can you let us know he got in the house all right?" He didn't make it. Rest in penises. Oh no.
Yeah, it was like 12:41, and then Randy comes in at 12 a.m. He didn't make it. He's been dead for 10 hours.
Anyway, yes. All right. 10 out of 10 would do again, but also probably won't drink on the show anymore. All right. The word race is now censored from Dragon Ball. Don't like that. I've heard old tales of this tribe in this area with right eyes specialized for sniping. Okay. Die, why don't you go on, join the rest of your tribe? Only a few members of our tribe survived the purge, right? So basically they're saying tribe instead of race. The saying race, right? Oh, tribe. Oh, fucking goddamn. That's disgusting. All right. Also, just kind of quickly put this out here. Cyberpunk Edge Runner showrunner Rafal Jaki's No Name becomes first Manga Plus creator series to receive official Jump Plus publication. So the news here is that Rafal Jaki and Machine Gamu, the artists who work on his manga, are the first non-Japanese group to get published on Manga Plus to then get serialized in Shonen Jump Plus. So basically they were on Manga Plus as an English manga, an English Western manga, and now they're being translated into Japanese and they're going to be put in Jump Plus as well. So this is just kind of like the shifting landscape of the talent pool and everything. Moving on. American company Blackstone Inc. to acquire Japan's largest e-manga site in a $1.7 billion US deal. Well, fuck, that's bad news.
Mm-hmm.
Blackstone Inc., the world's largest alternative asset manager, is set to acquire Infocom, Japan's largest e-manga platform, in a deal valued at $1.7 billion. $1.7 billion. Crunchyroll was bought for what? $1.5 billion? Was that correct?
I can't remember.
I think Funimation was $150 million and Crunchyroll was $1.5 billion. This marks Blackstone's biggest private equity transaction in Japan to date. Blackstone will purchase a majority stake in Infocom from Teijin and launch a tender offer for the remaining shares at 6,060 yen each. The deal values Infocom's equity at about 275 billion yen. The deal will give Blackstone access to Japan's booming digital manga market, estimated to be worth $3 billion. Getting it for a steal then at $1.7 billion, huh? Infocom's main revenue source is Mecha Comic, a popular website and app offering serialized manga for a small fee per chapter. Mecha Comic's platform is a leading destination for digital manga in Japan, boasting a vast library of titles catering primarily to female readers in their 30s and 40s. It contains both popular titles as well as original ones. However, it is their romance manga that has garnered much attention. According to Bloomberg, Blackstone's move is a shrewd investment, recognizing the untapped potential of Japan's soft power empire. I prefer my power hard. They highlighted the what the fuck? There we go. They highlighted the growth. They highlighted the growing global influence of Japanese manga and anime, and suggest that Blackstone is ahead of the curve in capitalizing on this cultural phenomenon. Yeah, man, manga's never been in the West before. There aren't companies like Viz, Tokyo Pop, any number of other manga
Yen Press,
places.
Kodansha.
Fucking Blackstone is a first. First black company, maybe. I mean that in the Japanese sense of the word, of course. Blackstone plans to expand Infocom's original content, focusing on genres popular with its primarily female readership, a demographic with growing disposable income. Why? Because they make all their money off OnlyFans? Atsuhiko yeah, you only making 70 cents on the dollar, so I mean, it's got to be something else, right? Atsuhiko Sakamoto, Blackstone's head of private equity in Japan, sees potential in developing animation and merchandise based on popular titles. He noted that while Infocom has a small English language business in North America, Blackstone would prioritize building up original content creation in Japan before expanding overseas. Quote, the more original content we have, we can monetize that intellectual property over time. We can create animation or merchandise around that, which is going to be the potential opportunity in the midterm. Okay. This is actually the most saving grace thing about this whole news. Because the speculation here is that, oh no, by buying this specific publication, Blackstone can censor or insert woke ideology or whatever into manga at its source, preventing it from ever having fan service or any number of things that we like about anime or manga, right? However, if their move is to make original content that they can monetize, right, with an anime or merchandise later, if they're going to make a bunch of woke shit, ain't no way that's going to get popular. They're going to go out of business really fast.
Right.
Right. Oh, nobody's going to buy that shit. That's, you know, lame and gay, right? Whatever. Anyway. Right now, original content brings in about 10% of revenue on the platform. The acquisition comes amid a surge in global interest in Japanese content, with streaming platforms vying for rights to popular manga stories for live action or animated adaptations. Additionally, digital manga sales in Japan has grown too, reaching approximately 483 billion yen in 2023, nearly doubling since 2019, while print manga sales have declined. Sony Music Entertainment was previously reported to be competing with Blackstone and KKR & Co. to acquire Infocom. The bidding process reportedly involved multiple rounds. Infocom shares closed at 6,030 yen in Tokyo trading, having more than doubled since early March when reports of the potential sale emerged. Blackstone envisions a 5-year plan for Infocom, culminating in a public offering. However, Sakamoto acknowledged the possibility of other companies being interested in acquiring the business due to its strong content portfolio. Quote, if we build a nice content business, I think it's going to be very attractive to a lot of people. All right. In other news, private equity firm Blackstone to buy out Japanese manga platform. Okay, so Tanaka Complex had this to say. Supposedly, the purchase is made to capitalize on the growing soft power of manga, but even this assessment seems to make Blackstone's stance clear that the beloved subculture is just another source of revenue for private equity to suck dry and move on from. Blackstone's move mirrors a similar move by its partner in crime, BlackRock, which also bought $50 million in stock in Korean manhwa platform Webtoon. Both companies have been accused in the past of not only being financial vampires, but these foot-in-the-door strategic moves also pose a threat to Japanese culture, with the possibility that manga becomes as bland as Western comics thanks to the constant push of Western political ideologies. I'm pulling something from off screen because I want to be able to fucking close it. Where is it, though? There it is. Okay. It's time. It's time. I've been holding on to it all this time. All right. Asian female artists versus Western female comics artists. I wonder why there's a difference. This is the story about a girl with a huge tits drawn by a girl with huge tits. This is the story about a depressed communist drawn by a depressed communist, right? Anyway, one more thing I just want to pull in here just because I'm telling you, I really just want to close these fucking tabs that have been open for too long. I've been saving this bad boy for a long time, even though it's completely doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. They didn't even need to consult a DEI company to achieve this back in the day. Oof. Yeah. So this is the Darkstalkers OVA, and this is the Darkstalkers American cartoon. Yikes. How do you make Morrigan look like an old hag? Like, oh my God. All right. Fumio Kishida had called on BlackRock and other funds to invest in Japan's future. That's the thing. We can't read it. Financial Times is locked behind a paywall. No, but you can read the archive that's on the website. So so basically the Prime Minister of Japan had been calling on BlackRock, not Blackstone, BlackRock and other funds to invest in Japan's future. So also apparently Blackstone just came out and endorsed Trump. So I don't know. Interesting. It's a trap. Let's put this in Old Duck. Come back to it later. All right. Oh, and in other news about BlackRock, America is so corrupt. James O'Keefe literally caught BlackRock confirming that they control the president and absolutely nothing happened. You do not get who you vote for. You get who BlackRock pays for. Quote, let me tell you, it's not who the president is. It's who's controlling the wallet of the president. Damn, where have I heard that from? Rothschild conspiracy. The hedge funds, BlackRock, the banks, these guys run the world. War is real fucking good for business. You got 10K, you can buy a senator. Yep, that's the world we live in. Can't wait till Trump wins. All right, Palworld Entertainment, established by Sony Music Japan, Aniplex, and Pocket Pair. Honestly, I thought Palworld fell off the face of the earth. I didn't think people were still playing it. Seemed like the novelty of it was over. It came, it killed Pokemon, and it died. All right. Sony Entertainment Japan, along with subsidiary Aniplex, have announced, along with Palworld developer Pocket Pair, a new joint venture called Palworld Entertainment. The new jointly established company announced this week will concentrate on Palworld-related merchandise, according to Pocket Pair CEO Takuro Mizobe. So I just want to see a gritty reboot version of Pokemon, right? But it's Palworld with Pal slaves. Yes, like Pal slave trading and all. That's what I want. Give me that. We're good. I'll watch that shit. Just make it Pokemon, but with like F-bombs and slaves. Yeah.
And hookers and blackjack.
Right. Remember, if I recall, you can't fuck any of the pals. That's not a thing, right?
I didn't say it had to be pals.
The new jointly established company announced this week will concentrate on Palworld-related merchandise, according to Pocket Pair CEO Takuro Mizobe. Palworld's first merchandise will debut in the Bilibili World Tour 2024 in Shanghai on July 12th on a dedicated Palworld booth. That was a couple days ago. While plans for PlayStation port of Palworld is yet to be confirmed, the fact that Aniplex, an anime company, was involved could soon help with the plans for Palworld anime. Palworld is 2024. We already know that. Okay, anyway, there you go. Proud of you. All right. All right. Not a much needed break. Resident Evil 4, Ada Wong, absolutely stunning with Raven outfit mod. I gotta say, I think they fixed her face too, because she's fucking ugly as sin to me in the remake compared to the original game. Just throwing it out here. I know a good mod when I see one. Anyway, we can just go by these. Thoughts? All right. It's too bad this is the only part of the game he plays. All right. All right, moving on from this. Okay, let's go. All right, Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster is bringing back the wackiness. So they showcase a little bit of... it's a full-on remake to me, not a remaster. I mean, you don't do a remaster and have it. Oh my God, come on. And have it look like, God damn it. Holy fuck. Okay, this is the original. This is the remaster.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. I love his new hairline. Like it adds a lot of character to him.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like a doofus here. But look at that shit, man. Anyway. Is there anything else? Why are there so many images? Holy fuck. Are there not any? What's up?
Jesus Christ.
I was gonna say, are there not any omakes? All right. Anyway, in a seeming attempt to avoid offense, Capcom has race swapped psychopath enemy from Asian to white. Uh-oh. So there are characters in the game they call psychopaths, I guess, that are people who survived the apocalypse but have gone crazy because of the state of the world. So there's this character named Larry Chang, right? Very Asian, who he's a butcher who captures humans that aren't turned into zombies because they're the only ones with the pure meat. So he like hacks them up and stuff. Now he's a white guy, seemingly.
Looking like Al from Toy Story 2.
Yeah, right? Not surprising. I don't expect Japanese devs to have a spine anymore. Let's face it, Capcom USA runs the company. It's painfully obvious because of how many changes are made throughout their franchises. I'm Asian, and I don't need Capcom to protect my feelings in Dead Rising. I need better games without knee-jerk political DEI censorship. Race swapping to white is actually the racist move. Then I also saw this. Apparently, people are saying Cheryl's been censored. She looks pretty awful in both, to be honest. But, yeah, there you go. All right. In other news, Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake confusingly removes gender from the protagonists and subclasses. Oh, shit. Here we go again. All right.
Yeah.
Square Enix has confirmed more info in their Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake, seemingly removing the concept of gender from the long-awaited remake. A new article for the game reintroduced the main protagonist, who in the original Dragon Quest III was realistically only a male character, and in its SNES remake could be male or female. So actually what it is that you could pick male or female in the original NES version, but the sprite remained the same regardless. So a new type of the new Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remaster, however, lists the two genders as dreaded Type A and Type B instead of the biological genders male and female. A new article also confirms, despite removing biological genders from the male and female protagonists, their voice actors are played by male and female. Furthermore, the artwork shown for each version of the hero definitely looks like a biological male or female, according to the source. This compounds the confusion when considering there are some personalities that affected stat growth for the hero that are gender exclusive. So basically, depending on which gender you choose, you get different stats. Like you might be faster as a woman, but stronger as a man, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The last concerning thing mentioned in the article is that other jobs in the game are also no longer distinguished by gender in name. Further confusing things as each subsequent job had a male and female variant as well. So they mean like the classes, like for example, thief, warrior, whatever. There was a male model and a female model, so you could choose when you recruited them or whatever what character model they're going to use or whatever. It's worth noting you could select a male or female in the original NES version, but the sprite was the same. Player stats and growth remained the same, and you still got referred to as a male. The SNES remake. The long-awaited Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake is launching on November 14th. So it's kind of weird to me. Like, you give us Type A, Type B, but I'm guessing, I mean, I don't know how much pronouns are used in referencing the protagonist of a RPG, but I assume they still kind of refer to you by male or female pronouns, right? So here is the article that had it. This is Look B, Look A. Dragon Quest III HD 2D is reportedly using Type A and Type B in place of male or female, but there's some confusion going around regarding the original. The hero could always be male or female. She just didn't get a separate sprite until the Super Famicom version. All other classes always had distinct male and female sprites. He noted that the report does not include any link to an official announcement, though it did come out later. It's unclear what article which article it's referring to in the post. However, this is something that many developers are doing in recent years, including Square Enix, so it wouldn't be surprising if this is the case. There's no valid reason to stop using male and female in Dragon Quest III or any other media. As always, people proclaim it's not a big deal, but can never answer why said changes are necessary to adopt. I love that. Like, people act like it's not a big deal. So then why are you doing it? You know, fiction is just the surface level of the issue. How we communicate is foundational to a functioning society. Therefore, it is integral to the overall well-being of civilization to reject the subversion of language. The existence of male and female is fundamental of reality. It should not be erased on behalf of those who deny basic truth. So this is the original post being made that exposed all this stuff. And interestingly, it says, there's no distinction between male and female heroes, but voice actors are male and female. The article introduced the brave men. Look A, apparently a brave man. And here's the male voice. Look B, apparently a brave woman with a female voice. The article introduces them as A, B, and C. Don't know about that. That's a little weird. It doesn't say C in here. It just says look A, looks A, looks B. It doesn't say C. You?
Not saying that.
Anyway, I wonder if this is a trend of the times. It seems that other jobs will no longer distinguish between male and female in the game. I wonder what will happen to the first choice of male or female in this day and age. At the start of a job, you are asked, which do you look like, A or B? Or have they ever divided the brave men of Dragon Quest III that way before? Okay. So he just kind of points out that they're wrong about the thing. Yeah, and this is great. Like, there's nothing confusing about this at all. Pick which appearance you want for your character and move on. Everyone out here making a mountain out of a molehill. It's not a big deal, y'all. Interesting how it's never a big deal, but always simultaneously important enough to actually change. If it's not a big deal, why can't we leave it with male and female, right? Because it is a big deal to them. Savvy had this to say, what's the point of this if they still treat type A as male and type B as female? It's actually somehow more sexist, right? Like, if the mentally ill can't handle those words, they probably don't belong in a living room, but a padded room. I like 2007 better. We were getting rid of labels, stereotypes, and meaningless boxing of people. Anyway, companies are free to do this, and the consumer is free to not purchase. Just hope the audience they're pandering to actually shows up, because they never seem to. All right, let's talk about Assassin's Creed. So the Japanese have created a petition to cancel Assassin's Creed Shadows, and it's nearing 50,000 signatures. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's significantly higher than that now. Ubisoft's upcoming Assassin's Creed Shadows has been facing a wave of backlash for historical inaccuracies and mixed opinions from the Japanese, who have launched a change.org petition to cancel the game. Recently, the lack of historical accuracy and cultural respect has been a serious issue regarding the upcoming game Assassin's Creed Shadows by game developer Ubisoft. The game is based on Japanese samurai and ignores the fact that samurai were a higher class of warrior class and should have been gokenin, or servants of nobles. In fact, the first European to receive the title of samurai, William Adams, or Miura Anjin, served Tokugawa Ieyasu as a 250 koku haramoto. So 250 koku. Koku is a unit of measurement they use in Japan that is basically the amount of rice a person would need in order to feed themselves for an entire year. So 250 koku means enough rice to feed 250 people for an entire year. That was his salary. In this history, Ubisoft continues to misunderstand the nature and role of samurai. This is a serious insult to Japanese culture and history, and may be linked to Asian racism. We call on Ubisoft to immediately cancel the release of Assassin's Creed Shadows and show sincere research and respect for Japanese history and culture. We need your signature. Sign this petition to let Ubisoft know the importance of cultural respect and historical accuracy. So, real quick, something that hit me when I was reading this just now, it's got to really burn up the people who are trying to like rewrite history for Yasuke to make Yasuke into a samurai and all that stuff, because William Adams. Okay, so the reason that his name in Japanese is Miura Anjin is because he was granted land in the Miura Peninsula. That's why his name is Miura Anjin. Anjin means like pilot, right? So he was like the pilot of Miura, which was I believe what they called him. It's got to burn them up that this is a foreigner, William Adams, right? And so Yasuke gets brought to Japan, meets Nobunaga. Nobunaga thinks of him as like he's kind of like mesmerized by the fact that he has black skin and he's so tall, something he's never seen in Japan before. So he basically keeps him around because he marvels at something he's never seen before. Gives him a sword, makes him his retainer, doesn't actually ever make him samurai. Meanwhile, 20 years later, this guy William Adams shows up and serves Tokugawa Ieyasu. So basically, the guy who is kind of like the successor to Nobunaga Oda, not only takes in this other guy and treats him as an equal, or not an equal, but like, he treats him as an actual samurai. Like he literally brings him to the level of samurai versus just retainer. Again, Yasuke's name in Japanese means sword bearer, right? Like the kanji used is a reference to his job, just like Miura Anjin, pilot of Miura or whatever, is reference to the fact that William Adams was, if I recall correctly, he was really skilled in shipbuilding. So he became kind of the leader around the docks or whatever for his expertise on ship crafting, right? So it's just got to really burn people up that the European guy actually does become samurai, actually does fight in battle alongside Tokugawa Ieyasu, whereas Yasuke supposedly just tried to protect Nobunaga Oda at the Honnoji incident, at Honnoji Temple or whatever. So, or castle rather. So anyway, I just think it really probably burns him up. Anyway, Twitter video games analyst Daniel Ahmad commented that 95% of the comments are essentially Westerners, as shown by the examples below. As a U.S., I think it's supposed to be Marine, who was stationed in Okinawa, and as a customer of Ubisoft who has purchased every Assassin's Creed game so far, I am deeply offended by this proposed game. I will not be purchasing it, and I call on Ubisoft to respect the history and traditions of Japan, as well as the gaming community and the precedents set by the rest of the games in this series. I may not speak or understand Japanese, but I fully support this petition to stop Ubisoft. This game is a disaster. However, upon closer inspection, many Japanese users have signed the petition, with the majority of comments mentioning historical inaccuracies related to architecture, customs, and cultural norms. It's also worth noting that there's another change.org petition created by a Japanese user, which now has over 5,000 signatures, demanding Ubisoft retract its historical fabrication of Japanese history surrounding Yasuke. So a couple more of the comments here, which this is the highlights I really wish I had. The Japanese comments here are pretty good. If it is a fiction, I can forgive it. However, we absolutely cannot tolerate such falsehoods as faithful to historical facts. And Yasuke was a great black samurai. If left unchecked and believed to be historical fact, the Japanese will be seen as trying to hide the fact that blacks were such great samurai. And it will become a story that the Japanese are discriminating against blacks. It's obvious, they added. In fact, the overseas internet is already showing this trend. This is a falsification of Japanese history, an insult to the Japanese people, and clear discrimination against them. I was a fan of the Assassin's Creed series, but when it was announced, it was politically correct push of black and LGBTQ+. Quote, Yasuke is portrayed as a noble samurai who could bow down. And this is treated as a historical fact in an attempt to heroize black people and spread false history to the world. This false history of Yasuke can be attributed to Thomas Lockley's book, Nobunaga and Yasuke, Black Samurai Survivors of Honnoji. This false history has already been spread abroad, and even the Brazilian embassy in Japan has tweeted that Yasuke is a hero. This is a falsification of history. We cannot just stand by and let it happen. In addition, the content of the game and the response of the manufacturer showed no respect for Japan. It is unbearable to see black samurai slaughtering Japanese people. I hereby object. All right, so let's take a look at... Turns out, Thomas Lockley, responsible for Japan's major deception about Yasuke, was caught editing Wikipedia since 2015. He has since quit social media and claimed he will never play Assassin's Creed Shadows. Portrayed as a hero by the media, he's now seen as Japan's biggest historical scammer. So anyway, I don't want to go through all the details here, but basically, he started to edit stuff under the name Totori Tom. So he started to edit a bunch of stuff in order to support the claims he was making in his book, right? And then citing those pages and the papers that the academic papers and stuff in order to cite them in his book and everything. Mm-hmm. Thomas Lockley turns out to be a fraud, editing Wikipedia under another name to support his fake book on Yasuke. Encyclopedia Britannica relied on him. Wikipedia relied on him. Everyone did to support the lie that Yasuke was a samurai in Assassin's Creed Shadows. The Japanese hunted down this story and discovered his Wikipedia alt. He has left social media in shame. He was also caught trying to make his own wiki page, and it had to be removed on account, quote, not yet notable author of a not yet notable book. Oof. All right, let's catch up on some chats here real quick.
Just a lot of kind of not really. No.
Okay. Reese says you guys suck.
I'm just tired. I want to get done with this.
All right,
I got to be up in 4 hours now.
We're making good time, and we're going to skip a bunch of articles at the end. So Ubisoft Japan apologizes for using Japanese reenactment group's banner without permission in Assassin's Creed Shadows. So you guys remember we talked about the Sekigahara Teppo corpse, the rifle corpse, right? And how they basically used this photo to make the texture for this stuff. Yeah, so they basically said, oops, our bad, we're sorry. We're going to remove it from the game. It's only going to be in the art book and the collector's edition. Oh, that's great. Oh, but what's this? Huh. Turns out they also stole this image from the Horse Festival. I'm guessing this is photoshopped into the concept art. I think that's what they're doing. right? Looks like they used Photoshop generative fill to
change the horse.
Well, I think the horse had a the tail of the horse was wrapped in something that maybe is not traditional. It's more maybe protective for the horse. I don't even know. They
It's
felt
so
it
that
looked
the
weird and they
horse's
got rid of
shit
it.
it doesn't go through the tail.
I don't know. I don't know what it's for, but they clearly got rid of it, right? Here's the thing though. Apparently they goddamn stole everything. Holy fuck. Everything. Where is that? Okay, so this guy singing on the bridge literally is this image, right? Woman with baby flipped is that image, right? There's the wagon, right? Somebody went on a stock photo site, typed in Japan. Remember when I said it looks like what Ubisoft did is they just Googled Japan, and that's why they have a bunch of Chinese buildings, right? Fucking hell, could I have called it better? I mean, it's unfucking believable. Right? Fucking crazy. There's a little bit more here. Just an even easier to see stock image right here. That guy carrying the thing is a stock image. This guy on the bridge is a stock image. She's a different stock image of the standing next to the same guy, right, from the series. Crazy. Like even down to like that arm and that arm, you know, kind of thing is the reference images. Anyway, it's so funny. The Japanese are mocking Assassin's Creed Shadows by making tier list videos about the cultural mistakes. Apparently, one of the images features a truck in the background. So they point out these trucks didn't even exist until the 1950s. Clearly a historical inaccuracy. They also point out the fact that in the thing, it's cherry blossom season, and Yasuke says something like hoping for a good harvest or something, but it's like the season doesn't make any sense for them to be harvesting, just like all sorts of stuff.
Cherry blossoms are spring, harvesting is fall.
Exactly. This doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Is kind of what they're saying. So anyway, apparently they also got in trouble. We asked the public relations officer. He told us that he does not approve any commercial use and is aware that it has been used without permission by Assassin's Creed. After checking the footage, he confirmed that it is an octagonal lantern from Todaiji Temple and is currently discussing the matter. So apparently they used this lantern from a temple and got called out. I don't know. To a certain degree, I feel like you should be able to do this unless this specific lantern was crafted for the temple in recent years or something. I don't, it's very strange. It gets worse though. It always could get worse. Ubisoft called out for using One Piece's Zoro's sword and cheap props at Japan Expo. This is the funniest thing I have ever seen. Like how do you fuck up this bad?
Yeah.
French developer Ubisoft is facing backlash once again after users called out its Japan Expo exhibition for using a replica sword of Roronoa Zoro from One Piece. Is there a more popular anime? Like, and
It'd
other
be funny
cheap props.
if Oda like sued them.
Mm-hmm. One of the
and
comments,
and then they just stopped making the game.
Just in case it's not in here. Yeah, they mistook Oda Nobunaga for Oda Eiichiro, right? Yeah, so it says here that using the prop sword of Zoro from One Piece and other cheap props as part of an immersive experience for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Ubisoft kicked off its Assassin's Creed Shadows exhibition at Japan Expo on July 11th with the aim of getting visitors to experience a part of Japan. So they tweeted out basically Come see Yasuke's helmet and his sword and stuff. The sword is literally Zoro's sword. Obvious signs of Ubisoft forgetting to do its homework on Japanese culture became apparent after posting images of Yasuke's katana, which is literally this replica. Within minutes of posting the images, users on social media began calling out Ubisoft for using a replica sword of Zoro for its Japan Expo space. Here are some of the of the Japanese comments. Oi, oi, oi. So anything goes now. That's pretty much One Piece Zoro's Sandai Kitetsu. What the fuck are they thinking? That's the katana One Piece Zoro uses. That katana is a counterfeit good from One Piece. Also, the manufacturing of katana during the Edo and Sengoku periods were vastly different. So they're referencing the imagery here, right? The kanji. Jisui Kafuku, or the 5 elements of earth, water, fire, wind, and void. Why are they using Buddhist terminology on a katana? Was Yasuke Buddhist? No way. That's just Zoro's sword. So I'm going to touch space here real quick. Yeah, they point out here. The kanji included on Zoro's sword base stems from Buddhist beliefs, and the character in general has moves and ideas that stem from Buddhism. Meanwhile, Yasuke was brought to Japan via a Jesuit, which is an order of Catholicism, and he himself might have been a Muslim. In other words, that particular weapon and its meaning does not represent who Yasuke historically was. Does Oda know about this? They mistook Nobunaga Oda for Eiichiro Oda. Sandai Kitetsu. Another user pointed out the other props Ubisoft put together for its Japan Expo space were mostly cheap props that could be purchased for 2,000 yen on Amazon. Right? Continuing here. How, Ubisoft? How are you this incompetent? How are you capable of creating this big a trash fire from this Assassin's Creed Shadows game of yours? How the fuck? How did you get caught stealing Zoro's sword from One Piece down to the sword stand and pass it off as Yasuke's sword? Fucking unreal. I'm dying right now. Ubisoft bought random stuff off Amazon for their official display. The bar was low for effort, but this is incredible. How low will a AAA company sink? I think about in the Bible, doesn't it say in the end times that the last shall be first and the first shall be last? I just kind of feel like we're entering that era right now. like all of these major companies are going to fuck up so hard. They're just going to go under, and all these like underdog companies are going to rise up. Ubisoft boss condemns malicious developer abuse after Assassin's Creed Shadows reveal. We condemn these hateful acts. Hateful acts is when you oppose neo-Marxist Western imperialism to historically revise Japanese history to make a black slave a badass samurai slaughtering Japanese people because we're white adjacent. I mean because of justice. Backlash from Japanese players prompts a national politician to investigate cultural theft of Assassin's Creed Shadows. A Japanese politician is investigating after players within his country leveled complaints of cultural theft against Ubisoft's upcoming Assassin's Creed Shadows. The politician in question, Satoshi Hamada, is a member of the House of Councilors, the upper house of the Japanese National Diet. He is one of 2 members of the Independent Party to Protect the People from NHK. Now it's the Party to Protect People from UBI as well. A party whose platform is built on opposing the government broadcasters TV all but mandatory licensing fees, and whose membership has fallen apart following a recent leadership dispute. Hamada has recently joined the ranks of the many Japanese nationals who have found themselves outraged over the numerous historical inaccuracies presented in Ubisoft's upcoming game. On July 11th, Hamada retweeted a post from a fellow Japanese Twitter user summarizing the various issues local players have with Assassin's Creed Shadows presentation, such as how some of the buildings feature Chinese instead of Japanese architecture, or how a lowly servant can be seen sitting on the same level as Oda Nobunaga himself. Alongside this retweet, the politician made a, quote, request for opinions to the general public, informing them, quote, we have received a consultation regarding the alteration of Japanese history by a French game company. We share the consultation below with images. We have also quoted a post that we believe points out the problem with the game in question. So basically just a post that lists all the problems, right? Anyway, generally speaking, the problem is perceived as cultural theft of Yasuke, or perhaps it would be better call it cultural invasion, right? So they're basically acknowledging they're being culturally colonized and revised, right? Anyway, I don't want to read any more of this. I'm tired. Okay. If you have a problem with Black Samurai, go ahead and smash that unfollow button. Black people can be samurai and not be canceled for appropriating Asian culture. But Asians get canceled for appropriating Black culture because they wear braids and rap. Also, I just wanted to immortalize this here. Stop Asian hate was preposterous. Has there ever been so blatant an attempt to meme non-existent bigotry into existence in order to shore up a fracturing political coalition? No, you don't understand. Stop Asian hate died overnight because people started asking, wait, who's attacking Asians? And they didn't like having to answer that. 20 suspects storm and rob a store in San Francisco, California. After my viral Stop Asian Hate tweet, I was reliably informed by by scholars on the internet that this doesn't happen and it's just propaganda. Oh, wait a minute. 20 people stormed into a room to start robbing a store in San Francisco. 30 targeted Black on Asian violent attacks in 7 days. Oakland police captain says the attacks on Asian elderly are not hate crimes because there's no evidence to suggest it was race-based. Every single one of the 30 victims was Asian. Yeah, okay. Again, just another base take from Kingman Lee. A common complaint I get is, but Asians are racist against Black people. Man, you're right. It really breaks my heart when Chinese men pulverize Black grandmas and gangs of Korean men stomp on Black women's heads against concrete regularly. Oh, wait, that doesn't happen. But we know what does happen. We know who's committing violence against vulnerable Asians in cities regularly. Race-hustling liberals and low IQ nuts who don't understand per capita squeal about the anti-Blackness in the Asian community, and it'll just be a microaggression, calling the cops, or at worst, refusing business. So again, the point being made here is, oh fuck, I just lost my train of thought. The point being made here is that acknowledging you're being targeted, acknowledging there's not a future for white children or whatever, acknowledging crimes being committed against you is racist now, right? Yet they'll act like it's the end of the world and are allowed to throw a tantrum. Meanwhile, Black people brutalize, and again, this is just so we're clear, there are people who commit crimes, right, who happen to be Black, right? And then there's the Black community as a whole. We're not talking about the Black community as a whole, right? But Black people brutalize and terrorize Asians weekly, and we have to shut up about it, or else we're smeared as anti-Black and racist. Why are we not allowed to talk about the anti-Asianness in the Black community? There really is no comparison. Every time we try to raise awareness or call for measures of safety for vulnerable Asians, it's always either, but Asians are mean too, or what about white people? Are you allergic to accountability like toddlers? Is it really that hard to denounce when Blacks violently hurt and kill Asians and not want violence against innocents? You lot will bend over backwards to deflect the blame on something meaningless like white supremacy or anti-Blackness among Asians to justify and ignore Blacks violently murdering Asians. If you're tired of the stereotyping, clean up your act and stop giving people a reason to stereotype. That's what I was trying to say before. the idea about anti-blackness is when people notice that you're harming them and you call them out for it, then it's like, oh, you're anti this. It's like, I'm anti being harmed, actually. Just because you're black doesn't mean you get to harm me, kind of thing. In the case of that person, right? Anyway, Mark Kern said, the real reason I tweet so much about Assassin's Creed Shadows and Ubisoft is because Ubisoft is one of the biggest DEI proponents in the AAA gaming world. They have only 2 tentpole games this year that must succeed. Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws. They aren't going to succeed. They're done. Right. If you vote with your wallets, Ubisoft will be forced to change. Both games have problems. Assassin's Creed Shadows makes a mockery of Japan for the sake of Western virtue signaling, and Star Wars Outlaws is pushing the defeminization man jaw of current AAA female character design. Both are overcharging for games with less and less content and originality in gameplay. Ubisoft should be gamers' primary target this year to make a difference. I'm asking once again, 2 years to stop the spread. Stop buying games from companies that hate you. In other news, Catholic Church may canonize first gamer saint. That's interesting, right? So the Catholic Church is set to canonize their first saint, who was also an avid gamer. Carlo Acutis was a young man who died of leukemia at the age of 15. In life, Acutis was a devout Catholic who brought his parents back into the faith due to his curiosity and interest in the religious rites of the Catholic Church. Acutis allegedly even donated games to children in need through the Order of Friars Minor Capuchin. Since his death in 2006, the charity and devotion of Acutis became more widely known among Catholics. One of the requirements for canonization and sainthood is to have 2 miracles attributed to the candidate. The first miracle of Acutis was in 2019 when a mother in Brazil prayed to Acutis to help her son who was born with a pancreatic defect. The defect kept him on an all-liquid diet, but shortly after the prayer, the family claims he felt healed and became able to eat solid foods again. The second miracle of Acutis was in 2022 when a young woman in Costa Rica experienced a brain hemorrhage with a low chance of survival. The woman's mother prayed to Acutis on her behalf, and she began breathing on her own shortly after, with all evidence of the hemorrhage allegedly healing. Acutis is expected to be recognized as a saint during the Catholic Church's 2025 Jubilee. What? Okay. It's just a little weird. Like, how does this person in Brazil or this other person in Costa Rica, how do they fucking know who this guy was? They're praying to him and he's not even a saint. I don't understand that. That's fucking weird. What do they just look up people to pray to on the internet and be like, I'll pray to that guy? You know, I'm healed. It's just a little weird. All right, in release news, Gunsmith Cat's manga aims for an omnibus release from Dark Horse. So Gunsmith Cats already has the omnibus, right? This is the omnibus one. So this is a non-final cover. I'm wondering if it's going to be hardcover. I don't want to have to buy it again, but I will.
Probably just a re-release.
I have the omnibuses and the individual releases. I'll probably buy the hardcovers too, if that's what they are. Also, Udon has just announced that they're going to be publishing the English edition of Manga Biographies, Charles M. Schultz, the creator of Snoopy and Peanuts. So this is coming in October. It's the first of a whole line of manga biography titles. So it is, as you would expect, a biography of the creator of Snoopy and Peanuts. All right. What do we got here? Nothing,
One
right?
second. I got
absolutely fucking nothing going.
No, we actually have.
Right.
We actually do have.
Fuck. I'm glad we got the Watch Club out of the way.
Okay. All right. Am I on screen? I am.
Yeah.
So we have The Ancient Magus Bride Season 2 Part 2. Or DVD. No LE like I thought I would have, but okay. Classroom for Heroes Complete Series. This one did not get a dub. Goblin Slayer 2. No Ellie.
Fucking finally. What about a steelbook?
No Ellie. This is the only thing.
I want a steelbook, damn it.
Vinland Saga Season 2 Part 2. After Samurai Resurrection.
What a horribly coded website that the thing pops up every time.
Yeah. Like
So
it'll
annoying.
pop up after like a second, not when I'm just going over it, you know?
Right.
Like on Amazon, you actually have to have it sit there for a second. Nice.
So is there anything new in this release, or is it just the Blu-ray?
A slipcover.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny.
Yeah.
I like hearing Samuel L. Jackson as Afro, but fuck me, Lucy Liu does not belong in this at all.
Yeah. That's a nice cover though.
Yeah, people need to realize something. If you're an actress who looks hot, doesn't mean you sound hot. Like, some actresses sound hot and they don't look hot. You know?
Yeah.
And those are the ones who normally go into voice acting. And we should give them some work. All right.
So One Piece Collection 35.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's 70 voyages out for this. Like, holy crap. Part 70. No, tier 1. Apparently they delayed One Piece Film Gold. So that's not coming out in October.
Weird. I better finish this before.
Ouran High School Host Club is getting a re-release. So that's that.
Great. Are they going to redub it to remove Vic?
That would be so fun. I doubt that they would waste the assets to do it.
Yeah, why? Like, literally the only reason it's popular, let's get rid of it. Out of spite. Honestly, I have no doubt in my mind that Rooster Teeth collapsed because of the bad will that the company fostered by how they treated Vic. When they sent an email to every person in the company, including Vic, that said, I think it goes without saying, but no one is to contact Vic or whatever, right? Like, no one is to respond to Vic, right?
I hope that he sends like, no, don't contact Vic. What the fuck did you just do? Contact me,
right.
Piece of shit. And then also Outlaw Stars also getting a re-release with a slip.
Wow.
So,
all right.
That's all.
Your troopers, the people who are still with us. If you want to be a real OG, shop at stealthweed.com. Although, to be honest, I don't think you can check out still. So maybe I'll just let it slide. I don't know. All right. Also, you can buy the OCA podcast porncast shirt, right? That's the thing. Go there, buy that at ocapodcast.com/store. And in other news, the Fender flagship Tokyo has released Hokusai art-inspired guitar series. So if you like the huge wave, the great wave, if you like the Mount Fuji, if you like the Tama River, and you also play guitar, there you go. All right, Jujutsu Kaisen anime teams with McDonald's for special grade garlic sauce collab. Yep, special grade. What's special about it, though? Just a special grade garlic. Watch on Crunchyroll. Wow. That's it. Okay, wow. Yep. Anyway, so at Anime Expo, Funimation sold Jujutsu Kaisen themed McDonald's name tags. and I bought one. I didn't find it before the podcast. I've got it in someplace. I'll show it to you guys later. I was supposed to show it to you now because obviously I didn't get Gojo. They only had one character left when I finally realized they were selling. I think it was either this character or this character. And yeah. So anyway, that's the thing. Also, I'll throw this in here now. McDonald's, Wendy's puts a thing up here. Don't make a mistake. See you in a half mile at Wendy's. Also, Studio Ghibli unveils My Neighbor Totoro miniature house model, which looks pretty fucking cool. Although it really makes you realize how small that house is.
Mm-hmm.
God, it's like, where do you even... It's so small. I mean, there is the upstairs, right? But that's just like an attic, right?
It's been forever since I watched.
Right?
I only watched Totoro once. It's been forever.
Watch Club when.
No.
Speaking of which, we haven't picked the next Watch Club.
Paprika.
Paprika, we're just going to do that?
We said we would, so might as well stick
Yeah, that's
to
fine.
it.
I don't mind. I'm just saying, like...
Have that be a watch party, like right before the next podcast.
Yeah, I like that idea. Anyway, moving on from here. I saw this and wanted to share it. No. It's called the Batman wallet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And you're Batman now. Love it. All right, I'm ripping a ton of stuff out of the doc so we can end this earlier. Rapist to become first Japanese person caned in Singapore following conviction. I think I was going to read this originally, but now I'm just going to choose to read this one. Japanese man in Singapore gets 17 years in prison and 20 lashes for sexual assault. Japanese man in Singapore sentenced 17 years in prison for sexually assaulting a college student in her 20s in 2019, making him the first Japanese national punished overseas for such a crime. On July 1st, the Singapore High Court sentenced a 38-year-old Japanese hairdresser to 17 years and 6 months, in prison, 17 and a half years, in addition to 20 lashes for sexually assaulting a local female university student in 2019. According to the Japanese embassy in Singapore, it is the first time a Japanese person has been sentenced to flogging. The ruling in the prosecution revealed that in the early hours of December 2019, the man took a drunk female college student in her 20s from downtown Singapore in a taxi back to his home, where he proceeded to molest and sexually assault her in the elevator and again in his room. He also filmed the incident and sent it to a friend, fucker. All right, last thing. Old man arrested for kissing girl. Quote, I thought she had feelings for me. All right. When I read that headline to you, what do you picture?
Old man.
Mm-hmm. How old's the girl?
No, this old man.
How old's the girl? I just pictured like early 20s or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Right? That's what pops in the head. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a fucking middle schooler.
Oh, wow.
An 85-year-old man from Kumamoto Prefecture was arrested for inviting a girl into his house and committing obscene acts, including kissing and hugging the girl, saying he thought she had feelings for him. The man arrested on suspicion of non-consensual indecency is an unemployed 85-year-old man living in Nagamine Nishi in Higashi Ward, Kumamoto City. According to the police, around July 2023, the man invited a young elementary school girl, what did I say, middle school, whatever, into his home and committed lewd acts such as hugging and kissing her. So lewd, can't handle it. The two did not know each other, and the man would regularly gather elementary school children in parks and other places to show off his balloon art and other things. Oh, and other things. Gather around, children. Zip. The question, when questioned, the old man admitted to the charges and is said to have said, "I thought the girl had feelings for me too." Wow. All right. Also, perfect image here again. Once again, just genius imagery. All right. I am about to collapse. I'm so fucking tired. I'm sure you are as well. I'm going to let you get out of here. Actually, maybe I should read some of these chats real quick. Can you take my screen real quick? Oh, I got it. There we go.
Sorry.
Because I'm going to put this into the screen that I'm screen sharing on. Okay. Cute and sexy characters sell and get love. All right. Even if they fail, they win. It means original anime and manga doesn't get made. It's like saying, look, they failed. They burnt the village down and salted the earth instead of taking it over. Yeah, no, I get that for sure regarding the Blackstone. But it's like, I guess I would say it's the silver lining. It's not a win, but it's a silver lining of the loss that they're still going to fail. Capcom made Sakura Kusagana look like a male in Street Fighter 5 and 6. Oh, that sucks.
I think we're on Street Fighter 8 now. So
Body type A, body type B. Actually, it says looks in the thing. It says looks A, looks B. In that specific game. I predict they'll have to add more letters than A or B. Body type A, B, C, D, E, F, etc. Ubisoft tells Japanese that only the Japanese complain and Westerners love it. Ubisoft tells the Westerners that only white males complain and everyone else loves it. Yeah. Ubisoft couldn't just commission one sword. Yeah, so apparently they were Japan Expo's in France. I guess it's just like a convention, for video games and anime and stuff that takes place in France. So I thought that it was in Japan originally, and that I was like, just fucking go to the local swordsmith shop where they sell like trinkets and stuff for just buy something. Yeah, if the sword was in the game too, that would be the most like fucking crazy thing. I don't think it is, because we looked at the trailer or whatever. Well, isn't that he survived? Who's this?
I don't know.
16 Tom Tommy Matt House. If he is the first, the case better be airtight. What? Huh. Ouch. Look at me over here calling out Luigi, even though I didn't write that. 18 plus. Okay, so you thought she'd be 18 plus too. Yeah, me too. Yeah, unemployed 9-year-old equals retired. Lol feelings for hashtag me too. All right, I'm glad we read our comments. I'm gonna go here. All right. How do you guys like our awesome intro with the Secret Service? Good, right? All right. Anyway, I'm gonna end it now because I'm too tired.
I'm gonna come.